Random House Audiobooks presents Black House by Stephen King and Peter Straub. Read for you by Frank Muller. Part 1. Welcome to Cooley Country. Chapter 1. Right here and now, as an old friend used to say, we are in the fluid present, where clear-sightedness never guarantees perfect vision. Here, about 200 feet, the height of a gliding eagle, above Wisconsin's far western edge, where the vagaries of the Mississippi River declare a natural border. Now, an early Friday morning in mid-July, a few years into both a new century and a new millennium, their wayward courses so hidden that a blind man has a better chance of seeing what lies ahead than you or I. Right here and now, the hour is just past 6 a.m., and the sun stands low in the cloudless eastern sky, a fat, confident yellow-white ball advancing as ever for the first time toward the future, and leaving in its wake the steadily accumulating past, which darkens as it recedes, making blind men of us all. Below, the early sun touches the river's wide, soft ripples with molten highlights. Sunlight glints from the tracks of the Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad running between the riverbank and the backs of the shabby two-story houses along County Road 00, known as Nail House Row, the lowest point of the comfortable-looking little town extending uphill and eastward beneath us. At this moment, in the Cooley country, life seems to be holding its breath. The motionless air around us carries such remarkable purity and sweetness that you might imagine a man could smell a radish pulled out of the ground a mile away. Moving toward the sun, we glide away from the river and over the shining tracks, the backyards and roofs of Nail House Row, then a line of Harley-Davidson motorcycles tilted on their kickstands. These unprepossessing little houses were built early in the century recently vanished for the metal pourers, mold makers, and crate men employed by the Peterson Nail Factory. On the grounds that working stiffs would be unlikely to complain about the flaws in their subsidized accommodations, they were constructed as cheaply as possible. Peterson Nail, which had suffered multiple hemorrhages during the 50s, finally bled to death in 1963. The waiting Harleys suggest that the factory hands have been replaced by a motorcycle gang. The uniformly ferocious appearance of the Harley's owners, wild-haired, bushy-bearded, swag-bellied men sporting earrings, black leather jackets, and less than the full complement of teeth, would seem to support this assumption. Like most assumptions, this one embodies an uneasy half-truth. The current residents of Nail House Row, whom suspicious locals dubbed the Thunder Five soon after they took over the houses along the river, cannot so easily be categorized. They have skilled jobs in the Kingsland Brewing Company, located just out of town to the south and 1 block east of the Mississippi. If we look to our right, we can see the world's largest 6-pack storage tanks, painted over with gigantic Kingsland old-time lager labels. The men who live on Nail House Row met one another on the Urbana-Champaign campus of the University of Illinois, where all but one were undergraduates majoring in English or philosophy. The exception was a resident in surgery at the UIUC University Hospital. They get an ironic pleasure from being called the Thunder Five. The name strikes them as sweetly cartoonish. What they call themselves is the Hegelian Scum. These gentlemen form an interesting crew, and we will make their acquaintance later on. For now, we have time only to note the hand-painted posters taped to the fronts of several houses, 2 lamp poles, and a couple of abandoned buildings. The posters say, "Fisherman, you better pray to your stinking God we don't catch you first. Remember Amy." From Nailhouse Row, Chase Street runs steeply uphill between listing buildings with worn, unpainted facades the color of fog. The old Nelson Hotel, where a few impoverished residents lie, sleeping, a blank-faced tavern, a tired shoe store displaying Red Wing work boots behind its filmy picture window, a few other dim buildings that bear no indication of their function and seem oddly dreamlike and vaporous. These structures have the air of failed resurrections, of having been rescued from the dark westward territory, although they were still dead. In a way, that is precisely what happened to them. An ochre horizontal stripe, 10 feet above the sidewalk on the facade of the Nelson Hotel, and 2 feet from the rising ground on the opposed ashen faces of the last two buildings, represents the high water mark left behind by the flood of 1965, when the Mississippi rolled over its banks, drowned the railroad tracks and Nailhouse Row, and mounted nearly to the top of Chase Street. Where Chase rises above the flood line and levels out, it widens and undergoes a transformation into the main street of French Landing, the town beneath us. The Agincourt Theater, the Taproom Bar and Grill, the First Farmers State Bank, the Samuel Stutz Photography Studio, which does a steady business in graduation photos, wedding pictures, and children's portraits, and shops, not the ghostly relics of shops, line its blunt sidewalks. Benton's Rexall Drugstore, Reliable Hardware, Saturday Night Video, Regal Clothing, Schmidt's All Sorts Emporium, stores selling electronic equipment, magazines and greeting cards, toys and athletic clothing featuring the logos of the Brewers, the Twins, the Packers, the Vikings, and the University of Wisconsin. After a few blocks, the name of the street changes to Lyle Road, and the buildings separate and shrink into one-story wooden structures fronted with signs advertising insurance offices and travel agencies. After that, the street becomes a highway that glides eastward past a 7-Eleven, the Reinhold T. Grauerhammer VFW Hall, a big farm implement dealership known locally as Goltz's, and into a landscape of flat, unbroken fields. If we rise another 100 feet into the immaculate air and scan what lies beneath and ahead, we see kettle moraines, coulees, blunted hills furry with pines, loam-rich valleys invisible from ground level until you have come upon them, meandering rivers, miles-long patchwork fields, and little towns, one of them, Centralia, no more than a scattering of buildings around the intersection of two narrow highways, 35 and 93. Directly below us, French Landing looks as though it had been evacuated in the middle of the night. No one moves along the sidewalks or bends to insert a key into one of the locks of the shop fronts along Chase Street. The angled spaces before the shops are empty of the cars and pickup trucks that will begin to appear first by ones and twos, then in a mannerly little stream an hour or two later. No lights burn behind the windows in the commercial buildings or the unpretentious houses lining the surrounding streets. A block north of Chase, on Sumner Street, 4 matching red brick buildings of 2 stories each house in west-east order the French Landing Public Library, the offices of Patrick J. Scarda, M.D., the local general practitioner, and Bell & Holland, a 2-man law firm now run by Garland Bell and Julius Holland, the sons of its founders, the Hartfield & Son Funeral Home, now owned by a vast funereal empire centered in St. Louis, and the French Landing Post Office. Separated from these by a wide driveway into a good-sized parking lot at the rear, the building at the end of the block, where Sumner intersects with 3rd Street, is also of red brick and 2 stories high, but longer than its immediate neighbors. Unpainted iron bars block the rear 2nd-floor windows, and 2 of the 4 vehicles in the parking lot are patrol cars with light bars across their tops and the letters FLPD on their sides. The presence of police cars and barred windows seem incongruous in this rural fastness. What sort of crime can happen here? Nothing serious, surely. Surely nothing worse than a little shoplifting, drunken driving, and an occasional bar fight. As if in testimony to the peacefulness and regularity of small-town life, a red van with the words La Riviere Herald on its side panels drifts slowly down 3rd Street, pausing at nearly all of the mailbox stands for its driver to insert copies of the day's newspaper wrapped in a blue plastic bag into gray metal cylinders bearing the same words. When the van turns onto Sumner, where the buildings have mail slots instead of boxes, the route man simply throws the wrapped papers at the front doors. Blue parcels thwack against the doors of the police station, the funeral home, and the office buildings. The post office does not get a paper. What do you know? Lights are burning behind the front downstairs windows of the police station. The door opens. A tall, dark-haired young man in a pale blue short-sleeved uniform shirt, a Sam Brown belt, and navy trousers steps outside. The wide belt and the gold badge on Bobby Dulac's chest gleam in the fresh sunlight, and everything he is wearing, including the 9mm pistol strapped to his hip, seems as newly made as Bobby Dulac himself. He watches the red van turn left onto 2nd Street and frowns at the rolled newspaper. He nudges it with the tip of a black, highly polished shoe, bending over just far enough to suggest that he is trying to read the headlines through the plastic. Evidently, this technique does not work all that well. Still frowning, Bobby tilts all the way over and picks up the newspaper with unexpected delicacy, the way a mother cat picks up a kitten in need of relocation. Holding it a little distance away from his body, he gives a quick glance up and down Sumner Street, about faces smartly, and steps back into the station. We, who in our curiosity have been steadily descending toward the interesting spectacle presented by Officer Dulac, go inside behind him. A gray corridor leads past a blank door and a bulletin board with very little on it, to 2 sets of metal stairs, one going down to a small locker room, shower stalls, and a firing range, the other upward to an interrogation room and 2 facing rows of cells, none presently occupied. Somewhere near, a radio talk show is playing at a level that seems too loud for a peaceful morning. Bobby Dulac opens the unmarked door and enters, with us on his shiny heels, the ready room he has just left. A rank of filing cabinets stands against the wall to our right, beside them a beat-up wooden table on which sit neat stacks of papers and folders, and a transistor radio, the source of the discordant noise. From the nearby studio of KDCU-AM, your talk voice in the Coulee country, the entertainingly rabid George Rathbun has settled into Badger Barrage, his popular morning broadcast. Good old George sounds too loud for the occasion. No matter how low you dial the volume, the guy is just flat-out noisy. That's part of his appeal. Set in the middle of the wall directly opposite us is a closed door with a dark pebble-glass window on which has been painted Dale Gilbertson, Chief of Police. Dale will not be in for another half hour or so. 2 metal desks sit at right angles to each other in the corner to our left, and from the one that faces us, Tom Lund, a fair-haired officer of roughly his partner's age, but without his appearance of having been struck gleaming from the mint 5 minutes before, regards the bag tweezed between 2 fingers of Bobby Dulac's right hand. "All right," Lund says. "Okay, the latest installment. You thought maybe the Thunder 5 was paying us another social call? Here, I don't want to read the damn thing." Not deigning to look at the newspaper, Bobby sends the new day's issue of the La Riviere Herald sailing in a flat, fast arc across 10 feet of wooden floor with an athletic snap of his wrist, spins rightward, takes a long stride, and positions himself in front of the wooden table a moment before Tom Lund fields his throw. Bobby glares at the 2 names and various details scrawled on the long chalkboard hanging on the wall behind the table. He is not pleased, Bobby Dulac. He looks as though he might burst out of his uniform through the sheer force of his anger. Fat and happy in the KDCU studio, George Rathbun yells, "Caller, give me a break, will ya, and get your prescription fixed. Are we talking about the same game here? Caller?" "Maybe Wendell got some sense and decided to lay off," Tom Lund says. "Wendell," Bobby says. Because Lund can see only the sleek, dark back of his head, the little sneering thing he does with his lip wastes motion, but he does it anyway. "Caller, let me ask you this one question, and in all sincerity, I want you to be honest with me. Did you actually see last night's game?" "I didn't know Wendell was a big buddy of yours," Bobby says. "I didn't know you ever got as far south as La Riviere. Here I was thinking your idea of a big night out was a pitcher of beer and trying to break 100 at the Arden Bolodrome, and now I find out you hang out with newspaper reporters in college towns. Probably get down and dirty with the Wisconsin Rat, too, that guy on KWLA. Do you pick up a lot of punk babes that way?" The caller says he missed the first inning on account of he had to pick up his kid after a special counseling session at Mount Hebron, but he sure saw everything after that. "Did I say Wendell Green was a friend of mine?" asks Tom Lund. Over Bobby's left shoulder he can see the first of the names on the chalkboard. His gaze helplessly focuses on it. "It's just, I met him after the Kinderling case, and the guy didn't seem so bad. Actually, I kind of liked him. Actually, I wound up feeling sorry for him. He wanted to do an interview with Hollywood, and Hollywood turned him down flat." "Well, naturally, he saw the extra innings," the hapless caller says. "That's how he knows Pokey Reese was safe. And as for the Wisconsin Rat, I wouldn't know him if I saw him, and I think that so-called music he plays sounds like the worst bunch of crap I ever heard in my life. How did that scrawny, pasty-faced creep get a radio show in the first place? On the college station? What does that tell you about our wonderful UW La Riviere, Bobby? What does it say about our whole society? Oh, I forgot, you like that shit." "No, I like 311 and Korn, and you're so out of it you can't tell the difference between Jonathan Davis and Dee Dee Ramone, but forget about that, all right?" Slowly, Bobby Duloc turns around and smiles at his partner. "Stop stalling." His smile is none too pleasant. "I'm stalling?" Tom Lund widens his eyes in a parody of wounded innocence. "Gee, was it me who fired the paper across the room? No, I guess not. If you never laid eyes on a Wisconsin Rat, how come you know what he looks like?" "Same way I know he has funny-colored hair and a pierced nose. Same way I know he wears a beat-to-shit black leather jacket day in, day out, rain or shine." Bobby waited. "By the way he sounds. People's voices are full of information. A guy says, 'Looks like it'll turn out to be a nice day.' He tells you his whole life story. Want to know something else about Rat Boy? He hasn't been to the dentist in 6-7 years. His teeth look like shit." From within KDCU's ugly cement block structure next to the brewery on Peninsula Drive, via the radio Dale Gilbertson donated to the station house long before either Tom Lund or Bobby Duloc first put on their uniforms, comes good old dependable George Rathbun's patented bellow of genial outrage, a passionate, inclusive uproar that for 100 miles around causes breakfasting farmers to smile across their tables at their wives and passing truckers to laugh out loud. "I swear, caller, and this goes for my last caller, too, and every single one of you out there, I love you dearly. That is the honest truth. I love you like my mama loved her turnip patch. But sometimes you people drive me crazy. Oh, boy, bottom of the 11th inning, 2 out, 6-7 Brewers, men on second and third, batter lines to short center field. Reese takes off from third, good throw to the plate, clean tag, clean tag. A blind man could have made that call." "Hey, I thought it was a good tag, and I only heard it on the radio," says Tom Lund. Both men are stalling, and they know it. "In fact," shouts the hands-down most popular talk voice of the Coulee country, "let me go out on a limb here, boys and girls. Let me make the following recommendation. Okay? Let's replace every umpire at Miller Park, hey, every umpire in the National League, with blind men. You know what, my friends? I guarantee a 60 to 70% improvement in the accuracy of their calls. Give the job to those who can handle it, the blind." Mirth suffuses Tom Lund's bland face. That George Rathbun man, he's a hoot. Bobby says, "Come on, okay?" Grinning, Lund pulls the folded newspaper out of its wrapper and flattens it on his desk. His face hardens. Without altering its shape, his grin turns stony. "Oh, no. Oh, hell." "What?" Lund utters a shapeless groan and shakes his head. Jesus, I don't even want to know. Bobby rams his hands into his pockets, then pulls himself perfectly upright, jerks his right hand free, and clamps it over his eyes. I'm a blind guy, all right? Make me an umpire. I don't want to be a cop anymore. Lund says nothing. It's a headline? Like a banner headline? How bad is it? Bobby pulls his hand away from his eyes and holds it suspended in midair. Well, Lund tells him, it looks like Wendell didn't get some sense after all, and he sure as hell didn't decide to lay off. I can't believe I said I liked the dipshit. Wake up, Bobby says. Nobody ever told you law enforcement officers and journalists are on opposite sides of the fence? Tom Lund's ample torso tilts over his desk. A thick lateral crease like a scar divides his forehead, and his stolid cheeks burn crimson. He aims a finger at Bobby Dulac. This is one thing that really gets me about you, Bobby. How long have you been here? 5, 6 months? Dale hired me 4 years ago, and when him and Hollywood put the cuffs on Mr. Thornburg Kinderling, which was the biggest case in this county for maybe 30 years, I can't claim any credit, but at least I pulled my weight. I helped put some of the pieces together. One of the pieces, Bobby says. I reminded Dale about the girl bartender at the tap room, and Dale told Hollywood, and Hollywood talked to the girl, and that was a big, big piece. It helped get him, so don't you talk to me that way. Bobby Dulac assumes a look of completely hypothetical contrition. Sorry, Tom. I guess I'm kind of wound up and beat to shit at the same time. What he thinks is, so you got a couple years on me and you once gave Dale this crappy little bit of information. So what, I'm a better cop than you'll ever be. How heroic were you last night, anyhow? At 11:15 the previous night, Armand Beezer St. Pierre and his fellow travelers in the Thunder 5 had roared up from Nailhouse Row to surge into the police station and demand of its 3 occupants, each of whom had worked an 18-hour shift, exact details of the progress they were making on the issue that most concerned them all. What the hell was going on here? What about the third one, huh? What about Irma Freneau? Had they found her yet? Did these clowns have anything, or were they still just blowing smoke? You need help, Beezer roared, then deputize us. We'll give you all the goddamn help you need and then some. A giant named Mouse had strolled smirking up to Bobby Dulac and kept on strolling, jumbo belly to six-pack belly, until Bobby was backed up against a filing cabinet, whereupon the giant Mouse had mysteriously inquired in a cloud of beer and marijuana whether Bobby had ever dipped into the works of a gentleman named Jacques Derrida. When Bobby replied that he had never heard of the gentleman, Mouse said, "No shit, Sherlock," and stepped aside to glare at the names on the chalkboard. Half an hour later, Beezer, Mouse, and their companions were sent away unsatisfied, undeputized, but pacified, and Dale Gilbertson said he had to go home and get some sleep, but Tom ought to remain just in case. The regular nightmen had both found excuses not to come in. Bobby said he would stay too, no problem, Chief, which is why we find these 2 men in the station so early in the morning. Give it to me, says Bobby Dulac. Lund picks up the paper, turns it around, and holds it out for Bobby to see. Fisherman still at large in French Landing area, reads the headline over an article that takes up 3 columns on the top left-hand side of the front page. The columns of type have been printed against a background of pale blue, and a black border separates them from the remainder of the page. Beneath the head, in smaller print, runs the line, "Identity of Psycho Killer Baffles Police." Underneath the subhead, a line in even smaller print attributes the article to Wendell Green, with the support of the editorial staff. The fisherman, Bobby says. Right from the start, your friend has his thumb up his butt. The fisherman, the fisherman, the fisherman. If I all of a sudden turned into a 50-foot ape and started stomping on buildings, would you call me King Kong? Lund lowers the newspaper and smiles. Okay, Bobby allows. Bad example. Say I held up a couple banks, would you call me John Dillinger? Well, says Lund, smiling even more broadly, they say Dillinger's tool was so humongous they put it in a jar in the Smithsonian. So read me the first sentence, Bobby says. Tom Lund looks down and reads. As the police in French Landing fail to discover any leads to the identity of the fiendish double murderer and sex criminal this reporter has dubbed the fisherman, the grim specters of fear, despair, and suspicion run increasingly rampant through the streets of that little town, and from there out into the farms and villages throughout French County, darkening by their touch every portion of the coulee country. "Just what we need," Bobby says. "Jesus!" And in an instant has crossed the room and is leaning over Tom Lund's shoulder, reading the Herald's front page with his hand resting on the butt of his Glock, as if ready to drill a hole in the article right here and now. "Our traditions of trust and good neighborliness, our habit of extending warmth and generosity to all," writes Wendell Green, editorializing like crazy, "are eroding daily under the corrosive onslaught of these dread emotions. Fear, despair, and suspicion are poisonous to the soul of communities large and small, for they turn neighbor against neighbor and make a mockery of civility. 2 children have been foully murdered and their remains partially consumed. Now a 3rd child has disappeared. 8-year-old Amy St. Pierre and 7-year-old Johnny Erkenham fell victim to the passions of a monster in human form. Neither will know the happiness of adolescence or the satisfactions of adulthood. Their grieving parents will never know the grandchildren they would have cherished. The parents of Amy and Johnny's playmates shelter their children within the safety of their own homes, as do parents whose children never knew the deceased. As a result, summer playgroups and other programs for young children have been canceled in virtually every township and municipality in French County. With the disappearance of 10-year-old Irma Freneau 7 days after the death of Amy St. Pierre and only 3 after that of Johnny Erkenham, public patience has grown dangerously thin. As this correspondent has already reported, Merlin Grassheimer, 52, an unemployed farm laborer of no fixed abode, was set upon and beaten by an unidentified group of men in a Fountain side street late Tuesday evening. Another such episode occurred in the early hours of Thursday morning when Alvar Pretorius, 36, a Swedish tourist traveling alone, was assaulted by 3 men, again unidentified, while asleep in La Riviere's Leif Erikson Park. Grassheimer and Pretorius required only routine medical attention, but future incidents of vigilantism will almost certainly end more seriously. Tom Lund looks down at the next paragraph, which describes the Freneau girl's abrupt disappearance from a Chase Street sidewalk, and pushes himself away from his desk. Bobby Dulac reads silently for a time, then says, "You gotta hear this shit, Tom. This is how he winds up. When will the fisherman strike again? For he will strike again, my friends, make no mistake. And when will French Landing's Chief of Police Dale Gilbertson do his duty and rescue the citizens of this county from the obscene savagery of the fisherman and the understandable violence produced by his own inaction?" Bobby Dulac stamps to the middle of the room. His color is heightened. He inhales, then exhales a magnificent quantity of oxygen. "How about the next time the fisherman strikes," Bobby says. "How about he goes right up Wendell Green's flabby rear end?" "I'm with you," says Tom Lund. "Can you believe that, Shinola? Understandable violence. He's telling people it's okay to mess with anyone who looks suspicious." Bobby levels an index finger at Lund. "I personally am going to nail this guy. That is a promise. I'll bring him down alive or dead." In case Lund may have missed the point, he repeats, "personally." Wisely choosing not to speak the words that first come to his mind, Tom Lund nods his head. The finger is still pointing. He says, "If you want some help with that, maybe you should talk to Hollywood. Dale didn't have no luck, but could be you'd do better." Bobby waves this notion away. "No need. Dale and me, and you too, of course, we got it covered. But I personally am going to get this guy. That is a guarantee." He pauses for a second. "Besides, Hollywood retired when he moved here, or did you forget?" "Hollywood's too young to retire," Lund says. "Even in cop years, the guy is practically a baby, so you must be the next thing to a fetus." And on their cackle of shared laughter, we float away and out of the ready room and back into the sky, where we glide 1 block farther north to Queen Street. Moving a few blocks east, we find beneath us a low, rambling structure that branches out from a central hub and occupies with its wide, rising breadth of lawn, dotted here and there with tall oaks and maples, the whole of a block lined with bushy hedges in need of a good trim. Obviously an institution of some kind, the structure at first resembles a progressive elementary school in which the various wings represent classrooms without walls, the square central hub the dining room and administrative offices. When we drift downward, we hear George Rathbun's genial bellow rising toward us from several windows. The big glass front door swings open, and a trim woman in cat's-eye glasses comes out into the bright morning, holding a poster in one hand and a roll of tape in the other. She immediately turns around and with quick, efficient gestures fixes the poster to the door. Sunlight reflects from a smoky gemstone the size of a hazelnut on the third finger of her right hand. While she takes a moment to admire her work, we can peer over her crisp shoulder and see that the poster announces in a cheerful burst of hand-drawn balloons that today is Strawberry Fest. When the woman walks back inside, we take in the presence, in the portion of the entry visible just beneath the giddy poster, of 2 or 3 folded wheelchairs. Beyond the wheelchairs, the woman, whose chestnut hair has been pinned back into an architectural whorl, strides on her high-heeled pumps through a pleasant lobby with blonde wooden chairs and matching tables strewn artfully with magazines, marches past a kind of unmanned guard post or reception desk before a handsome fieldstone wall, and vanishes with the trace of a skip through a burnished door marked William Maxton, Director. What kind of school is this? Why is it open for business? Why is it putting on festivals in the middle of July? We could call it a graduate school, for those who reside here have graduated from every stage of their existences but the last, which they live out day after day under the careless stewardship of Mr. William Chipper Maxton, Director. This is the Maxton Elder Care Facility, once, in a more innocent time and before the cosmetic renovations done in the mid-'80s, known as the Maxton Nursing Home, which was owned and managed by its founder, Herbert Maxton, Chipper's father. Herbert was a decent, if wishy-washy man who, it is safe to say, would be appalled by some of the things the sole fruit of his loins gets up to. Chipper never wanted to take over the family playpen, as he calls it, with its freight of gummers, zombies, bedwetters, and droolies, and after getting an accounting degree at UW-La Riviere, with hard-earned minors in promiscuity, gambling, and beer-drinking, our boy accepted a position with the Madison, Wisconsin office of the Internal Revenue Service, largely for the purpose of learning how to steal from the government undetected. 5 years with the IRS taught him much that was useful, but when his subsequent career as a freelancer failed to match his ambitions, he yielded to his father's increasingly frail entreaties and threw in his lot with the undead and the droolies. With a certain grim relish, Chipper acknowledged that despite a woeful shortage of glamour, his father's business would at least provide him with the opportunity to steal from the clients and the government alike. Let us flow in through the big glass doors, cross the handsome lobby, noting as we do so the mingled odors of air freshener and ammonia that pervade even the public areas of all such institutions, pass through the door bearing Chipper's name, and find out what that well-arranged young woman is doing here so early. Beyond Chipper's door lies a windowless cubicle equipped with a desk, a coat rack, and a small bookshelf crowded with computer printouts, pamphlets, and flyers. A door stands open beside the desk. Through the opening we see a much larger office, paneled in the same burnished wood as the director's door, and containing leather chairs, a glass-topped coffee table, and an oatmeal-colored sofa. At its far end looms a vast desk, untidily heaped with papers, and so deeply polished it seems nearly to glow. Our young woman, whose name is Rebecca Vilas, sits perched on the edge of this desk, her legs crossed in a particularly architectural fashion. One knee folds over the other, and the calves form 2 nicely molded, roughly parallel lines running down to the triangular tips of the black high-heeled pumps, one of which points to 4 o'clock and the other to 6. Rebecca Vilas, we gather, has arranged herself to be seen, has struck a pose intended to be appreciated, though certainly not by us. Behind the cat's eye glasses, her eyes look skeptical and amused, but we cannot see what has aroused these emotions. We assume that she is Chipper's secretary, and this assumption, too, expresses only half of the truth. As the ease and irony of her attitude imply, Ms. Vilas's duties have long extended beyond the purely secretarial. We might speculate about the source of that nice ring she is wearing. As long as our minds are in the gutter, we will be right on the money. We float through the open door, follow the direction of Rebecca's increasingly impatient gaze, and find ourselves staring at the sturdy, khaki-clad rump of her kneeling employer, who has thrust his head and shoulders into a good-sized safe, in which we glimpse stacks of record books and a number of manila envelopes apparently stuffed with currency. A few bills flop out of these envelopes as Chipper pulls them from the safe. "You did the sign, the poster thing?" he asks without turning around. "Aye, mon capitan," says Rebecca Vilas. "And a splendid day it is we shall be having for the great occasion, too, as is only right and proper." Her Irish accent is surprisingly good, if a bit generic. She has never been anywhere more exotic than Atlantic City, where Chipper used his frequent flyer miles to escort her for 5 enchanted days 2 years before. She learned the accent from old movies. "I hate Strawberry Fest," Chipper says, dredging the last of the envelopes from the safe. "The zombies' wives and children mill around all afternoon cranking them up so we have to sedate them into comas just to get some peace. And if you want to know the truth, I hate balloons." He dumps the money onto the carpet and begins to sort the bills into stacks of various denominations. "Only I was wondering, in me simple country manner," says Rebecca, "why I should be requested to appear at the crack of dawn on the grand day." "Know what else I hate? The whole music thing. Singing zombies and that stupid DJ Symphonic Stan with his big band records. Whew, boy, talk about thrills." "I assume," Rebecca says, dropping the stage Irish accent, "you want me to do something with that money before the action begins." "Time for another journey to Miller." An account under a fictitious name in the State-Provident Bank in Miller, 40 miles away, receives regular deposits of cash skimmed from patients' funds intended to pay for extra goods and services. Chipper turns around on his knees with his hands full of money and looks up at Rebecca. He sinks back down to his heels and lets his hands fall into his lap. "Boy, do you have great legs. Legs like that, you ought to be famous." "I thought you'd never notice," Rebecca says. Chipper Maxton is 42 years old. He has good teeth, all his hair, a wide, sincere face, and narrow brown eyes that always look a little damp. He also has 2 kids, Trey, 9, and Ashley, 7, and recently diagnosed with ADD, a matter Chipper figures is going to cost him maybe $2,000 a year in pills alone. And, of course, he has a wife, his life's partner, Marion, 39 years of age, 5'5" and somewhere in the neighborhood of 190 pounds. In addition to these blessings, as of last night, Chipper owes his bookie $13,000, the result of an unwise investment in the Brewers game George Rathbun is still bellowing about. He has noticed, oh, yes, he has, Chipper has noticed Miss Vilas's splendidly cantilevered legs. "Before you go over there," he says, "I was thinking we could kind of stretch out on the sofa and fool around." "Ah," Rebecca says. "Fool around how exactly?" "Gobble, gobble, gobble," Chipper says, grinning like a satyr. "You romantic devil, you," says Rebecca, a remark that utterly escapes her employer. Chipper thinks he actually is being romantic. She slides elegantly down from her perch, and Chipper pushes himself inelegantly upright and closes the safe door with his foot. Eyes shining damply, he takes a couple of thuggish, strutting strides across the carpet, wraps one arm around Rebecca Vilas's slender waist, and with the other slides the fat manila envelopes onto the desk. He is yanking at his belt even before he begins to pull Rebecca toward the sofa. "So, can I see him?" says clever Rebecca, who understands exactly how to turn her lover's brains to porridge. And before Chipper obliges her, we do the sensible thing and float out into the lobby, which is still empty. A corridor to the left of the reception desk takes us to two large blonde glass inset doors marked Daisy and Bluebell, the names of the wings to which they give entrance. Far down the gray length of Bluebell, a man in baggy coveralls dribbles ash from his cigarette onto the tiles, over which he is dragging with exquisite slowness a filthy mop. We move into Daisy. The functional parts of Maxton's are a great deal less attractive than the public areas. Numbered doors line both sides of the corridor. Hand-lettered cards in plastic holders beneath the numerals give the names of the residents. 4 doors along, a desk at which a burly male attendant in an unclean white uniform sits dozing upright, faces the entrances to the men's and women's bathrooms. At Maxton's, only the most expensive rooms, those on the other side of the lobby, in Asphodel, provide anything but a sink. Dirty mop swirls harden and dry all up and down the tiled floor, which stretches out before us to improbable length. Here, too, the walls and air seem the same shade of gray. If we look closely at the edges of the hallway, at the juncture of the walls and the ceiling, we see spiderwebs, old stains, accumulations of grime. Pine sol, ammonia, urine, and worse scent the atmosphere. As an elderly lady in Bluebell Wing likes to say, that when you live with a bunch of people who are old and incontinent, you never get far from the smell of caca. The rooms themselves vary according to the conditions and capacities of their inhabitants. Since nearly everyone is asleep, we can glance into a few of these quarters. Here in D10, a single room 2 doors past the dozing aide, old Alice Weathers lies, snoring gently, dreaming of dancing in perfect partnership with Fred Astaire across a white marble floor, surrounded by so much of her former life that she must navigate past the chairs and end tables to maneuver from the door to her bed. Alice still possesses even more of her wits than she does her old furniture, and she cleans her room herself immaculately. Next door, in D12, 2 old farmers named Torvaldson and Jesperson, who have not spoken to each other in years, sleep, separated by a thin curtain, in a bright clutter of family photographs and grandchildren's drawings. Farther down the hallway, D18 presents a spectacle completely opposite to the clean, crowded jumble of D10, just as its inhabitant, a man known as Charles Burnside, could be considered the polar opposite of Alice Weathers. In D18 there are no end tables, hutches, overstuffed chairs, gilded mirrors, lamps, woven rugs, or velvet curtains. This barren room contains only a metal bed, a plastic chair, and a chest of drawers. No photographs of children and grandchildren stand atop the chest, and no crayon drawings of blocky houses and stick figures decorate the walls. Mr. Burnside has no interest in housekeeping, and a thin layer of dust covers the floor, the windowsill, and the chest's bare top. D18 is bereft of history, empty of personality. It seems as brutal and soulless as a prison cell. A powerful smell of excrement contaminates the air. For all the entertainment offered by Chipper Maxton and all the charm of Alice Weathers, it is Charles Burnside, Bernie, we have most come to see. Chapter 2. Chipper's background we know. Alice arrived at Maxton's from a big house on Gale Street, the old part of Gale Street, where she outlived 2 husbands, raised 5 sons, and taught piano to 4 generations of French landing children, none of whom ever became professional pianists, but who all remember her fondly and think of her with affection. Alice came to this place, as most people do, in a car driven by one of her children, and with a mixture of reluctance and surrender. She had become too old to live alone in the big house in the old section of Gale Street. She had 2 grown married sons who were kind enough, but she could not tolerate adding to their cares. Alice Weathers had spent her entire life in French Landing, and she had no desire to live anywhere else. In a way, she had always known that she would end her days in Maxton's, which, though not at all luxurious, was agreeable enough. On the day her son Martin had driven her over to inspect the place, she had realized that she knew at least half the people there. Unlike Alice, Charles Burnside, the tall, skinny old man lying covered by a sheet before us in his metal bed, is not in full possession of his wits, nor is he dreaming of Fred Astaire. The veiny expanse of his bald, narrow head curves down to eyebrows like tangles of gray wire, beneath which, on either side of the fleshy hook of his nose, 2 narrow eyes shine at his north-facing window and the expanse of woods beyond Maxton's. Alone of all the residents of Daisy Wing, Bernie is not asleep. His eyes gleam, and his lips are wormed into a bizarre smile. But these details mean nothing, for Charles Burnside's mind may be as empty as his room. Bernie has suffered from Alzheimer's disease for many years, and what looks like an aggressive form of pleasure could be no more than physical satisfaction of a very basic kind. If we had failed to guess that he was the origin of the stench in this room, the stains rising into the sheet that covers him make it clear. He has just evacuated massively into his bed, and the very least we can say about his response to the situation is that he does not mind a bit. No, sir. Shame is not a part of this picture. But if, unlike delightful Alice, Bernie no longer has a firm grasp on all of his marbles, neither is he a typical Alzheimer's patient. He might spend a day or 2 mumbling into his oatmeal like the rest of Chipper's zombies, then revitalize himself and join the living again. When not undead, he usually manages to get down the hall to the bathroom as necessary, and he spends hours either sneaking off on his own or patrolling the grounds, being unpleasant, in fact offensive, to all and sundry. Restored from zombiehood, he is sly, secretive, rude, caustic, stubborn, foul-tongued, mean-spirited, and resentful. In other words, in the world according to Chipper, a blood brother to the other old men who reside at Maxton's. Some of the nurses, aides, and attendants doubt that Bernie really does have Alzheimer's. They think he is faking it, opting out, lying low, deliberately making them work harder while he rests up and gathers his strength for yet another episode of unpleasantness. We can hardly blame them for their suspicion. If Bernie has not been misdiagnosed, he is probably the only advanced Alzheimer's patient in the world to experience prolonged spells of remission. In 1996, his 78th year, the man known as Charles Burnside arrived at Maxton's in an ambulance from La Riviere General Hospital, not in a vehicle driven by a helpful relative. He had appeared in the emergency room one morning carrying 2 heavy suitcases filled with dirty clothing and loudly demanding medical attention. His demands were not coherent, but they were clear. He claimed to have walked a considerable distance to reach the hospital, and he wanted the hospital to take care of him. The distance varied from telling to telling, 10 miles, 15 miles, 25. He either had or had not spent some nights sleeping in fields or by the side of the road. His general condition and the way he smelled suggested that he had been wandering the countryside and sleeping rough for perhaps a week. If he had once had a wallet, he had lost it on his journey. La Riviere General cleaned him up, fed him, gave him a bed, and tried to extract a history. Most of his statements trailed off into disjointed babble, but in the absence of any documents, at least these facts seemed reliable. Burnside had been a carpenter, framer, and plasterer in the area for many years, working for himself and general contractors. An aunt who lived in the town of Blair had given him a room. He had walked the 18 miles from Blair to La Riviere, then? No, he had started his walk somewhere else. He could not remember where, but it was 10 miles away. No, 25 miles away, some town, and the people in that town were no good jackass asswipes. What was the name of his aunt? Althea Burnside. What were her address and telephone number? No idea, couldn't remember. Did his cousin have a job of any kind? Yes, she was a full-time jackass asswipe. But she had permitted him to live in her house? Who? Permitted what? Charles Burnside needed no one's permission. He did what he damn well wanted. Had his aunt ordered him out of her house? Who are you talking about, you jackass asshole? The admitting MD entered an initial diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease, pending the results of various tests, and the social worker got on the telephone and requested the address and telephone number of an Althea Burnside currently residing in Blair. The telephone company reported no listing for a person of that name in Blair, nor was she listed in Ettrick, Cochrane, Fountain City, Sparta, Onalaska, Arden, La Riviere, or any other of the towns and cities within a 50-mile radius. Widening her net, the social worker consulted the records office and the departments of Social Security, Motor Vehicle License, and Taxation for information about Althea and Charles Burnside. Of the two Altheas that popped up out of the system, one owned a diner in Butternut, far to the north of the state, and the other was a black woman who worked in a Milwaukee daycare center. Neither had any connection to the man in La Riviere General. The Charles Burnsides located by the record search were not the social worker's Charles Burnside. Althea seemed not to exist. Charles, it seemed, was one of those elusive people who go through life without ever paying taxes, registering to vote, applying for a Social Security card, opening a bank account, joining the armed forces, getting a driver's license, or spending a couple of seasons at the state farm. Another round of telephone calls resulted in the elusive Charles Burnside's classification as a ward of the county, and his admission to the Maxton Elder Care Facility until accommodation could be found at the state hospital in Whitehall. The ambulance conveyed Burnside to Maxton's at the expense of the generous public, and grumpy Chipper slammed him into Daisy Wing. 6 weeks later, a bed opened up in a ward at the state hospital. Chipper received the telephone call a few minutes after the day's mail brought him a check drawn by an Althea Burnside on a bank in De Pere for Charles Burnside's maintenance at his facility. Althea Burnside's address was a De Pere post office box. When the state hospital called, Chipper announced that in the spirit of civic duty he would be happy to continue Mr. Burnside's status at Maxton Elder Care. The old fellow had just become his favorite patient. Without putting Chipper through any of the usual shenanigans, Bernie had doubled his contribution to the income stream. For the next 6 years, the old man slid relentlessly into the darkness of Alzheimer's. If he was faking, he gave a brilliant performance. Down he went through the descending way stations of incontinence, incoherence, frequent outbursts of anger, loss of memory, loss of the ability to feed himself, loss of personality. He dwindled into infancy, then into vacuity, and spent his days strapped into a wheelchair. Chipper mourned the inevitable loss of a uniquely cooperative patient. Then, in the summer of the year before these events, the amazing resuscitation occurred. Animation returned to Bernie's slack face, and he began to utter vehement nonsense syllables. Abala, Gorg, Munshun, Gorg. He wanted to feed himself. He wanted to exercise his legs, to stagger around and reacquaint himself with his surroundings. Within a week he was using English words to insist on wearing his own clothes and going to the bathroom by himself. He put on weight, gained strength, once again became a nuisance. Now, often in the same day, he passes back and forth between late-stage Alzheimer's lifelessness and a guarded, gleaming surliness so healthy in a man of 85 it might be called robust. Bernie is like a man who went to Lourdes and experienced a cure, but left before it was complete. For Chipper, a miracle is a miracle. As long as the old creep stays alive, who cares if he is wandering the grounds or drooping against the restraining strap in his wheelchair? We move closer. We try to ignore the stench. We want to see what we can glean from the face of this curious fellow. It was never a pretty face, and now the skin is gray and the cheeks are sunken potholes. Prominent blue veins wind over the gray scalp, spotted as a plover's egg. The rubbery-looking nose hooks slightly to the right, which adds to the impression of slyness and concealment. The wormy lips curl in a disquieting smile, the smile of an arsonist contemplating a burning building that may, after all, be merely a grimace. Here is a true American loner, an internal vagrant, a creature of shabby rooms and cheap diners, of aimless journeys resentfully taken, a collector of wounds and injuries lovingly fingered and refingered. Here is a spy with no cause higher than himself. Bernie's real name is Carl Beerstone, and under this name he conducted in Chicago from his mid-20s until the age of 46 a secret rampage, an unofficial war, during which he committed wretched deeds for the sake of the pleasures they afforded him. Carl Beerstone is Bernie's great secret, for he cannot allow anyone to know that this former incarnation, this earlier self, still lives inside his skin. Carl Beerstone's awful pleasures, his foul toys, are also Bernie's, and he must keep them hidden in the darkness where only he can find them. So, is that the answer to Chipper's miracle? That Carl Beerstone found a way to creep out through a seam in Bernie's zombiedom and assume control of the foundering ship? The human soul contains an infinity of rooms, after all, some of them vast, some no bigger than a broom closet, some locked, some few imbued with a radiant light. We bow closer to the veiny scalp, the wandering nose, the wire-brush eyebrows. We lean deeper into the stink to examine those interesting eyes. They are like black neon. They glitter like moonlight on a sodden riverbank. All in all, they look unsettlingly gleeful, but not particularly human. Not much help here. Bernie's lips move. He is still smiling, if you can call that rictus a smile, but he has begun to whisper. What is he saying? They are gowering in their bloody holes and covering their eyes. They're whimpering in terror, my poor lost babies. No, that won't help, will it? Ah, see the engines, yes. Oh, those beautiful, beautiful engines. What a sight. The beautiful engines against the wire, how they churn and burn. I see a hole, yes, there it is, so bright around the edges, so folded back. Carl Beerstone may be reporting in, but his babble is not of much help. Let us follow the direction of Bernie's mud-glitter gaze, in hopes that it might give us a hint as to what has so excited the old boy. Aroused, too, as we observe from the shape beneath the sheet. He and Chipper seem to be in sync here, since both are standing at the ready, except that instead of the benefit of Rebecca Vilas's expert attentions, Bernie's only stimulation is the view through his window. The view hardly measures up to Miss Vilas. Head slightly elevated upon a pillow, Charles Burnside looks raptly out over a brief expanse of lawn to a row of maple trees at the beginning of an extensive woods. Farther back tower the great leafy heads of oaks, A few birch trunks shine candle-like in the inner darkness. From the height of the oaks and the variety of the trees, we know that we are regarding a remnant of the great climax forest that once blanketed this entire part of the country. Like all of the ancient forest's traces, the woods extending north and east from Maxton's speak of profound mysteries, in a voice nearly too deep to be heard. Beneath its green canopy, time and serenity embrace bloodshed and death. Violence roils on unseen, constantly, absorbed into every aspect of a hushed landscape that never pauses, but moves with glacial lack of haste. The spangled, yielding floor covers millions of scattered bones in layer upon layer. All that grows and thrives here thrives on rot. Worlds within worlds churn, and great systematic universes hum side by side, each ignorantly bringing abundance and catastrophe upon its unguessed-at neighbors. Does Bernie contemplate these woods? Is he enlivened by what he sees in them? Or, for that matter, is he in fact still asleep? And does Carl Beerstone caper behind Charles Burnside's peculiar eyes? Bernie whispers, "Foxes, down foxholes, rats in rat holes, hyenas over empty stomachs wail. Oh, this is most gladsome, my friends. More and more the little ones drudge, oh ho, on bleeding footsies." Let's blow this pop stand, okay? Let's sail away from old Bernie's ugly mouth. Enough is enough. Let us seek the fresh air and fly north over the woods. Foxes down foxholes and rats in rat holes may be wailing, true, that's how it works. But we are not about to find any starving hyenas in western Wisconsin. Hyenas are always hungry anyhow. No one feels sorry for them either. You'd have to be a real bleeding heart to pity a creature that does nothing but skulk around the periphery of other species until the moment when, grinning and chuckling, it can plunder their leftovers. Out we go, right through the roof. East of Maxton's, the woods carpet the ground for something like a mile or two, before a narrow dirt road curves in from Highway 35 like a careless parting in a thick head of hair. The woods continue for another 100 yards or so, then yield to a 30-year-old housing development consisting of 2 streets. Basketball hoops, backyard swing sets, tricycles, bicycles, and vehicles by Fisher-Price clutter the driveways of the modest houses on Schubert and Gale. The children who will make use of them lie abed, dreaming of cotton candy, puppy dogs, home runs, excursions to distant territories, and other delightful infinitudes. Also asleep are their anxious parents, doomed to become even more so after reading Wendell Green's contribution to the front page of the day's Herald. Something catches our eye. That narrow dirt road curving into the woods from Highway 35 straightaway. More a lane than an actual road, its air of privacy seems at odds with its apparent uselessness. The lane loops off into the woods, and 3/4 of a mile later comes to an end. What is its point? What is it for? From our height above the earth, the track resembles a faint line sketched by a number 4 pencil. You practically need an eagle's eye to see it at all. But someone went to considerable effort to draw this line through the woods. Trees had to be cut and cleared, stumps to be pried from the ground. If one man did it, the work would have taken months of sweaty, muscle-straining labor. The result of all that inhuman effort has the remarkable property of concealing itself, of evading the eye so that it fades away if attention wanders, and must be located again. We might think of dwarfs and secret dwarf mines, the path to a dragon's hidden cache of gold, a treasure so safeguarded that access to it has been camouflaged by a magic spell. No, dwarf mines, dragon treasures, and magic spells are too childish. But when we drop down for a closer examination, we see that a weathered no trespassing sign stands at the beginning of the lane, proof that something is being guarded, even if it is merely privacy. Having noticed the sign, we look again at the end of the lane. In the darkness under the trees down there, one area seems murkier than the rest. Even as it shrinks back into the gloom, this area possesses an unnatural stolidity that distinguishes it from the surrounding trees. Aha, oh-ho, we say to ourselves in an echo of Bernie's gibberish, what have we here, a wall of some kind? It seems that featureless. When we reach the midpoint, in the curve of the lane, a triangular section of darkness all but obscured by the treetops abruptly defines itself as a peaked roof. Not until we are nearly upon it does the entire structure move into definition as a 3-story wooden house, oddly shambling in structure with a low, sagging front porch. This house has clearly stood empty for a long time, and after taking in its eccentricity, the first thing we notice is its inhospitability to new tenants. A second no trespassing sign, leaning sideways at an improbable angle against a newel post, merely underlines the impression given by the building itself. The peaked roof covers only the central section. To the left, a 2-story extension retreats back into the woods. On the right, the building sprouts low additions like outsized sheds, more like growths than afterthoughts. In both senses of the word, the building looks unbalanced. An off-kilter mind conceived it, then relentlessly brought it into off-center being. The intractable result deflects inquiry and resists interpretation. An odd, monolithic invulnerability emanates from the bricks and boards, despite the damage done by time and weather. Obviously built in search of seclusion, if not isolation, the house seems still to demand them. Oddest of all, from our vantage point, the house appears to have been painted a uniform black. Not only the boards, but every inch of the exterior, the porch, the trim, the rain gutters, even the windows. Black, from top to bottom. And that cannot be possible. In this guileless, good-hearted corner of the world, not even the most crazily misanthropic builder would turn his house into its own shadow. We float down to just above ground level and move nearer along the narrow lane. When we come close enough for reliable judgment, which is uncomfortably close, we find that misanthropy can go further than we had supposed. The house is not black now, but it used to be. What it has faded into makes us feel that we might have been too critical about the original color. The house has become the leaden gray-black of thunderheads and dismal seas and the hulls of wrecked ships. Black would be preferable to this utter lifelessness. We may be certain that very few of the adults who live in the nearby development, or any adults in French Landing or the surrounding towns, have defied the admonition on 35 and ventured up the narrow lane. Almost none so much as notice the sign anymore. None of them know of the existence of the Black House. We can be just as certain, however, that a number of their children have explored the lane, and that some of those children wandered far enough to come upon the house. They would have seen it in a way their parents could not, and what they saw would have sent them racing back toward the highway. The Black House seems as out of place in western Wisconsin as a skyscraper or a moated palace. In fact, the Black House would be an anomaly anywhere in our world, except perhaps as a haunted mansion, a castle of terrors in an amusement park, where its capacity to repel ticket buyers would put it out of business within a week. Yet, in one specific way, it might remind us of the dim buildings along the ascent of Chase Street into respectability from the riverbank and Nailhouse Row. The shabby Nelson Hotel, the obscure tavern, the shoe store, and the others, marked with the horizontal stripe drawn by the river's grease pencil, share the same eerie, dreamlike, half-unreal flavor that saturates the Black House. At this moment in our progress, and through everything that follows, we would do well to remember that this strange flavor of the dreamlike and slightly unnatural is characteristic of Borderlands. It can be detected in every scene between one specific territory and another, however significant or insignificant the border in question. Borderlands places are different from other places. They are borderish. Say you happen to be driving for the first time through a semi-rural section of Oostler County in your home state, on your way to visit a recently divorced friend of the opposite sex, who has abruptly and you think unwisely decamped to a small town in adjacent Orlost County. On the passenger seat beside you, atop a picnic basket containing 2 bottles of a superior white Bordeaux held tightly in place by various gourmet goodies in exquisite little containers, lies a map, carefully folded to expose the relevant area. You may not know your exact location, but you are on the right road and making good time. Gradually, the landscape alters. The road veers around a non-existent berm, then begins winding through inexplicable curves. On either side, the trees slouch. Beneath their twisted boughs, the intermittent houses grow smaller and seedier. Ahead, a 3-legged dog squirms through a hedge and barrels, snarling, toward your right front tire. A crone, wearing a teensy straw hat and what appears to be a shroud, glances up red-eyed from a listing porch swing. 2 front yards along, a little girl, costumed in dirty pink gauze and a foil crown, flaps a glittery, star-headed wand over a heap of burning tires. Then a rectangular placard bearing the legend, "Welcome to Orlost County," glides into view. Soon the trees improve their posture, and the road straightens out. Released from anxieties barely noticed until they were gone, you nudge the accelerator and hasten toward your needy friend. Borderlands taste of unruliness and distortion. The grotesque, the unpredictable, and the lawless take root in them and luxuriate. The central Borderlands flavor is of slippage. And while we are in a setting of wondrous natural beauty, we have also been traveling over a natural borderland, delineated by a great river and defined by other lesser rivers, wide glacial moraines, limestone cliffs, and valleys that remain invisible like the Black House, until you turn the right corner and meet them face to face. Have you ever seen a furious old wreck in worn-out clothes who pushes an empty shopping cart down deserted streets and rants about a fucking thief? Sometimes he wears a baseball cap, sometimes a pair of sunglasses with one cracked lens. Have you ever moved frightened into a doorway and watched a soldierly man with a zigzag lightning bolt scar on one side of his face storm into a drunken mob and discover lying spread-eagled in death on the ground a boy, his head smashed and his pockets turned out? Have you seen the anger and the pity blaze in that man's mutilated face? These are signs of slippage. Another lies concealed below us, on the outskirts of French Landing. And despite the terror and heartbreak that surround this sign, we have no choice but to stand in witness before it. By our witness we shall do it honor, to the measure of our individual capabilities. By being witnessed, by offering its testimony to our mute gaze, it will repay us in measure far greater. We are back in mid-air, and spread out, we could say spread-eagled out, beneath us, French County sprawls like a topographical map. The morning sunlight, stronger now, glows on green rectangular fields and dazzles off the lightning rods rising from the tops of barns. The roads look clean. Molten pools of light shine from the tops of the few cars drifting toward town along the edges of the fields. Holsteins nudge past your gates, ready for the confinement of their stanchions and the morning's date with the milking machine. At a safe distance from the Black House, which has already given us an excellent example of slippage, we are gliding eastward, crossing the long, straight ribbon of 11th Street and beginning a journey into a transitional area of scattered houses and small businesses before Highway 35 cuts through actual farmland. The 7-Eleven slips by, and the VFW Hall, where the flagpole will not display Old Glory for another 45 minutes. In one of the houses set back from the road, a woman named Wanda Kinderling, the wife of Thornburg Kinderling, a wicked and foolish man serving a life sentence in the state prison at Waupun, awakens, eyes the level of the vodka in the bottle on her bedside table, and decides to postpone breakfast for another hour. 50 yards along, gleaming tractors in military rows face the giant steel and glass bubble of Ted Goltz's farm implement dealership, French County Farm Equipment, where a decent, troubled husband and father named Fred Marshall, whom we shall be meeting before long, will soon report for work. Beyond the showy glass bubble and the asphalt sea of Goltz's parking lot, a half-mile of stony, long-neglected field eventually degenerates into bare earth and spindly weeds. At the end of a long, overgrown turn-in, what seems to be a pile of rotting lumber stands between an old shed and an antique gas pump. This is our destination. We glide toward the earth. The heap of lumber resolves into a leaning, dilapidated structure on the verge of collapse. An old tin Coca-Cola sign, pocked with bullet holes, tilts against the front of the building. Beer cans and the milkweed of old cigarette filters litter the scrubby ground. From within comes the steady, somnolent buzz of a great many flies. We wish to retreat into the cleansing air and depart. The Black House was pretty bad. In fact, it was terrible. But this is going to be worse. One secondary definition of slippage is the feeling that things in general have just gotten, or very shortly will get, worse. The ruined boxcar-shaped shack before us used to house a comically ill-run and unsanitary establishment called Ed's Eats and Dogs. From behind an eternally messy counter, a chortling 350-pound mass of blubber named Ed Gilbertson once served up greasy, overdone hamburgers, bologna and mayonnaise sandwiches ornamented with black thumbprints, and oozing ice cream cones to a small, undiscriminating clientele, mostly local children who arrived on bicycles. Now long deceased, Ed was one of the numerous uncles of French Landing's chief of police Dale Gilbertson, and a good-hearted slob and dimwit of great local renown. His cook's apron was of an indescribable filthiness. The state of his hands and fingernails would have brought any visiting health inspector to the verge of nausea. His utensils might as well have been cleaned by cats. Immediately behind the counter, tubs of melting ice cream cooked in the heat from the crusted griddle. Overhead, limp fly-paper ribbons hung invisible within the fur of 1,000 fly corpses. The unlovely truth is that for decades, Ed's Eats permitted generation upon generation of microbes and germs to multiply unchecked, swarming from floor, counter, and griddle, not hesitating to colonize Ed himself, to spatula, fork, and the unwashed ice cream scoop, thence into the horrible food, finally into the mouths and guts of the kids who ate that stuff, plus those of the occasional mother. Remarkably, no one ever died from eating at Ed's, and after a long-overdue heart attack felled its proprietor one day when he mounted a stool for the purpose of finally tacking up a dozen new strips of flypaper, nobody had the heart to raise his little shack and clear away the rubble. For 25 years, under the shelter of darkness, its rotting shell has welcomed romantic teenage couples, as well as gatherings of boys and girls in need of a secluded place to investigate for the first time in recorded history, or so it seemed to them, the liberation of drunkenness. The rapt buzzing of the flies tells us that whatever we might be about to witness within this ruin will be neither a pair of spent young lovers nor a few silly passed-out kids. That soft, greedy uproar, inaudible from the road, declares the presence of ultimate things. We could say that it represents a kind of portal. We enter. Mild sunlight filtering in through gaps in the eastern wall and the battered roof paints luminous streaks across the gritty floor. Feathers, dust, eddy and stir over animal tracks and the dim impressions left by many long-gone shoes. Threadbare army surplus blankets speckled with mold lie crumpled against the wall to our left. A few feet away, discarded beer cans and flattened cigarette ends surround a kerosene-burning hurricane lamp with a cracked glass housing. The sunlight lays warm stripes over crisp footprints, advancing in a wide curve around the remains of Ed's appalling counter and into the vacancy formerly occupied by the stove, a sink, and a rank of storage shelves. There, in what once was Ed's sacred domain, the footprints vanish. Some ferocious activity has scattered the dust and grit, and something that is not an old army blanket, though we wish it were, lies disarrayed against the rear wall, half in, half out of a dark, irregular pool of tacky liquid. Delirious flies hover and settle upon the dark pool. In the far corner, a rust-colored mongrel with quill-like hair gets its teeth into the knuckle of meat and bone protruding from the white object held between its front paws. The white object is a running shoe, a sneaker, a New Balance sneaker to be exact. To be more exact, a child's New Balance sneaker, size 5. We want to invoke our capacity for flight and get the hell out of here. We want to float through the unresisting roof, to regain the harmless air, but we cannot. We must bear witness. An ugly dog is chewing on a child's severed foot, while making every effort to extract the foot from the white New Balance sneaker. The mongrel's scrawny back arches down and extends, the quilled shoulders and narrow head drop, the bony front legs rigidly clamp the prize, tug, 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 but the sneaker's laces are tied. Too bad for the mutt. As for the something that is not an old army surplus blanket, beyond a swirl of dusty tracks and furrows at the floor's far edge, its pale form lies flattened and face up on the floor, its top half extending out of the dark pool. One arm stretches limply out into the grit, the other props upright against the wall. The fingers of both hands curl palmward. Blunt, strawberry blonde hair flops back from the small face. If the eyes and mouth display any recognizable expression, it is that of mild surprise. This is an accident of structure. It means nothing, for the configuration of this child's face caused her to look faintly surprised even while she was asleep. Bruises, like ink stains and eraser smudges, lie upon her cheekbones, her temple, her neck. A white T-shirt, bearing the logo of the Milwaukee Brewers and smeared with dirt and dried blood, covers her torso from neck to navel. The lower half of her body, pale as smoke except where drizzled with blood, lengthens into the dark pool where the ecstatic flies hover and settle. Her bare, slender left leg incorporates a scabby knee and concludes with the uptick of a blood-stained New Balance sneaker, size 5, laces double-knotted, toe pointed to the ceiling. Where the partner to this leg should be is a vacancy, for her right hip ends abruptly at a ragged stump. We are in the presence of the fisherman's third victim, 10-year-old Irma Freneau. The shock waves aroused by her disappearance yesterday afternoon from the sidewalk outside the video store will increase in force and number after Dale Gilbertson comes upon her body a little over a day from now. The fisherman gathered her up on Chase Street and transported her, we cannot say how, up the length of Chase Street and Lyle Road, past the 7-Eleven and the VFW Hall, past the house where Wanda Kinderling seethes and drinks, past the shiny glass spaceship of Goltz's, and across the border between town and farmland. She was alive when the fisherman moved her through the doorway next to the pockmarked Coca-Cola sign. She must have struggled, she must have screamed. The fisherman brought her to the rear wall and silenced her with blows to the face. Very likely he strangled her. He lowered her body to the floor and arranged her limbs. Except for the white New Balance sneakers, he removed all the clothing from her waist down, underwear, jeans, shorts, whatever Irma had been wearing when he abducted her. After that, the fisherman amputated her right leg. Using some sort of long, heavy-bladed knife, and without the assistance of cleaver or saw, he parted flesh and bone until he had managed to detach the leg from the rest of the body. Then, perhaps with no more than 2 or 3 downward chops to the ankle, he severed the foot. He tossed it, still contained within the white sneaker, aside. Irma's foot was not important to the fisherman. All he wanted was her leg. Here, my friends, we have true slippage. Irma Freneau's small, inert body seems to flatten out, as if it intends to melt through the rotting floorboards. The drunken flies sing on. The dog keeps trying to yank the whole of its juicy prize out of the sneaker. Were we to bring simple-minded Ed Gilbertson back to life and stand him beside us, he would sink to his knees and weep. We, on the other hand, we are not here to weep. Not like Ed, anyhow, in horrified shame and disbelief. A tremendous mystery has inhabited this hovel, and its effects and traces hover everywhere about us. We have come to observe, register, and record the impressions, the after-images left in the comet trail of the mystery. It speaks from their details, therefore it lingers in its own wake, therefore it surrounds us. A deep, deep gravity flows outward from the scene, and this gravity humbles us. Humility is our best, most accurate first response. Without it, we would miss the point. The great mystery would escape us, and we would go on deaf and blind, ignorant as pigs. Let us not go on like pigs. We must honor this scene, the flies, the dog worrying the severed foot, the poor, pale body of Irma Freneau, the magnitude of what befell Irma Freneau, by acknowledging our littleness. In comparison, we are no more than vapors. A fat bee wanders in through the empty window frame in the sidewall 6 feet from Irma's body and makes a slow exploratory circuit around the rear of the shack. Suspended beneath its blurred wings, the bee looks nearly too heavy for flight, but it proceeds with easy, unhurried deliberation, moving well above the bloody floor in a wide curve. The flies, the mongrel, and Irma pay it no attention. For us, though, the bee which continues to drift contentedly about the rear of the horror chamber has ceased to be a welcome distraction and has been absorbed into the surrounding mystery. It is a detail within the scene, and it too commands our humility and speaks. The weighty, burrowing rumble of its wings seems to define the exact center of the undulating sound waves higher in pitch produced by the greedy flies. Like a singer at a microphone in front of a chorus, the bee controls the aural background. The sound gathers and comes to a serious point. When the bee ambles into a shaft of yellow light streaming through the eastern wall, its stripes glow black and gold, the wings coalesce into a fan, and the insect becomes an intricate airborne wonder. The slaughtered girl flattens into the bloody floorboards. Our humility, our sense of littleness, our appreciation of the gravity deeply embedded in this scene grant us the sense of forces and powers beyond our understanding, of a kind of grandeur always present and at work, but perceptible only during moments like this. We have been honored, but the honor is unbearable. The speaking bee circles back to the window and passes into another world, and following his lead, we move on, out the window, into the sun, and into the upper air. Smells of shit and urine at Maxton Elder Care. The fragile, slick feel of slippage at the off-kilter house north of Highway 35. The sound of the flies and the sight of the blood at the former Ed's Eats. Ah, yuck. Is there no place here in French Landing, we may ask, where there is something nice under the skin? Where what we see is what we get, so to speak? The short answer, no. French Landing should be marked with big road signs at every point of ingress. Warning, slippage in progress. Pass at your own risk. The magic at work here is fisher magic. It has rendered nice, at least temporarily, obsolete. But we can go someplace nicer, and if we can, we probably should, because we need a break. We may not be able to escape slippage, but we can at least visit where no one shits the bed or bleeds on the floor. At least not yet. So the bee goes its way and we go ours. Ours takes us southwest, over more woods exhaling their fragrance of life and oxygen. There is no air like this air, at least not in this world. And then back to the works of man again. This section of town is called Libertyville, so named by the French Landing Town Council in 1976. You won't believe this, but big-bellied Ed Gilbertson, the hot dog king himself, was a member of that bicentennial band of town fathers. Those were strange days, pretty mama, strange days indeed. Not as strange as these, however. In French Landing, these are the Fisher days, the slippery slippage days. The streets of Libertyville have names that adults find colorful and children find painful. Some of the latter have been known to call this area of town Faggotyville. Let us descend now down through the sweet morning air. It's warming up already. This will be a strawberry fest kind of day for sure. We cruise silently over Camelot Street, past the intersection of Camelot and Avalon, and travel on down Avalon to Maid Marian Way. From Maid Marian we progress to, is it any surprise, Robin Hood Lane. Here, at number 16, a sweet little Cape Cod honey of a home that looks just right for the decent, hard-working family on its way up, we find a kitchen window open. There is the smell of coffee and toast, a wonderful combined odor that denies slippage, if only we did not know better, if only we had not seen the dog at work, eating a foot out of a sneaker as a child might eat the hot dog right out of its bun. And we follow the aroma in. It's nice to be invisible, isn't it? To watch in our godlike silence. If only what our godlike eyes saw was just a little less goddamn upsetting. But that is by the way. We're in it now, for better or for worse, and we had better get on about our business. Daylight's a-wasting, as they say in this part of the world. Here in the kitchen of number 16 is Fred Marshall, whose picture currently graces the Salesman of the Month easel in the showroom of French County Farm Equipment. Fred has also been named Employee of the Year 3 years out of the last 4. 2 years ago, Ted Goltz gave the award to Otto Eisman just to break the monotony. And when he is on the job, no one radiates more charm, personality, or all-around niceness. You wanted nice? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting Fred Marshall. Only now his confident smile is not in evidence, and his hair, always carefully combed on the job, hasn't yet seen the brush. He's wearing Nike shorts and a tee with cut-off sleeves instead of his usual pressed khakis and sports shirt. On the counter is the Marshall copy of the La Riviere Herald, open to an inside page. Fred has his share of problems just lately, or rather his wife Judy has problems, and what's hers is his, so said the minister when he joined them in holy wedlock. And what he's reading isn't making him feel any better. Far from it. It's a sidebar to the lead story on the front page, and of course the author is everyone's favorite muckraker, Wendell Fisherman Still-at-Large Green. The sidebar is your basic recap of the first 2 murders. Gruesome and gruesomer is how Fred thinks of them. And as he reads, Fred bends first his left leg up behind him and then his right, stretching those all-important thigh muscles and preparing for his morning run. What could be more anti-slippage than a morning run? What could be nicer? What could possibly spoil such a lovely start to such a beautiful Wisconsin day? Well, how about this? Johnny Erkenham's dreams were simple enough according to his grief-stricken father. Grief-stricken father, Fred thinks, stretching and imagining his son asleep upstairs. Dear God, save me from ever being a grief-stricken father. Not knowing, of course, how soon he must assume this role. Johnny wanted to be an astronaut, George Erkenham said, a smile briefly lighting his exhausted face. When he wasn't putting out fires for the French Landing FD or fighting crime with the Justice League of America, that is. These innocent dreams ended in a nightmare we cannot imagine, but I'm sure you'll try, Fred thinks, now beginning his toe raises. Last Monday, his dismembered body was discovered by Spencer Hovdahl of Centralia. Hovdahl, a First Farmer State Bank loan officer, was inspecting an abandoned French Landing farm owned by John Ellison, who lives in a neighboring county, with an eye to initiating repossession proceedings. I didn't want to be there in the first place, Hovdahl told this reporter. If there's anything I hate, it's the repo stuff. Knowing Spence Hovdahl as he does, Fred very much doubts if stuff was the word he used. I wanted to be there even less after I went into the hen house. It's all rickety and falling down, and I would have stayed out except for the sound of the bees. I thought there might be a hive in there. Bees are an interest of mine, and I was curious. God help me, I was curious. I hope I'll never be curious again. What he found in the hen house was the body of 7-year-old John Wesley Erkenham. The corpse had been dismembered, the pieces hung from the henhouse's decaying rafters by chains. Although Police Chief Dale Gilbertson would neither confirm nor deny it, reliable police sources in La Riviere say that the thighs, torso, and buttocks had been bitten. Okay, that's enough for Fred. Everybody out of the pool. He sweeps the newspaper closed and shoves it all the way down the counter to the Mr. Coffee. By God, they never put stuff like that in the paper when he was a kid. And why the fishermen, for heaven's sake? Why do they have to tag every monster with a catchy nickname? Turn a guy like whoever did this into the celebrity sicko of the month. Of course, nothing like this had ever happened when he was Tyler's age, but the principle, the goddamn principle of the matter. Fred finishes his toe raises, reminding himself to have a talk with Tyler. It'll be harder than their little talk about why his thing sometimes gets hard, but it absolutely must be done. Buddy system, Fred will say. You've got to stick with your buddies now, Ty. No more rambling around on your own for a while, okay? Yet the idea of Ty actually being murdered seems remote to Fred. It is the stuff of TV docudramas, or maybe a Wes Craven movie. Call it Scream 4 The Fisherman. In fact, wasn't there a movie sort of like that? A guy in a fisherman's slicker wandering around and killing teenagers with a hook? Maybe. But not little kids, not babies like Amy St. Pierre and Johnny Erkenham. Jesus, the world was disintegrating right in front of him. Body parts hanging from chains in a crumbling henhouse, that is the part which haunts him. Can that really be? Can it be here, right here and now, in Tom Sawyer, Becky Thatcher country? Well, let it go. It's time to run. But maybe the paper kind of got lost this morning, Fred thinks, picking it up from the counter and folding it until it looks like a thick paperback book. But part of the headline accuses him, even so, fishermen still at Maybe the paper just kind of, I don't know, migrated straight to the old garbage can beside the house. Yes, good idea. Because Judy has been strange lately, and Wendell Green's pulsating stories about the fishermen are not helping. Thighs and torso bitten, Fred thinks, as he glides through the early morning quiet house toward the door. And while you're at it, waiter, have him cut me a nice rare chunk of butt. She reads the press accounts obsessively, making no comment, but Fred doesn't like the way her eyes jump around, or some of the other tics she's picked up, the obsessive touching of her tongue to her upper lip, for instance. And sometimes, this in the last 2 or 3 days, he has seen her tongue reach all the way up and petted her philtrum just below her nose, a feat he would have thought impossible if he had not seen it again last night during the local news. She goes to bed earlier and earlier, and sometimes she talks in her sleep, strange, slurry words that don't sound like English. Sometimes when Fred speaks to her, she doesn't respond, simply stares off into space, eyes wide, lips moving slightly, hands kneading together. Cuts and scratches have begun to show up on the backs of them, even though she keeps her nails cropped sensibly short. Ty has noticed his mother's encroaching oddities, too. On Saturday, while father and son were having lunch together, Judy was upstairs taking one of her long naps, another new wrinkle. The boy suddenly asked, right out of a blue, clear sky, "What's wrong with Mom?" Ty, "Nothing's wrong with—" "There is. Tommy Erbter says she's a Coke short of a Happy Meal these days." And had he almost reached across the tomato soup and toasted cheese sandwiches and clouded his son, his only child? Good old Ty, who was nothing but concerned? God help him, he had. Outside the door, at the head of the concrete path leading down to the street, Fred begins to jog slowly in place, taking deep breath after deep breath, depositing the oxygen he will soon withdraw. It is usually the best part of his day, assuming he and Judy don't make love, that is, and lately there has been precious little of that. He likes the feeling, the knowledge, that his path might be the beginning of the road to anywhere, that he could start out here in the Libertyville section of French Landing and wind up in New York, San Francisco, Bombay, the mountain passes of Nepal. Every step outside one's own door invites the world, perhaps even the universe, and this is something Fred Marshall intuitively understands. He sells John Deere tractors and case cultivators, yes, all right already, but he is not devoid of imagination. When he and Judy were students at UW-Madison, their first dates were at the coffee house just off campus, an espresso jazz and poetry haven called the Chocolate Watch Band. It would not be entirely unfair to say that they had fallen in love to the sound of angry drunks declaiming the works of Allen Ginsberg and Gary Snyder into the Chocolate Watch Band's cheap but exquisitely loud sound system. Fred draws one more deep breath and begins to run. Down Robin Hood Lane to Maid Marian Way, where he gives Deke Purvis a wave. Deke, in his robe and slippers, is just picking Wendell Green's daily dose of doom up off his own stoop. Then he wheels into Avalon Street, picking it up a little now, showing his heels to the morning. He cannot outrun his worries, however. Judy, 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 he thinks, in the voice of Cary Grant, a little joke that has long since worn thin with the love of his life. There is the gibberish when she sleeps. There's the way her eyes dart hither and yon. And let's not forget the time just 3 days ago when he followed her into the kitchen and she wasn't there. She had turned out to be behind him, coming down the stairs. And how she had done that seems less important to him than why she had done it. Gone sneaking up the back stairs and then come tromping down the front ones, because that is what she must have done. It's the only solution he can think of. There's the constant tapping and petting she does with her tongue. Fred knows what it all adds up to. Judy has been acting like a woman in terror. This has been going on since before the murder of Amy St. Pierre, so it can't be the fisherman, or not entirely the fisherman. And there is a larger issue. Before the last couple of weeks, Fred would have told you that his wife doesn't have a fearful bone in her body. She might be just 5'2". Why, you're no bigger than a minute, was his grandmother's comment when she first met Fred's intended. But Judy has the heart of a lion, of a Viking warrior. This isn't bullshit or hype or poetic license. It is the simple truth as Fred sees it, and it is the contrast between what he has always known and what he sees now that scares him the most. From Avalon he races onto Camelot, crossing the intersection without looking for traffic, going much faster than usual, almost sprinting instead of jogging. He is remembering something that happened about a month after they started going out. It was the chocolate watch band they had gone to, as usual, only this time during the afternoon, to listen to a jazz quartet that had actually been pretty good. Not that they had listened very much, as Fred now recalls it. Mostly he had talked to Judy about how little he liked being in the College of Agricultural and Life Sciences, MooU, the letters and science snooties called it, and how little he liked the unspoken family assumption that when he graduated he would come on back home and help Phil run the family farm in French Landing. The idea of spending his life in harness with Phil gave Fred a severe case of the glooms. "What do you want, then?" Judy had asked. Holding his hand on the table, a candle burning inside a jelly glass, the combo on stage working a sweet little number called "I'll Be There for You." "I don't know," he'd said, "but I tell you what, Jude, I should be in business admin, not MooU. I'm a hell of a lot better at selling than at planting." "Then why don't you switch?" "Because my family thinks your family isn't going to have to live your life, Fred. You are." Talk is cheap, he remembers thinking, but then something had happened on the way back to campus. Something so amazing and out of his understanding of how life was supposed to work that it fills him with wonder even now, some 13 years later. Still talking about his future and their future together. "I could be a farm wife," Judy had said, "but only if my husband really wants to be a farmer." Deep into that, letting their feet carry them along without much interest in exactly where they were. And then, at the intersection of State Street and Gorham, a scream of brakes and a hearty metallic bang had interrupted the conversation. Fred and Judy had looked around and seen a Dodge pickup that had just tangled bumpers with an elderly Ford station wagon. Getting out of the wagon, which had pretty clearly run the stop sign at the end of Gorham Street, was a middle-aged man in a middle-aged brown suit. He looked scared as well as shaken up, and Fred thought there was good reason for that. The man advancing toward him from the pickup truck was young, heavy-set. Fred particularly remembered the belly bulging over the waist of his jeans, and carrying a tire iron. "You goddamn careless asshole," young and heavy-set cried. "Look what you done to my truck. This is my dad's truck, you goddamn asshole." Middle-aged suit backing up, eyes wide, hands raised, Fred watching fascinated from in front of Rickman's Hardware, thinking, "Oh no, mister, bad idea. You don't back away from a guy like this. You go toward him, even as mad as he is. You're provoking him. Can't you see that you're provoking him?" So fascinated he didn't realize that Judy's hand was no longer in his, listening with a kind of sick foreknowledge as Mr. Middle-aged Suit, still backing up, blathered about how he was sorry, entirely his fault, wasn't looking, wasn't thinking, insurance papers, State Farm, draw a diagram, get a policeman to take statements. And all the time, young and heavyset was advancing, thwacking the end of the tire iron into the palm of his hand, not listening. This wasn't about insurance or compensation. This was about how Mr. Middle-aged Suit had scared the shit out of him while he was just driving along and minding his own business and listening to Johnny Paycheck sing "Take This Job and Shove It." Young and heavyset intended to take a little payback paycheck of his own for getting the shit scared out of him and all jounced around behind the wheel. Had to take a little, because the other man's smell was inciting him, that piss-yellow smell of fear and innate defenselessness. It was a case of rabbit and farmyard dog, and all at once the rabbit was clean out of backing room. Mr. Middle-Aged Suit was pressed against the side of his station wagon, and in a moment the tire iron was going to start swinging and the blood was going to start flying. Except there was no blood and not a single swing, because all at once Judy DeLois was there, no bigger than a minute, but standing between them, looking fearlessly up into young and Heavyset's burning face. Fred blinked, wondering how in the name of God she'd gotten there so damn fast. Much later he would feel the same way when he followed her into the kitchen, only to hear the steady thump of her feet descending the front stairs. And then Judy slapped young and Heavyset's arm. Whack! Right on the meaty bicep she slapped him, leaving a white palm print on the sunburned, freckled flesh below the sleeve of the guy's torn blue t-shirt. Fred saw it, but couldn't believe it. "Quit it!" Judy shouted up into young and Heavyset's surprised, beginning to be bewildered face. "Put it down! Quit it! Don't be dumb! You want to go to jail over $700 worth of body work? Put it down! Get it together, big boy! Put that thing down!" There had been 1 second when Fred was quite sure young and Heavyset was going to bring the tire iron down anyway, and right on his pretty little girlfriend's head. But Judy never flinched. Her eyes never left the eyes of the young man with the tire iron, who towered at least a foot over her and must have outweighed her by a couple of 100 pounds. There was certainly no pissy yellow fear smell coming off her that day. Her tongue did no nervous patting at her upper lip or her philtrum. Her blazing eyes were steadfast. And, after another moment, young and Heavyset put the tire iron down. Fred wasn't aware that a crowd had gathered until he heard the spontaneous applause from perhaps 30 onlookers. He joined in, never more proud of her than he was at that moment. And for the first time, Judy looked startled. She hung in there, though, startled or not. She got the two of them together, tugging Mr. Middle-Aged Suit forward by one arm, and actually hectored them into shaking hands. By the time the cops arrived, young and Heavyset and Mr. Middle-Aged Suit were sitting side by side on the curb, studying each other's insurance papers. Case closed. Fred and Judy walked on toward the campus, holding hands again. For 2 blocks, Fred didn't speak. Was he in awe of her? He supposes now that he was. At last he said, "That was amazing." She gave him an uncomfortable little look, an uncomfortable little smile. "No, it wasn't," she said. "If you want to call it something, call it good citizenship. I could see that guy getting ready to send himself to jail. I didn't want that to happen, or the other guy to be hurt." Yet she said that last almost as an afterthought. And Fred for the first time sensed not only her courage, but her unflinching Viking's heart. She was on the side of young and Heavyset because the other fellow had been afraid. "Weren't you worried, though?" he asked her. He had still been so stunned by what he'd seen that it hadn't crossed his mind, yet, to think he should be a little ashamed. After all, it was his girlfriend who'd stepped in instead of him, and that wasn't the gospel according to Hollywood. "Weren't you afraid that in the heat of the moment, the guy with the tire iron would take a swing at you?" Judy's eyes had grown puzzled. "It never crossed my mind," she said. Camelot eventually debouches into Chase Street, where there is a pleasant little gleam of the Mississippi on clear days like this one. But Fred doesn't go that far. He turns at the top of Liberty Heights and starts back the way he came, his shirt now soaked with sweat. Usually the run makes him feel better, but not today, at least not yet. The fearless Judy of that afternoon on the corner of State and Gorham is so unlike the shifty-eyed, sometimes disconnected Judy who now lives in his house, the nap-taking, hand-wringing Judy, that Fred has actually spoken to Pat Scarda about it. Yesterday this was, when the doc was in Goltz's looking at riding lawnmowers. Fred had shown him a couple, a Deere and a Honda, inquired after his family, and then asked, casually, he hoped, "Hey, Doc, tell me something. Do you think it's possible for a person to just go crazy, without any warning, like?" Scarda had given him a sharper look than Fred had really liked. "Are we talking about an adult or an adolescent, Fred?" Well, we're not talking about anyone, actually. Big, hearty laugh, unconvincing to Fred's own ears, and judging from Pat Scarter's look, not very convincing to him either. Not anyone real, anyway. But as a hypothetical case, let's say an adult. Scarter had thought about it, then shook his head. There are few absolutes in medicine, even fewer in psychiatric medicine. That said, I have to tell you that I think it's very unlikely for a person to just go crazy. It may be a fairly rapid process, but it is a process. We hear people say so-and-so snapped, but that's rarely the case. Mental dysfunction, neurotic or psychotic behavior, takes time to develop, and there are usually signs. How's your mom these days, Fred? Mom? Oh, hey, she's fine, right in the pink. And Judy? It had taken him a moment to get a smile started, but once he did, he managed a big one, big and guileless. Judy? She's in the pink too, Doc. Of course she is, steady as she goes. Sure, steady as she goes. Just showing a few signs, that was all. Maybe they'll pass, he thinks. Those good old endorphins are finally kicking in, and all at once this seems plausible. Optimism is a more normal state for Fred, who does not believe in slippage, and a little smile breaks on his face, the day's first. Maybe the signs will pass. Maybe whatever's wrong with her will blow out as fast as it blew in. Maybe it's even, a menstrual thing, like PMS. God, if that was all it was, what a relief. In the meantime, there's Ty to think about. He has to have a talk with Tyler about the buddy system because, while Fred doesn't believe what Wendell Green is apparently trying to insinuate, that the ghost of a fabulous turn-of-the-century cannibal and all-around booger man named Albert Fish has for some reason turned up here in Cooley country, someone is certainly out there, and this someone has murdered 2 little children and done unspeakable, at least unless you're Wendell Green, it seems, things to the bodies. Thighs, torso, and buttocks bitten, Fred thinks, and runs faster, although now he's getting a stitch in his side. Yet, this bears repeating. He does not believe that these horrors can actually touch his son, nor does he see how they can have caused Judy's condition, since her oddities started while Amy St. Pierre was still alive, Johnny Erkenham too, both of them presumably playing happily in their respective backyards. Maybe this, maybe that, but enough of Fred and his worries, all right? Let us rise from the environs of his troubled head and precede him back to number 16 Robin Hood Lane. Let's go directly to the source of his troubles. The upstairs window of the connubial bedroom is open, and the screen is certainly no problem. We strain ourselves right through, entering with the breeze and the first sounds of the awakening day. The sounds of French Landing awakening do not awaken Judy Marshall. Nope. She has been starry-eyed since 3, conning the shadows for she doesn't know what, fleeing dreams too horrible to remember. Yet she does remember some things, little as she wants to. Saw the eye again, she remarks to the empty room. Her tongue comes out, and with no Fred around to watch her, she knows he's watching. She is beset, but not stupid. It does not just pet at her philtrum, but slathers it in a great big wipe, like a dog licking its chops after a bowl of scraps. It's a red eye. His eye. Eye of the king. She looks up at the shadows of the trees outside. They dance on the ceiling, making shapes and faces, shapes and faces. Eye of the king, she repeats. And now it starts with the hands, kneading and twisting and squeezing and digging. Abala. Foxes down foxholes, Abaladoon, the Crimson King, rats in their rat holes, Abala Munchun, the king is in his tower, eating bread and honey, the breakers in the basement making all the money. She shakes her head from side to side. Oh, these voices, out of the darkness they come, and sometimes she awakens with a vision burning behind her eyes, a vision of a vast slaty tower standing in a field of roses, a field of blood. Then the talking begins, the speaking in tongues, testification, words she can't understand, let alone control, a mixed stream of English and gibberish. "Trudge, trudge, trudge," she says. "The little ones are trudging on their bleeding footsies. Oh, for Christ's sake, won't this ever stop?" Her tongue yawns out and licks across the tip of her nose. For a moment her nostrils are plugged with her own spit, and her head roars, "Habala, habala, doon, canta, habala," with those terrible foreign words, those terrible impacted images of the tower and the burning caves beneath, caves through which little ones trudge on bleeding feet. Her mind strains with them, and there is only one thing that will make them stop, only one way to get relief. Judy Marshall sits up. On the table beside her there is a lamp, a copy of the latest John Grisham novel, a little pad of paper, a birthday present from Ty, each sheet headed "Here's another great idea I had," and a ballpoint pen with La Riviere Sheraton printed on the side. Judy seizes the pen and scribbles on the pad, "No Abala, no Abaladoon, no tower, no breakers, no Crimson King, only dreams, these are just my dreams." It is enough. But pens are also roads to anywhere. And before she can divorce the tip of this one from the birthday pad, it writes one more line. "The black house is the doorway to Abala, the entrance to hell. Sheol, Munshun, all these worlds and spirits. No more. Good merciful God, no more. And the worst thing, what if it all begins to make sense?" She throws the pen back on the table, where it rolls to the base of the lamp and lies still. Then she tears the page from the pad, crumples it, and sticks it in her mouth. She chews furiously, not tearing it, but at least mashing it sodden, then swallows. There is an awful moment when it sticks in her throat, but then it goes down. Words and worlds recede, and Judy falls back against the pillows exhausted. Her face is pale and sweaty, her eyes huge with unshed tears, but the moving shadows on the ceiling no longer look like faces to her, the faces of trudging children, of rats in their rat holes, foxes in foxholes, Eye of the King, Abala, Abaladoon. Now they are just the shadows of the trees again. She is Judy DeLois Marshall, wife of Fred, mother of Ty. This is Libertyville, this is French Landing, this is French County, this is Wisconsin, this is America, this is the Northern Hemisphere, this is the world, and there is no other world than this. Let it be so. Ah, let it be so. Her eyes close, and as she finally slips back to sleep, we slip across the room to the door. But just before we get there, Judy Marshall says one other thing, says it as she crosses over the border and into sleep. "Burnside is not your name. Where is your hole?" The bedroom door is closed, and so we use the keyhole, passing through it like a sigh. Down the hall we go, past pictures of Judy's family and Fred's, including one photo of the Marshall family farm, where Fred and Judy spent a horrible but blessedly short period not long after their marriage. Want some good advice? Don't talk to Judy Marshall about Fred's brother Phil. Just don't get her started, as George Rathbun would undoubtedly say. No keyhole in the door at the end of the hall, and so we slide underneath like a telegram, and into a room we immediately know is a boy's room. We can tell from the mingled smells of dirty athletic socks and neat's foot oil. It's small, this room, but it seems bigger than Fred's and Judy's down the hall, very likely because the odor of anxiety is missing. On the walls are pictures of Shaquille O'Neal, Jeremy Burnett's last year's Milwaukee Bucks team, and Tyler Marshall's idol, Mark McGuire. McGuire plays for the Cards, and the Cards are the enemy, but hell, it's not as if the Milwaukee Brewers are actually competition for anything. The Brew Crew are doormats in the American League, and they are likewise doormats in the National. And McGuire, well, he's a hero, isn't he? He's strong, he's modest, and he can hit the baseball a country mile. Even Tyler's dad, who roots strictly for Wisconsin teams, thinks McGuire is something special. The greatest hitter in the history of the game, he called him after the 70-home-run season, and Tyler, although little more than an infant in that fabled year, has never forgotten this. Also, on the wall of this little boy, who will soon be the fisherman's fourth victim, yes, there has already been a third, as we have seen, holding pride of place directly over his bed, is a travel poster showing a great dark castle at the end of a long and misty meadow. At the bottom of the poster, which he has scotch taped to the wall, his mom absolutely forbids pushpins, it says, "Come back to the old sod," in big green letters. Ty is considering taking the poster down long enough to cut this part off. He doesn't like the poster because he has any interest in Ireland. To him, the picture whispers of somewhere else, somewhere entirely else. It is like a photograph of some splendid mythical kingdom where there might be unicorns in the forests and dragons in the caves. Never mind Ireland, never mind Harry Potter either. Hogwarts is fine enough for summer afternoons, but this is a castle in the kingdom of entirely else. It's the first thing Tyler Marshall sees in the morning, the last thing he sees at night, and that's just the way he likes it. He lies, curled on his side in his underwear shorts, a human comma with tousled dark blonde hair and a thumb that is close to his mouth, really just an inch or so away from being sucked. He is dreaming. We can see his eyeballs moving back and forth behind his closed lids. His lips move. He's whispering something. Abala? Is he whispering his mother's word? Surely not, but we lean closer to listen, but before we can hear anything, a circuit in Tyler's jazzy red clock radio goes hot, and all at once the voice of George Rathbun fills the room, calling Tyler hence from whatever dreams have been playing themselves out under that tousled thatch. "Fans, you gotta listen to me now. How many times have I told you this? If you don't know Henry Brothers Furniture of French Landing in Centralia, then you don't know furniture. That's right. I'm talking Henry Brothers, home of the colonial blowout. Living room sets, dining room sets, bedroom sets, famous names you know and trust like Lazy Boy, Bretton Woods, and Moosehead. Even a blind man can see that Henry Brothers means quality." Ty Marshall is laughing even before he's got both eyes fully open. He loves George Rathbun. George is absolutely fly. And now, without even changing gears from the commercial, "You guys are all ready for the Brewer Bash, ain't ya? Sent me those postcards with your name, address, and El Telefono on them? Hope so, because the contest closed at midnight. If you missed out, so solly chally." Ty closes his eyes again and mouths the same word over 3 times. Shit, shit, shit. He did forget to enter, and now we can only hope that his dad, who knows how forgetful his son can be, remembered and entered the contest for him. "Grand prize," George is saying, "only the chance for you or the favorite young person of your acquaintance to be the Brew Crew's Bat Boy or Bat Girl for the entire Cincinnati series. Only the chance to win an autographed Richie Sexton bat, the lumber that holds the lightning. Not to mention 50 free seats on the first base side with me, George Rathbun, Cooley Country's traveling college baseball knowledge. But why am I telling you this? If you missed out, you're too late. Case closed, game over, zip up your fly. Oh, I know why I brought it up. To make sure you tune in next Friday to see if I speak your name over the radio." Ty groans. There are only 2 chances that George will speak his name over the radio, slim and none. Not that he cared so much about being a bat boy dressed in a baggy brewer's uni and running around in front of all those people at Miller Park. But to own Richie Sexton's own bat, the lumber with the lightning, how boss would that have been? Tyler rolls out of bed, sniffs the armpits of yesterday's T-shirt, tosses it aside, gets another out of the drawer. His dad sometimes asks him why he sets his alarm so early. It's summer vacation, after all, and Tyler can't seem to make him understand that every day is important, especially those filled with warmth and sunlight and no particular responsibilities. It's as if there's some little voice deep inside him warning him not to waste a minute, not a single one, because time is short. What George Rathbun says next drives the remaining sleep fog from Tyler's brain. It's like a dash of cold water. "Say there, Cooley. Want to talk about the fisherman?" Tyler stops what he's doing, an odd little chill running up his back and then down his arms. The fisherman. Some crazy guy killing kids and eating them? Well, he's heard that rumor, mostly from the bigger kids down at the baseball field or at the French Landing Rec Center. But who would do something so gross? Cannibalism. Ech! George's voice drops. Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret, so listen close to your Uncle George. Tyler sits on his bed, holding his sneakers by the laces and listening closely to his Uncle George, as bidden. It seems odd to hear George Rathbun talking about a subject so unsporty, but Tyler trusts him. Didn't George Rathbun predict that the Badgers would go to at least the Elite Eight 2 years ago, when everyone else said they'd get blown out in the first round of the big dance? Yeah, he did. Case closed. Game over. Zip up your fly. George's voice drops further, to what is almost a confidential whisper. The original fisherman, boys and girls, Albert Fish, has been dead and gone for 67 years, and as far as I know, he never got much west of New Jersey. Furthermore, he was probably a damn Yankee fan. So cool it, coolie country. Just calm down. Tyler relaxes, smiling, and starts putting on his sneakers. Calm down, you got that right. The day is new, and yeah, okay, his mom's been a little on the tinky-winky side lately, but she'll pull out of it. Let us leave on this optimistic note. Make like an amoeba and split, as the redoubtable George Rathbun might say. And speaking of George, that ubiquitous voice of the coolie country morning, should we not seek him out? Not a bad idea. Let us do so immediately. Chapter 3. Out Tyler's window we go, away from Libertyville, flying southwest on a diagonal, not lingering now but really flapping those old wings, flying with a purpose. We're headed toward the heliograph flash of early morning sun on the Father of Waters, also toward the world's largest six-pack. Between it and County Road 00, we can call it Nailhouse Row if you want, we're practically honorary citizens of French Landing now, is a radio tower. The warning beacon on top, now invisible in the bright sunshine of this newborn July day. We smell grass and trees and warming earth, and as we draw closer to the tower, we also smell the yeasty, fecund aroma of beer. Next to the radio tower, in the industrial park on the east side of Peninsula Drive, is a little cinder block building with a parking lot just big enough for half a dozen cars and the coolie patrol van, an aging Ford Econoline painted candy apple pink. As the day winds down and afternoon wears into evening, the cylindrical shadows of the six-pack will fall first over the sign on the balding lawn facing the drive, then the building, then the parking lot. KDCU-AM, this sign reads, your talk voice in coolie country. Spray painted across it in a pink that almost matches the patrol van is a fervent declaration. Troy loves Mary Ann, yes. Later on, Howie Soul, the U-Crew engineer, will clean this off, probably during the Rush Limbaugh show, which is satellite-fed and totally automated, but for now it stays, telling us all we need to know about small-town love in Middle America. Looks like we found something nice after all. Coming out of the station's side door as we arrive is a slender man dressed in pleated khaki dockers, a tieless white shirt of Egyptian cotton buttoned all the way to the neck, and maroon braces. They are as slim as he is, those braces, and far too cool to be called suspenders. Suspenders are vulgar things worn by such creatures as Chipper Maxton and Sonny Hartfield down at the funeral home. This silver-haired fellow is also wearing a very sharp straw fedora, antique but beautifully kept. The maroon hatband matches his braces. Aviator-style sunglasses cover his eyes. He takes a position on the grass to the left of the door, beneath a battered speaker that is amping KDCU's current broadcast, the local news. This will be followed by the Chicago Farm Report, which gives him 10 minutes before he has to settle in behind the mic again. We watch in growing puzzlement as he produces a pack of American Spirit cigarettes from his shirt pocket and fires one up with a gold lighter. Surely this elegant fellow in the braces, dockers, and bass weegens cannot be George Rathbun. In our minds we have already built up a picture of George, and it is one of a fellow very different from this. In our mind's eye we see a guy with a huge belly hanging over the white belt of his checked pants, all those ballpark bratwursts, a brick-red complexion, all those ballpark beers, not to mention all that bellowing at the dastardly umps, and a squat, broad neck, perfect for housing those asbestos vocal cords. The George Rathbun of our imagination, and all of Coolie countries, it almost goes without saying, is a pop-eyed, broad-assed, wild-haired, leather-lunged, Rolaids-popping, Chevy-driving, Republican-voting heart attack waiting to happen, a churning urn of sports trivia, mad enthusiasms, crazy prejudices, and high cholesterol. This fellow is not that fellow. This fellow moves like a dancer. This fellow is iced tea on a hot day, cool as the king of spades. But say, that's the joke of it, isn't it? The joke of the fat DJ with the skinny voice only turned inside out. In a very real sense, George Rathbun does not exist at all. He is a hobby in action, a fiction in the flesh, and only one of the slim man's multiple personalities. The people at KDCU know his real name and think they're in on the joke, the punchline, of course, being George's trademark line, the even a blind man thing, but they don't know the half of it. Nor is this a metaphorical statement. They know exactly 1/3 of it, because the man in the dockers and the straw fedora is actually 4 people. In any case, George Rathbun has been the saving of KDCU, the last surviving AM station in a predatory FM market. For 5 mornings a week, week in and week out, he has been a drive-time bonanza. The U crew, as they call themselves, love him just about to death. Above him, the loudspeaker cackles on. Still no leads, according to Chief Dale Gilbertson, who has called Herald reporter Wendell Green an out-of-town fearmonger who is more interested in selling papers than in how we do things in French Landing. Meanwhile, in Arden, a house fire has taken the lives of an elderly farmer and his wife, Horst P. Leppelmeyer and his wife Gertrude, both 82. Horst P. Leppelmeyer, says the slim man, drawing on his cigarette with what appears to be great enjoyment. Try saying that one 10 times fast, you moke. Behind him and to his right, the door opens again, and although the smoker is still standing directly beneath the speaker, he hears the door perfectly well. The eyes behind the aviator shades have been dead his whole life, but his hearing is exquisite. The newcomer is pasty-faced and comes blinking into the morning sun like a baby mole that has just been turned out of its burrow by the blade of a passing plow. His head has been shaved, except for the mohawk strip up the center of his skull and the pigtail that starts just above the nape of his neck and hangs to his shoulder blades. The mohawk has been dyed bright red. The tail is electric blue. Dangling from one earlobe is a lightning bolt earring that looks suspiciously like the Nazi SS insignia. He is wearing a torn black T-shirt with a logo that reads Sniveling Shits 97, the We Get Hard for Jesus tour. In one hand, this colorful fellow has a CD jewel box. "Hello, Morris," says the slim man in the fedora, still without turning. Morris pulls in a little gasp, and in his surprise looks like the nice Jewish boy that he actually is. Morris Rosen is the U-Crew's summer intern from the Oshkosh branch of UW. "Man, I love that unpaid grunt labor," station manager Tom Wiggins has been heard to say, usually while rubbing his hands together fiendishly. Never has a checkbook been guarded so righteously as the Wigger guards the KDCU checkbook. He is like Smog the Dragon, reclining on his heaps of gold. Not that there are heaps of anything in the DCU accounts. It bears repeating to say that as an AM talker, the station is lucky just to be alive. Morris's look of surprise, it might be fair to call it uneasy surprise, dissolves into a smile. "Wow, Mr. Layden, good grab. What a pair of ears." Then he frowns. Even if Mr. Layden, who's standing directly beneath the outside honker, can't forget that, heard someone come out, how in God's name did he know which someone it was? How'd you know it was me? He asks. Only 2 people around here smell like marijuana in the morning, Henry Layden says. One of them follows his morning smoke with scope. The other, that's you, Morris, just lets her rip. Wow, Morris says respectfully. That is totally bitch-rod. I am totally bitch-rod, Henry agrees. He speaks softly and thoughtfully. It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it. In regard to your morning rendezvous with the undeniably tasty tie stick, may I offer an Appalachian aphorism? Go, dude. This is Morris's first real discussion with Henry Layden, who is every bit the head Morris has been told to expect, every bit and more. It is no longer so hard to believe that he could have another identity, a secret identity like Bruce Wayne. But still, this is just so pimp. What we do in our childhood forms as a habit, Henry says, in the same soft, totally un-George Rathbun voice. That is my advice to you, Morris. Yeah, totally, Morris says. He has no clue what Mr. Layden is talking about. But he slowly, shyly extends the CD jewel box in his hand. For a moment, when Henry makes no move to take it, Morris feels crushed, all at once 7 years old again, and trying to wow his always too busy father with a picture he spent all afternoon drawing in his room. Then he thinks, he's blind, dickweed. He may be able to smell pot in your breath, and he may have ears like a bat, but how's he supposed to know you're holding out a fucking CD? Hesitantly, a bit frightened by his own temerity, Morris takes Henry's wrist. He feels the man start a little, but then Layden allows his hand to be guided to the slender box. Ah, a CD, Henry says. And what is it, pray tell? You gotta play the 7th track tonight on your show, Morris says. Please. For the first time, Henry looks alarmed. He takes a drag on his cigarette, then drops it, without even looking, of course, into the sand-filled plastic bucket by the door. What show could you possibly mean? He asks. Instead of answering directly, Morris makes a rapid little smacking noise with his lips, the sound of a small but voracious carnivore eating something tasty. And to make things worse, he follows it with the Wisconsin Rat's trademark line, as well known to the folks in Morris's age group as George Rathbun's hoarse, even a blind man cry is known to their elders. Chew it up, eat it up, wash it down, it all comes out the same place. He doesn't do it very well, but there's no question who he's doing. The one and only Wisconsin Rat, whose evening drive time program on KWLA-FM is famous in Coulee Country, except the word we probably want is infamous. KWLA is the tiny college FM station in La Riviere, hardly more than a smudge on the wallpaper of Wisconsin radio, but the Rat's audience is huge. And if anyone found out that the comfortable, brew crew-rooting, Republican-voting, AM broadcasting George Rathbun was also the Rat, who had once narrated a gleeful on-air evacuation of his bowels onto a Backstreet Boys CD, there could be trouble. Quite serious, possibly, resounding well beyond the tight-knit little radio community. What, in God's name, would ever make you think that I'm the Wisconsin Rat, Morris? Henry asks. I barely know who you're talking about. Who put such a weird idea in your head? An informed source, Morris says craftily. He won't give Howie's soul up, not even if they pull out his fingernails with red-hot tongs. Besides, Howie only found out by accident, went into the station crapper one day after Henry left and discovered that Henry's wallet had fallen out of his back pocket while he was sitting on the throne. You'd have thought a fellow whose other senses were so obviously tight-wired would have sensed the absence, but probably Henry's mind had been on other things. He was obviously a heavy dude who undoubtedly spent his days getting through some heavy thoughts. In any case, there was a KWLA ID card in Henry's wallet, which Howie had thumbed through in the spirit of friendly curiosity, as he put it, and on the line marked name, someone had stamped a little ink pad drawing of a rat. Case closed, game over, zip up your fly. I have never in my life so much as stepped through the door of KWLA, Henry says, and this is the absolute truth. He makes the Wisconsin rat tapes, among others, in his studio at home, then sends them into the station from the downtown mailboxes, etc., where he rents under the name of Joe Strummer. The card with the rat stamped on it was more in the nature of an invitation from the KWLA staff than anything else, one he's never taken up, but he kept the card. Have you become anyone else's informed source, Morris? Huh? Have you told anyone that you think I'm the Wisconsin rat? No, of course not. Which, as we all know, is what people always say. Luckily for Henry, in this case, it happens to be true. So far, at least, but the day is still young. And you won't, will you? Because rumors have a way of taking root, just like certain bad habits. Henry mimes puffing, pulling in smoke. I know how to keep my mouth shut, Morris declares, with perhaps misplaced pride. I hope so, because if you bruited this about, I'd have to kill you. Brooded, Morris thinks. Oh, man, this guy is complete. Kill me, yeah, Morris says, laughing. And eat you, Henry says. He is not laughing, not even smiling. Yeah, right. Morris laughs again, but this time the laugh sounds strangely forced to his own ears. Like your Hannibal lecture. No, like I'm the fisherman, Henry says. He slowly turns his aviator sunglasses toward Morris. The sun reflects off them for a moment, turning them into rufous eyes of fire. Morris takes a step back without even realizing that he has done so. Albert Fish liked to start with the ass. Did you know that? Yes, indeed. He claimed that a good piece of young ass was as sweet as a veal cutlet. His exact words, written in a letter to the mother of one of his victims. Far out, Morris says. His voice sounds faint to his own ears, the voice of a plump little pig denying entrance to the big bad wolf. But I'm not exactly, worried that you're the fisherman. No? Why not? Man, you're blind for one thing. Henry says nothing, only stares at the now vastly uneasy Morris with his fiery glass eyes. And Morris thinks, but is he blind? He gets around pretty good for a blind guy, and the way he tabbed me as soon as I came out here, how weird was that? I'll keep quiet, he says, honest to God. That's all I want, Henry says mildly. Now that we've got that straight, what exactly have you brought me? He holds up the CD, but not as if he's looking at it, Morris observes with vast relief. It's, this Racine group, Dirty Sperm, and they've got this cover of Where Did Our Love Go, the old Supremes thing, only they do it at 150 beats a minute. It's fucking hilarious. I mean, it destroys the whole pop thing, man, blitzes it. Dirty Sperm, Henry says. Didn't they used to be Jane Wyatt's clit? Morris looks at Henry with awe that could easily become love. Dirty Sperm's lead guitarist, formed JWC, man. Then him and the bass guy had this political falling out, something about Dean Kissinger and Henry Atchison, and Ucky Ducky, he's the guitarist, went off to form Dirty Sperm. Where did our love go? Henry muses, then hands the CD back. And as if he sees the way Morris's face falls, I can't be seen with something like that. Use your head, stick it in my locker. Morris's gloom disappears, and he breaks into a sunny smile. Yeah, okay, you got it, Mr. Layton. And don't let anyone see you doing it, especially not Howie Soul. Howie's a bit of a snoop. You'd do well not to emulate him. No way, baby. Still smiling, delighted at how all this has gone, Morris reaches for the door handle. And Morris, yeah? Since you know my secret, perhaps you'd better call me Henry. Henry, yeah. Is this the best morning of the summer for Morris Rosen? You better believe it. And something else? Yeah, Henry? Morris dares imagine a day when they will progress to Hank and Maury. Keep your mouth shut about the rat. I already told you yes, and I believe you. But temptation comes creeping, Morris. Temptation comes creeping like a thief in the night, or like a killer in search of prey. If you give in to temptation, I'll know. I'll smell it on your skin like bad cologne. Do you believe me? Yeah? And he does. Later, when he has time to kick back and reflect, Morris will think what a ridiculous idea that is. But yes, at the time, he believes it. Believes him. It's like being hypnotized. Very good. Now off you go. I want Ace Hardware, Zaglat Chevy, and Mr. Tasty Ribs all queued up for the first sag. Gotcha. Also last night's game. Wickman striking out the side in the 8th, that was pimp. Totally like Brewers. No, I think we want the Mark Loretta home run in the 5th. Loretta doesn't hit many, and the fans like him. I can't think why. Even a blind man can see he has no range, especially from deep in the hole. Go on, son, put the CD in my locker, and if I see the rat, I'll give it to him. I'm sure he'll give it a spin. The track 7. 7 rhymes with heaven. I won't forget, and neither will he. Go on now. Morris gives him a final, grateful look and goes back inside. Henry Layden, alias George Rathbun, alias the Wisconsin Rat, also alias Henry Shake, we'll get to that one, but not now, the hour draweth late, lights another cigarette and drags deep. He won't have time to finish it. The farm report is already in full flight, hog bellies up, wheat futures down, and the corn as high as an elephant's eye. But he needs a couple of drags just now to steady himself. A long, long day stretches out ahead of him, ending with the Strawberry Fest hop at Maxton Elder Care, that house of antiquarian horrors. God save him from the clutches of William Chipper Maxton, he has often thought. Given a choice between ending his days at MEC and burning his face off with a blowtorch, he would reach for the blowtorch every time. Later, if he's not totally exhausted, perhaps his friend from up the road will come over, and they can begin the long-promised reading of Bleak House. That would be a treat. How long, he wonders, can Morris Rosen hold on to his momentous secret? Well, Henry supposes he will find that out. He likes the rat too much to give him up unless he absolutely has to. That much is an undeniable fact. Dean Kissinger, he murmurs. Henry Atchison. Ucky ducky, God save us. He takes another drag on his cigarette, then drops it into the bucket of sand. It is time to go back inside, time to replay last night's Mark Loretta home run, time to start taking more calls from the Coulee Country's dedicated sports fans. And time for us to be off. 7 o'clock has rung from the Lutheran church steeple. In French Landing, things are getting into high gear. No one lies abed long in this part of the world, and we must speed along to the end of our tour. Things are going to start happening soon, and they may happen fast. Still, we have done well, and we have only one more stop to make before arriving at our final destination. We rise on the warm summer updrafts and hover for a moment by the KDCU tower. We are close enough to hear the tick-tick-tick of the beacon and the low, rather sinister hum of electricity, looking north and taking our bearings. 8 miles upriver is the town of Great Bluff, named for the limestone outcropping that rises there. The outcropping is reputed to be haunted, because in 1888 a chief of the Fox Indian tribe, Far Eyes was his name, assembled all his warriors, shamans, squaws, and children, and told them to leap to their deaths, thereby escaping some hideous fate he had glimpsed in his dreams. Far Eyes' followers, like Jim Jones's, did as they were bidden. We won't go that far upriver, however. We have enough ghosts to deal with right here in French Landing. Let us, instead, fly over Nailhouse Row once more. The Harleys are gone. Beezer St. Pierre has led the Thunder Five off to their day's work at the brewery. Over Queen Street and Maxton Elder Care, Bernie's down there, still looking out his window, to Bluff Street. This is almost the countryside again. Even now, in the 21st century, the towns in Coulee Country give up quickly to the woods and the fields. Herman Street is a left turn from Bluff Street, in an area that is not quite town and not quite city. Here, in a sturdy brick house sitting at the end of a half-mile meadow as yet undiscovered by the developers, even here there are a few developers, unknowing agents of slippage, lives Dale Gilbertson with his wife Sarah and his 6-year-old son David. We can't stay long, but let us at least drift in through the kitchen window for a moment. It's open, after all, and there is room for us to perch right here on the counter between the silex and the toaster. Sitting at the kitchen table, reading the newspaper and shoveling Special K into his mouth without tasting it, he has forgotten both the sugar and the sliced banana in his distress at seeing yet another Wendell Green byline on the front page of the Herald, is Chief Gilbertson himself. This morning he is without doubt the unhappiest man in French Landing. We will meet his only competition for that booby prize soon, but for the moment let us stick with Dale. The fisherman, he thinks mournfully, his reflections on this subject very similar to those of Bobby Dulac and Tom Lund. Why didn't you name him something a little more turn of the century, you troublesome scribbling fuck? Something a little bit local. Dahmer boy, maybe, that'd be good. Ah, but Dale knows why. The similarities between Albert Fish, who did his work in New York, and their boy here in French Landing are just too good, too tasty to be ignored. Fish strangled his victims, as both Amy St. Pierre and Johnny Erkenham were apparently strangled. Fish dined on his victims, as both the girl and the boy were apparently dined upon. Both Fish and the current fellow showed an especial liking for the posterior regions of the anatomy. Dale looks at his cereal, then drops his spoon into the mush and pushes the bowl away with the side of his hand. And the letters. Can't forget the letters. Dale glances down at his briefcase, crouched at the side of his chair like a faithful dog. The file is in there, and it draws him like a rotted, achy tooth draws the tongue. Maybe he can keep his hands off it, at least while he's here at home, where he plays toss with his son and makes love to his wife, but keeping his mind off it, that's a whole nother thing, as they also say in these parts. Albert Fish wrote a long and horribly explicit letter to the mother of Grace Budd, the victim who finally earned the old cannibal a trip to the electric chair. What a thrill electrocution will be, Fish reputedly told his jailers, the only one I haven't tried. The current doer has written similar letters, one addressed to Helen Erkenham, the other to Amy's father, the awful but genuinely grief-stricken, in Dale's estimation, Armand Beezer St. Pierre. It would be good if Dale could believe these letters were written by some troublemaker, not otherwise connected to the murders. But both contain information that has been withheld from the press, information that presumably only the killer could know. Dale at last gives in to temptation, how well Henry Layden would understand, and hauls up his briefcase. He opens it and puts a thick file where his cereal bowl lately rested. He returns the briefcase to its place by his chair, then opens the file. It is marked St. Pierre/Erkenham rather than Fisherman. He leaves past heartbreaking school photos of 2 smiling, gap-toothed children, past state medical examiner reports too horrible to read, and crime scene photos too horrible to look at. But he must look at them. Again and again he must look at them. The blood-slicked chains, the flies, the open eyes. There are also various transcripts, the longest being the interview with Spencer Hovdahl, who found the Erkenham boy and who was, very briefly, considered a suspect. Next comes Xerox copies of 3 letters. One had been sent to George and Helen Erkenham, addressed to Helen alone, if it made any difference. One went to Armand Beezer St. Pierre, addressed just that way, too, nickname and all. The third had been sent to the mother of Grace Budd of New York City, following the murder of her daughter in the late spring of 1928. Dale lays the 3 of them out, side by side. Grace sat in my lap and kissed me. I made up my mind to eat her. So Fish had written to Mrs. Budd. Amy sat in my lap and hugged me. I made up my mind to eat her. So had Beezer St. Pierre's correspondent written, and was it any wonder the man had threatened to burn the French Landing police station to the ground? Dale doesn't like the son of a bitch, but has to admit he might feel the same way in Beezer's shoes. I went upstairs and stripped all my clothes off. I knew if I did not, I would get her blood on them. Fish to Mrs. Budd. I went around back of the hen house and stripped all my clothes off. Knew if I did not, I would get his blood on them. Anonymous to Helen Erkenham. And here was a question. How could a mother receive a letter like that and retain her sanity? Was that possible? Dale thought not. Helen answered questions coherently, had even offered him tea the last time he was out there, but she had a glassy, poleaxed look in her eye that suggested she was running entirely on instruments. 3 letters, 2 new, 1 almost 75 years old. And yet all 3 are so similar. The St. Pierre letter and the Erkenham letter had been hand-printed by someone who was left-handed, according to the state experts. The paper was plain white hammer-mill mimeo, available in every office depot and Staples in America. The pen used had probably been a Bic. Now there was a lead. Fish to Mrs. Budd back in 28. I did not fuck her, though I could have had I wished. She died a virgin. Anonymous to Beezer St. Pierre. I did not fuck her, though I could have had I wished. She died a virgin. Anonymous to Helen Erkenham. This may comfort you. I did not fuck him, though I could have had I wished. He died a virgin. Dale's out of his depth here, and knows it, but he hopes he isn't a complete fool. This doer, although he did not sign his letters with the old cannibal's name, clearly wanted the connection to be made. He had done everything but leave a few dead trout at the dumping sites. Sighing bitterly, Dale puts the letters back into the file back into the briefcase. "Dale, honey?" Sarah's sleepy voice from the head of the stairs. Dale gives the guilty jump of a man who has almost been caught doing something nasty and latches his briefcase. "I'm in the kitchen," he calls back. No need to worry about waking Davy. He sleeps like the dead until at least 7:30 every morning. "Going in late?" "Uh-huh. He often goes in late, then makes up for it by working until 7 or 8 or even 9 in the evening. Wendell Green hasn't made a big deal of that, at least not so far, but give him time. Talk about your cannibals. Give the flowers a drink before you go, would you? It's been so dry." "You bet." Watering Sarah's flowers is a chore Dale likes. He gets some of his best thinking done with the garden hose in his hand. A pause from upstairs, but he hasn't heard her slippers shuffling back toward the bedroom. He waits, and at last, "You okay, hon?" "Fine," he calls back, pumping what he hopes will be the right degree of heartiness into his voice. "Because you were still tossing around when I dropped off." "No, I'm fine." "Do you know what Davy asked me last night while I was washing his hair?" Dale rolls his eyes. He hates these long-distance conversations. Sarah seems to love them. He gets up and pours himself another cup of coffee. "No, what?" "He asked, is Daddy going to lose his job?" Dale pauses with the cup halfway to his lips. "What did you say?" "I said no, of course." "Then you said the right thing." He waits, but there is no more. Having injected him with one more dram of poisonous worry, David's fragile psyche, as well as what a certain party might do to the boy should Davy be so unlucky as to run afoul of him, Sarah shuffles back to their room and presumably to the shower beyond. Dale goes back to the table, sips his coffee, then puts his hand to his forehead and closes his eyes. In this moment we can see precisely how frightened and miserable he is. Dale is just 42 and a man of abstemious habits, but in the cruel morning light coming through the window by which we entered, he looks for the moment anyway a sickly 60. He is concerned about his job, knows that if the fellow who killed Amy and Johnny keeps it up, he will almost certainly be turned out of office the following year. He is also concerned about Davy. Although Davy isn't his chief concern, for, like Fred Marshall, he cannot actually conceive that the fisherman could take his and Sarah's own child. No, it is the other children of French Landing he is more worried about, possibly the children of Centralia and Arden as well. His worst fear is that he is simply not good enough to catch the son of a bitch, that he will kill a third, a fourth, perhaps an 11th and 12th. God knows he's requested help. And gotten it, sort of. There are 2 state police detectives assigned to the case, and the FBI guy from Madison keeps checking in, on an informal basis, though. The FBI is not officially part of the investigation. Even his outside help has a surreal quality for Dale, one that has been partially caused by an odd coincidence of their names. The FBI guy is Agent John P. Redding. The state detectives are Perry Brown and Jeffrey Black. So he has Brown, Black, and Redding on his team. The color posse, Sarah calls them. All 3 making it clear that they are strictly working support, at least for the time being. Making it clear that Dale Gilbertson is the man standing on ground zero. Christ, but I wish Jack would sign on to help me with this, Dale thinks. I'd deputize him in a second, just like in one of those corny old Western movies. Yes, indeed, in a second. When Jack had first come to French Landing almost 4 years ago, Dale hadn't known what to make of the man his officers immediately dubbed Hollywood. By the time the 2 of them had nailed Thornburg Kinderling, yes, inoffensive little Thornburg Kinderling, hard to believe but absolutely true, he knew exactly what to make of him. The guy was the finest natural detective Dale had ever met in his life. The only natural detective, that's what you mean. Yes, all right, the only one. And although they had shared the collar at the L.A. newcomer's absolute insistence, it had been Jack's detective work that had turned the trick. He was almost like one of those storybook detectives, Hercule Poirot, Ellery Queen, one of those. Except that Jack didn't exactly deduct, nor did he go around tapping his temple and talking about his little gray cells. He listens, Dale mutters, and gets up. He heads for the back door and then returns for his briefcase. He'll put it in the back seat of his cruiser before he waters the flower beds. He doesn't want those awful pictures in his house any longer than strictly necessary. He listens. Like the way he listened to Jana Massengale, the bartender at the tap room. Dale had had no idea why Jack was spending so much time with the little chippy. It had even crossed his mind that Mr. Los Angeles Linen Slacks was trying to hustle her into bed so he could go back home and tell all his friends on Rodeo Drive that he'd gotten himself a little piece of the cheese up there in Wisconsin, where the air was rare and the legs were long and strong. But that hadn't been it at all. He had been listening, and finally she had told him what he needed to hear. "Yeah, sure, people get funny tics when they're drinking," Jana had said. "There's this one guy who starts doing this after a couple of bouts." She had pinched her nostrils together with the tips of her fingers, only with her hand turned around so the palm pointed out. Jack, still smiling easily, still sipping a club soda, always with the palm out, like this, and mimicked the gesture. Jana smiling, half in love. "That's it, doll, you're a quick study." Jack, sometimes, I guess. "What's this fellow's name, darling?" Jana, "Kinderling, Thornburg Kinderling." She giggled. "Only after a drink or two, once he's started up with that pinchy thing, he wants everyone to call him Thorny." Jack, still with his own smile. "And does he drink Bombay gin, darling? 1 ice cube, little trace of bitters." Jana's smile starting to fade, now looking at him as if he might be some kind of wizard. "How'd you know that?" But how he knew it didn't matter, because that was really the whole package done up in a neat bow. Case closed, game over, zip up your fly. Eventually, Jack had flown back to Los Angeles with Thornburg Kinderling in custody. Thornburg Kinderling. Just an inoffensive, bespectacled farm insurance salesman from Centralia, wouldn't say boo to a goose, wouldn't say shit if he had a mouthful, wouldn't dare ask your mama for a drink of water on a hot day. But he had killed 2 prostitutes in the City of Angels. No strangulation for Thorny. He had done his work with a buck knife, which Dale himself had eventually traced to Lapham Sporting Goods, a nasty little trading post a door down from the Sand Bar, Centralia's grungiest drinking establishment. By then, DNA testing had nailed Kinderling's ass to the barn door, but Jack had been glad to have the provenance of the murder weapon anyway. He had called Dale personally to thank him, and Dale, who'd never been west of Denver in his life, had been almost absurdly touched by the courtesy. Jack had said several times during the course of the investigation that you could never have enough evidence when the doer was a genuine bad guy, and Thorny Kinderling had turned out to be about as bad as you could want. He'd gone the insanity route, of course, and Dale, who had privately hoped he might be called upon to testify, was delighted when the jury rejected the plea and sentenced him to consecutive life terms. And what made all that happen? What had been the first cause? Why, a man listening. That was all. Listening to a lady bartender who was used to having her breast stared at, while her words most commonly went in one ear of the man doing the staring and out the other. And who had Hollywood Jack listened to before he had listened to Jana Massengale? Some Sunset Strip hooker, it seemed. Or more likely a whole bunch of them. What would you call that anyway, Dale wonders absently, as he goes out to the garage to get his trusty hose. A shimmy of streetwalkers? A strut of hookers? None of them could have picked Thornburg Kinderling out of a lineup, because the Thornburg who visited L.A. surely hadn't looked much like the Thornburg who traveled around to the farm supply companies in the Coulee and over in Minnesota. L.A. Thorny had worn a wig, contacts instead of specs, and a little false mustache. The most brilliant thing was the skin darkener, Jack had said. Just a little. Just enough to make him look like a native. Dramatics, all 4 years at French Landing High School, Dale had replied grimly. I looked it up. The little bastard played Don Juan his junior year, do you believe it? A lot of sly little changes. Too many for a jury to swallow an insanity plea, it seemed. But Thorny had forgotten that one revelatory little signature, that trick of pinching his nostrils together with the palm of his hand turned outward. Some prostitute had remembered it, though, and when she mentioned it, only in passing, Dale has no doubt, just as Jana Massengale did, Jack heard it, because he listened. Called to thank me for tracing the knife, and again to tell me how the jury came back, Dale thinks. But that second time he wanted something, too, and I knew what it was. Even before he opened his mouth, I knew. Because while he is no genius detective like his friend from the Golden State, Dale had not missed the younger man's unexpected, immediate response to the landscape of western Wisconsin. Jack had fallen in love with the Coulee country, and Dale would have wagered a good sum that it had been love at first look. It had been impossible to mistake the expression on his face as they drove from French Landing to Centralia, from Centralia to Arden, from Arden to Monroe. Wonder, pleasure, almost a kind of rapture. To Dale, Jack had looked like a man who has come to a place he has never been before, only to discover he is back home. Man, I can't get over this, he'd said once to Dale. The two of them had been riding in Dale's old Caprice cruiser, the one that just wouldn't stay aligned, and sometimes the horn stuck, which could be embarrassing. Do you realize how lucky you are to live here, Dale? It must be one of the most beautiful places in the world. Dale, who had lived in the Coulee his entire life, had not disagreed. Toward the end of their final conversation concerning Thornburg Kinderling, Jack had reminded Dale of how he'd once asked, not quite kidding, not quite serious either, for Dale to let him know if a nice little place ever came on the market in Dale's part of the world, something out of town. And Dale had known at once from Jack's tone, the almost anxious drop in his voice, that the kidding was over. So you owe me, Dale murmurs, shouldering the hose. You owe me, you bastard. Of course, he has asked Jack to lend an unofficial hand with the fisherman investigation, but Jack has refused, almost with a kind of fear. I'm retired, he'd said brusquely. If you don't know what that word means, Dale, we can look it up in the dictionary together. But it's ridiculous, isn't it? Of course it is. How can a man not yet 35 be retired, especially one who is so infernally good at the job? You owe me, baby, he says again, now walking along the side of the house toward the bib faucet. The sky above is cloudless. The well-watered lawn is green. There is nary a sign of slippage, not out here on Herman Street. Yet perhaps there is, and perhaps we feel it, a kind of discordant hum, like the sound of all those lethal volts coursing through the steel struts of the KDCU tower. But we have stayed here too long. We must take wing again and proceed to our final destination of this early morning. We don't know everything yet, But we know 3 important things. First, that French Landing is a town in terrible distress. Second, that a few people, Judy Marshall for one, Charles Burnside for another, understand on some deep level that the town's ills go far beyond the depredations of a single sick pedophile murderer. Third, that we have met no one capable of consciously recognizing the force, the slippage, that has now come to bear on this quiet town hard by Tom and Huck's River. Each person we've met is, in his own way, as blind as Henry Layden. This is as true of the folks we haven't so far encountered, Beezer, St. Pierre, Wendell Green, the Color Posse, as it is of those we have. Our hearts groan for a hero. And while we may not find one, this is the 21st century after all, the days not of D'Artagnan and Jack Aubrey, but of George W. Bush and Dirty Sperm, we can perhaps find a man who was a hero once upon a time. Let us therefore search out an old friend, one we last glimpsed 1,000 and more miles east of here, on the shore of the steady Atlantic. Years have passed, and they have in some ways lessened the boy who was. He has forgotten much, and has spent a good part of his adult life maintaining that state of amnesia. But he is French Landing's only hope. So let us take wing, and fly almost due east, back over the woods and fields and gentle hills. Mostly we see miles of unbroken farmland, regimental cornfields, luxuriant hayfields, fat yellow swaths of alfalfa. Dusty, narrow drives lead to white farmhouses and their arrays of tall barns, granaries, cylindrical cement block silos, and long metal equipment sheds. Men in denim jackets are moving along the well-worn paths between the houses and the barns. We can already smell the sunlight. Its odor richly compacted of butter, yeast, earth, growth, and decay will intensify as the sun ascends and the light grows stronger. Below us, Highway 93 intersects Highway 35 at the center of tiny Centralia. The empty parking lot behind the sandbar awaits the noisy arrival of the Thunder Five, who customarily spend their Saturday afternoons, evenings, and nights in the enjoyment of the sandbar's pool tables, hamburgers, and pitchers of that ambrosia to the creation of which they have devoted their eccentric lives. Kingsland Brewing Company's finest product, and a beer that can hold up its creamy head among anything made in a specialty microbrewery or a Belgian monastery, Kingsland Ale. If Beezer, St. Pierre, Mouse, and company say it is the greatest beer in the world, why should we doubt them? Not only do they know much more about beer than we do, they called upon every bit of the knowledge, skill, expertise, and seat-of-the-pants inspiration at their disposal to make Kingsland Ale a benchmark of the brewer's art. In fact, they moved to French Landing because the brewery, which they had selected after careful deliberation, was willing to work with them. To invoke Kingsland Ale is to wish for a good-sized mouthful of the stuff. But we put temptation behind us. 7:30 a.m. is far too early for drinking anything but fruit juice, coffee, and milk, except for the likes of Wanda Kinderling, and Wanda thinks of beer, even Kingsland Ale, as a dietary supplement to aristocrat vodka. And we are in search of our old friend, and the closest we can come to a hero, whom we last saw as a boy on the shore of the Atlantic Ocean. We are not about to waste time. We are on the move, right here and now. The miles fly past beneath us, and along Highway 93 the fields narrow as the hills rise up on both sides. For all our haste, we must take this in. We must see where we are. Chapter 4. 3 years ago, our old friend traveled down this stretch of 93 in the passenger seat of Dale Gilbertson's old Caprice, his heart going crazy in his chest, his throat constricting, and his mouth dry, as friendly Dale, in those days little more than a small-town cop whom he had impressed beyond rational measure simply by doing his job more or less as well as he could, piloted him toward a farmhouse and 5 acres left Dale by his deceased father. The nice little place could be purchased for next to nothing, since Dale's cousins did not particularly want it, and it had no value to anyone else. Dale had been holding on to the property for sentimental reasons, but he had no particular interest in it either. Dale had scarcely known what to do with a second house, apart from spending a great deal of time keeping it up, a task he had found oddly enjoyable, but did not at all mind turning over to someone else. And at this point in their relationship, Dale was so in awe of our friend that, far from resenting the prospect of this man occupying his father's old house, he considered it an honor. As for the man in the passenger seat, he was too caught up in his response to the landscape, too caught up by the landscape, to be embarrassed by Dale's awe. Under ordinary circumstances, our friend would have urged his admirer into a quiet bar, bought him a beer, and said, "Look, I know you were impressed by what I did, but after all, Dale, I'm just another cop like you. That's all. And in all honesty, I'm a lot luckier than I deserve to be." It would be the truth, too. Ever since we last saw him, our friend has been blessed, if it is a blessing, with such extravagantly good luck that he no longer dares to play cards or bet on sporting events. When you win almost all the time, winning tastes like spoiled grape juice. But these were not ordinary circumstances, and in the swarm of emotion that had been threatening to undo him since they left Centralia on the flat straightaway of Highway 93, Dale's adulation barely registered. This short drive to a place he had never seen before felt like a long-delayed journey home. Everything he saw seemed charged with remembered meaning, a part of him, essential. Everything seemed sacred. He knew he was going to buy the nice little place, no matter what it looked like or how much it cost. Not that price could in any way have been an obstacle. He was going to buy it, that was all. Dale's hero worship affected him only to the extent that he realized he would be forced to keep his admirer from undercharging him. In the meantime, he struggled against the tears that wanted to fill his eyes. From above, we see the glacial valleys dividing the landscape to the right of 93 like the imprint of a giant's fingers. He saw only the sudden, narrow roads that split off the highway and slipped into mingled sunshine and darkness. Each road said, "Nearly there." The highway said, "This is the way." Gazing down, we can observe a roadside parking area, 2 gasoline pumps, and a long gray roof bearing the fading legend, "Roy's Store." When he looked to his right and saw past the gas pumps the wooden stairs rising to a wide, inviting porch and the store's entrance, he felt as though he had already mounted those stairs 100 times before and gone inside to pick up bread, milk, beer, cold cuts, work gloves, a screwdriver, a bag of 10-penny nails, whatever he needed from the practical cornucopia crowded onto the shelves, as after that day he would do 100 times and more. 50 yards down the highway, the blue-gray sliver of Tamarack Creek comes winding into Norway Valley. When Dale's car rolled across the rusting little metal bridge, the bridge said, "This is it." And the casually but expensively dressed man in the passenger seat, who looked as though all he knew of farmland had been learned through the windows next to first-class seats on transcontinental flights, and in fact was incapable of telling wheat from hay, felt his heart shiver. On the other side of the bridge, a road sign read Norway Valley Road. "This is it," said Dale, and made the right turn into the valley. Our friend covered his mouth with his hand, stifling whatever sounds his shivering heart might cause him to utter. Here and there wild flowers bloomed and nodded on the roadside, some of them audacious and bright, others half hidden in a blanket of vibrant green. "Driving up this road always makes me feel good," Dale said. "No wonder," our friend managed to say. Most of what Dale said failed to penetrate the whirlwind of emotion roaring through his passenger's mind and body. "That's the old Lund farm, cousins of my mother. The one-room schoolhouse where my great-grandmother taught used to be right over there, only they tore it down way back. This here's Dwayne Updahl's place. He's no relation, thank goodness. Buzz, blur, mumble, buzz." They once again drove over Tamarack Creek, its glittering blue-gray water laughing and calling out, "Here we are." Around a bend in the road they went, and a wealth of luxuriant wildflowers leaned carousing toward the car. In their midst the blind, attentive faces of tiger lilies tilted to meet our friend's face. A ripple of feeling distinct from the whirlwind, quieter but no less potent, brought dazzled tears to the surface of his eyes. Tiger lilies. Why? Tiger lilies meant nothing to him. He used the pretense of a yawn to wipe his eyes and hoped that Dale had not noticed. "Here we are," Dale said, having noticed or not, and swerved into a long, overgrown drive hedged with wild flowers and tall grasses which appeared to lead nowhere except into a great expanse of meadow and banks of waist-high flowers. Beyond the meadow, striped fields sloped upward to the wooded hillside. "You'll see my dad's old place in a second. The meadow goes with the house, and my cousins Randy and Kent own the field." Our friend could not see the white two-story farmhouse that stands at the end of the last curve of the drive until the moment Dale Gilbertson swung halfway into the curve, and he did not speak until Dale had pulled up in front of the house, switched off the engine, and both men had left the car. Here was the nice little place, sturdy, newly painted, lovingly maintained, modest yet beautiful in its proportions, removed from the road, removed from the world, at the edge of a green and yellow meadow profuse with flowers. "My God, Dale," he said, "it's perfection. Here we will find our former traveling companion, who in his own boyhood knew a boy named Richard Sloat, and once, too briefly, knew yet another whose name was simply Wolfe. In this sturdy, comely, removed white farmhouse we will find our old friend, who once in his boyhood journeyed cross-country from ocean to ocean in pursuit of a certain crucial thing, a necessary object, a great talisman, and who, despite horrendous obstacles and fearful perils, succeeded in finding the object of his search and used it wisely and well, who, we could say, accomplished a number of miracles, heroically, and who remembers none of this. Here, making breakfast for himself in his kitchen while listening to George Rathbun on KDCU, we at last find the former Los Angeles County Lieutenant of Police Homicide Division, Jack Sawyer. Our Jack. Jackie boy, as his mother, the late Lily Kavanaugh Sawyer, used to say. He had followed Dale through the empty house, upstairs and down, into the basement, dutifully admiring the new furnace and water heater Gilbertson had installed the year before his father's death, the quality of the repairs he had made since then, the shining grain of the wooden floors, the thickness of the insulation in the attic, the solidity of the windows, the many craftsman-like touches that met his eye. "Yeah, I did a lot of work on the place," Dale told him. "It was pretty ship-shape to begin with, but I like working with my hands. After a while it turned into sort of a hobby. Whenever I had a couple of hours free, weekends and such, I got in the habit of driving over here and puttering around. I don't know, maybe it helped me feel like I was staying in touch with my dad. He was a really good guy, my dad. He wanted me to be a farmer, but when I said I was thinking of getting into law enforcement, he supported me straight down the line. Know what he said? Go into farming half-hearted, it'll kick you in the tail sunrise to sundown. You'd wind up feeling no better than a mule. Your mom and I didn't bring you into this world to turn you into a mule." "What did she think?" Jack had asked. "My mom came from a long line of farmers," Dale had said. "She thought I might find out that being a mule wasn't so bad after all. By the time she passed away, which was 4 years before my dad, she'd gotten used to my being a cop. Let's go out the kitchen door and take a gander at the meadow, okay?" While they were standing outside and taking their gander, Jack had asked Dale how much he wanted for the house. Dale, who had been waiting for this question, had knocked $5,000 off the most he and Sarah had ever thought he could get. Who was he kidding? Dale had wanted Jack Sawyer to buy the house where he had grown up. He'd wanted Jack to live near him for at least a couple of weeks during the year, and if Jack did not buy the place, no one else would. "Are you serious?" Jack had asked. More dismayed than he wished to admit, Dale had said, "Sounds like a fair deal to me." "It isn't fair to you," Jack had said. "I'm not going to let you give this place away just because you like me. Raise the asking price or I walk." "You big city hotshots sure know how to negotiate. All right, make it 3,000 more." "5," Jack said, "or I'm out of here." "Done, but you're breaking my heart." "I hope this is the last time I buy property off one of you low-down Norwegians," Jack said. He had purchased the house long distance, sending a down payment from L.A., exchanging signatures by fax, no mortgage, cash up front. Whatever Jack Sawyer's background might have been, Dale had thought it was a lot wealthier than the usual police officers. Some weeks later, Jack had reappeared at the center of a self-created tornado, arranging for the telephone to be connected and the electricity billed in his name, scooping up what looked like half the contents of Roy's store, zipping off to Arden and La Riviere to buy a new bed, linens, tableware, cast-iron pots and pans, and a set of French knives, a compact microwave, and a giant television, and a stack of sound equipment so sleek, black, and resplendent that Dale, who had been invited over for a companionable drink, figured it must have cost more than his own annual salary. Much else besides had Jack reeled in, some of the much else consisting of items Dale had been surprised to learn could be obtained in French County, Wisconsin. Why would anyone need a $65 corkscrew called a wine master? Who was this guy? What kind of family had produced him? He'd noticed a bag bearing an unfamiliar logo filled with compact discs. At $15, $16 a pop, he was looking at a couple $100 worth of CDs. Whatever else might have been true of Jack Sawyer, he was into music in a big way. Curious, Dale bent down, pulled out a handful of jewel boxes, and regarded images of people, generally black, generally with instruments pressed to or in their mouths. Clifford Brown, Lester Young, Tommy Flanagan, Paul Desmond. "I never heard of these guys," he said. "What is this, jazz, I guess?" "You guess right," Jack said. "Could I ask you to help me move furniture around and hang pictures, stuff like that, in a month or two? I'm going to have a lot of stuff shipped here." "Any time." A splendid idea bloomed in Dale's mind. "Hey, you have to meet my Uncle Henry. He's even a neighbor of yours, lives about a quarter mile down the road. He was married to my Aunt Rhoda, my father's sister, who died 3 years ago. Henry's like an encyclopedia of weird music." Jack did not take up the assumption that jazz was weird. Maybe it was. Anyhow, it probably sounded weird to Dale. "I wouldn't have thought farmers had much time to listen to music." Dale opened his mouth and uttered a bray of laughter. "Henry isn't a farmer. Henry—" Grinning, Dale raised his hands, palms up and fingers spread, and looked into the middle distance, searching for the right phrase. "He's like the reverse of a farmer. When you get back, I'll introduce you to him. You're going to be crazy about the guy." 6 weeks later, Jack returned to greet the moving van and tell the men where to put the furniture and other things he had shipped. A few days afterward, when he had unpacked most of the boxes, he telephoned Dale and asked if he was still willing to give him a hand. It was 5 o'clock on a day so slow that Tom Lund had fallen asleep at his desk, and Dale drove over without even bothering to change out of his uniform. His first response, after Jack had shaken his hand and ushered him in, was undiluted shock. Having taken a single step past the doorway, Dale froze in his tracks, unable to move any farther. 2 or 3 seconds passed before he realized that it was a good shock, a shock of pleasure. His old house had been transformed. It was as if Jack Sawyer had tricked him and opened the familiar front door upon the interior of another house altogether. The sweep from the living room into the kitchen looked nothing like either the space he remembered from childhood or the clean, bare progression of the recent past. Jack had decorated the house with the wave of a wand, it seemed to Dale, in the process somehow turning it into he hardly knew what, a villa on the Riviera, a Park Avenue apartment. Dale had never been to New York or the south of France. Then it struck him that instead of transforming the old place into something it was not, Jack had simply seen more in it than Dale ever had. The leather sofas and chairs, the glowing rugs, the wide tables and discreet lamps had come from another world but fit in perfectly, as if they had been made specifically for this house. Everything he saw beckoned him in, and he found that he could move again. "Wow," he said. "Did I ever sell this place to the right guy?" "I'm glad you like it," Jack said. "I have to admit I do too. It looks even better than I expected." "What am I supposed to do? The place is already organized." "We're going to hang some pictures," Jack said. "Then it'll be organized." Dale supposed Jack was talking about family photographs. He did not understand why anyone would need help to hang up a bunch of framed photos, but if Jack wanted his assistance, he would assist. Besides that, the pictures would tell him a considerable amount about Jack's family, still a subject of great interest to him. However, when Jack led him to a stack of flat wooden crates leaning against the kitchen counter, Dale once again got the feeling that he was out of his depth here, that he had entered an unknown world. The crates had been made by hand. They were serious objects built to provide industrial-strength protection. Some of them were 5 or 6 feet tall and nearly as wide. These monsters did not have pictures of Mom and Dad inside them. He and Jack had to pry up the corners and loosen the nails along the edges before they could get the crates open. It took a surprising amount of effort to lever the tops off the crates. Dale regretted not stopping at his house long enough to take off his uniform, which was damp with sweat by the time he and Jack had pulled from their cocoons 5 heavy rectangular objects thickly swaddled in layers of tissue. Many crates remained. An hour later, they carried the empty crates down to the basement and came back upstairs to have a beer. Then they sliced open the layers of tissue, exposing paintings and graphics in a variety of frames, including a few that looked as if the artist had nailed them together himself out of barn siding. Jack's pictures occupied a category Dale vaguely thought of as modern art. He did not grasp what some of these things were supposed to be about, although he actually liked almost all of them, especially a couple of landscapes. He knew that he had never heard of the artists, but their names he thought would be recognized by the kind of people who lived in big cities and hung out in museums and galleries. All this art, all of these images, large and small, now lined up on the kitchen floor, stunned him, not altogether pleasantly. He really had entered another world, and he knew none of its landmarks. Then he remembered that he and Jack Sawyer were going to hang these pictures on the walls of his parents' old house. Immediately, unexpected warmth flooded into this notion and filled it to the brim. Why shouldn't adjoining worlds mingle now and then? And wasn't this other world Jack's? "All right," he said. "I wish Henry, that uncle I was telling you about, who lives right down the road, I wish he could see this stuff. Henry, he'd know how to appreciate it." "Why won't he be able to see them? I'll invite him over." "Didn't I say?" Dale asked. "Henry's blind." Paintings went up on the living room walls, ascended the stairwell, moved into the bedrooms. Jack put up a couple of small pictures in the upstairs bathroom and the little half-bath on the ground floor. Dale's arms began to ache from holding the frames while Jack marked the places where the nails would go in. After the first 3 paintings, he had removed his necktie and rolled up his sleeves, and he could feel sweat trickling out of his hair and sliding down his face. His unbuttoned collar had soaked through. Jack Sawyer had worked as hard or harder than he, but looked as if he had done nothing more strenuous than think about dinner. "You're like an art collector, huh?" Dale said. "Did it take a long time to get all these paintings?" "I don't know enough to be a collector," Jack said. "My father picked up most of this work back in the 50s and 60s. My mother bought a few things, too, when she saw something that turned her on, like that little Fairfield Porter over there with the front porch and a lawn and the flowers." The little Fairfield Porter, which name Dale assumed to be that of its painter, had appealed to him as soon as he and Jack had pulled it out of its crate. You could hang a picture like that in your own living room. You could almost step into a picture like that. The funny thing was, Dale thought, if you hung it in your living room, most of the people who came in would never really notice it at all. Jack had said something about being glad to get the paintings out of storage. "So," Dale said, "your mom and dad gave them to you?" "I inherited them after my mother's death," Jack said. "My father died when I was a kid." "Oh, darn, I'm sorry," Dale said, snapped abruptly out of the world into which Mr. Fairfield Porter had welcomed him. "Had to be tough on you, losing your dad so young." He thought Jack had given him the explanation for the aura of apartness and isolation that seemed always to envelop him. A second before Jack could respond, Dale told himself he was bullshitting. He had no idea how someone wound up being like Jack Sawyer. "Yeah," Jack said. "Fortunately, my mother was even tougher." Dale seized his opportunity with both hands. "What did your folks do? Were you brought up in California?" "Born and raised in Los Angeles," Jack said. "My parents were in the entertainment industry, but don't hold that against them. They were great people." Jack did not invite him to stay for supper. That was what stuck with Dale. Over the hour and a half it took them to hang the rest of the pictures, Jack Sawyer remained friendly and good-humored. But Dale, who was not a cop for nothing, sensed something evasive and adamant in his friend's affability. A door had opened a tiny crack, then slammed shut. The phrase, "great people," had placed Jack's parents out of bounds. When the two men broke for another beer, Dale noticed a pair of bags from a Centralia grocery next to the microwave. It was then nearly 8 o'clock, at least 2 hours past French County supper time. Jack might reasonably have assumed that Dale had already eaten, were his uniform not evidence to the contrary. He tossed Jack a softball about the hardest case he had ever solved and sidled up to the counter. The marbled red tips of 2 sirloin steaks protruded from the nearest bag. His stomach emitted a reverberant clamor. Jack ignored the thunder roll and said, "Thornburg Kindling was right up there with anything I handled in L.A. I was really grateful for your help." Dale got the picture. Here was another locked door. This one had declined to open by as much as a crack. History was not spoken here. The past had been nailed shut. They finished their beers and installed the last of the pictures. Over the next few hours they spoke of 100 things, but always within the boundaries Jack Sawyer had established. Dale was sure that his question about Jack's parents had shortened the evening, but why should that be true? What was the guy hiding? And from whom was he hiding it? After their work was done, Jack thanked him warmly and walked him outside to his car, thereby cutting off any hope of a last-minute reprieve. "Case closed, game over, zip up your fly," in the words of the immortal George Rathbun. While they stood in the fragrant darkness beneath the millions of stars arrayed above them, Jack sighed with pleasure and said, "I hope you know how grateful I am. Honestly, I'm sorry I have to go back to L.A. Would you look at how beautiful this is?" Driving back to French Landing, his the only headlights on the long stretch of Highway 93, Dale wondered if Jack's parents had been involved in some aspect of the entertainment business embarrassing to their adult son, like pornography. Maybe Dad directed skin flicks and Mom starred in them. The people who made dirty movies probably raked in the dough, especially if they kept it in the family. Before his odometer ticked off another 1/10 of a mile, the memory of the little Fairfield Porter turned Dale's satisfaction to dust. No woman who earned her keep having on-camera sex with strangers would spend actual money on a painting like that. Let us enter Jack Sawyer's kitchen. The morning's Herald lies unfolded on the dining table. A black frying pan recently sprayed with Pam heats atop the circle of blue flames from the gas stove's lower front left-hand burner. A tall, fit, distracted-looking man wearing an old USC sweatshirt, jeans, and Italian loafers the color of molasses is swirling a whisk around the interior of a stainless steel bowl containing a large number of raw eggs. Looking at him as he frowns at a vacant section of air well above the shiny bowl, we observe that the beautiful 12-year-old boy last seen in a 4th-floor room of a deserted New Hampshire hotel has aged into a man whose good looks contribute only the smallest portion to what makes him interesting. For that Jack Sawyer is interesting declares itself instantly. Even when troubled to distraction by some private concern, some enigma, we might as well say, in the face of that contemplative frown, Jack Sawyer cannot help but radiate a persuasive authority. Just by looking at him, you know that he is one of those persons to whom others turn when they feel stumped, threatened, or thwarted by circumstance. Intelligence, resolve, and dependability have shaped the cast of his features so deeply that their attractiveness is irrelevant to their meaning. This man never pauses to admire himself in mirrors. Vanity plays no part in his character. It makes perfect sense that he should have been a rising star in the Los Angeles Police Department, that his file bulged with commendations, and that he had been selected for several FBI-sponsored programs and training courses designed to aid the progress of rising stars. A number of Jack's colleagues and superiors had privately concluded that he would become the police commissioner of a city like San Diego or Seattle around the time he turned 40, and 10 to 15 years later, if all went well, step up to San Francisco or New York. More strikingly, Jack's age seems no more relevant than his attractiveness. He has the air of having passed through lifetimes before this one, of having gone places and seen things beyond the scope of most other people. No wonder Dale Gilbertson admires him. No wonder Dale yearns for Jack's assistance. In his place, we would want it too. But our luck would be no better than his. This man has retired. He is out of the game. Sorry, damn shame and all that, but a man's gotta whisk eggs when he's gotta have omelets, as John Wayne said to Dean Martin in Rio Bravo. And as my mama told me, Jack says out loud to himself, she said, "Sonny boy," said she, "when the Duke spoke up, every dang buddy listened up. Less'n he was a-grindin' one of his numerous political axes. Yes, she did. Them were her same exact words, just as she said 'em to me." A half-second later he adds, "On that fine morning in Beverly Hills," and finally takes in what he is doing. What we have here is a spectacularly lonely man. Loneliness has been Jack Sawyer's familiar for so long that he takes it for granted. But what you can't fix eventually turns into wallpaper, all right? Plenty of things such as cerebral palsy and Lou Gehrig's disease, to name but two, are worse than loneliness. Loneliness is just part of the program, that's all. Even Dale noticed this aspect of his friend's character, and despite his many virtues, our chief of police cannot be described as a particularly psychological human being. Jack glances at the clock above the stove, and sees he has another 45 minutes before he must drive to French Landing and pick up Henry Layden at the end of his shift. That's good, he has plenty of time, he's keeping it together, the subtext to which is, "Everything is all right and nothing's wrong with me, thank you very much." When Jack woke up this morning, a small voice in his head announced, "I am a coppisman." Like hell I am, he thought, and told the voice to leave him alone. The little voice could go to hell. He had given up on the coppisman business. He had walked away from the homicide trade. The lights of a carousel reflected in the bald head of a black man lying dead on the Santa Monica Pier. No, don't go there. Just don't. That's all. Jack should not have been in Santa Monica anyhow. Santa Monica had its own coppismen. As far as he knew, they were a swell bunch of guys, though perhaps not quite up to the standard set by that ace boy, whiz-bang, and youngest-ever lieutenant of LAPD's homicide division himself. The only reason the ace boy and whiz-bang had been on their turf in the first place was that he had just broken up with this extremely nice, or at least moderately nice, resident of Malibu, Miss Brooke Greer, a screenwriter greatly esteemed within her genre, the action-adventure romantic comedy, also a person of remarkable wit, insight, and bodily charm, and as he sped homeward down the handsome stretch of the Pacific Coast Highway below the Malibu Canyon exit, he yielded to an uncharacteristically edgy spell of gloom. A few seconds after swinging up the California incline into Santa Monica, he saw the bright ring of the Ferris wheel revolving above the strings of lights and the lively crowd on the pier. A tawdry enchantment, or an enchanted tawdriness, spoke to him from the heart of this scene. On a whim, Jack parked his car and walked down to the array of brilliant lights glowing in the darkness. The last time he had visited the Santa Monica pier, he had been an excited 6-year-old boy pulling on Lily Kavanaugh Sawyer's hand like a dog straining at a leash. What happened was accidental. It was too meaningless to be called coincidence. Coincidence brings together two previously unrelated elements of a larger story. Here, nothing connected, and there was no larger story. He came to the pier's gaudy entrance and noticed that, after all, the Ferris wheel was not revolving. A circle of stationary lights hung over empty gondolas. For a moment, the giant machine looked like an alien invader, cleverly disguised and biding its time until it could do the maximum amount of damage. Jack could almost hear it purring to itself. Right, he thought, an evil Ferris wheel. Get a grip. You're shaking up more than you want to admit. Then he looked back down at the scene before him and finally took in that his fantasy of the pier had hidden a real-life evil rendered far too familiar by his profession. He had stumbled on to the initial stages of a homicide investigation. Some of the brilliant lights he had seen flashed not from the Ferris wheel, but from the tops of Santa Monica patrol cars. Out on the pier, 4 uniforms were discouraging a crowd of civilians from breaching the circle of crime scene tape around a brightly illuminated carousel. Jack told himself to leave it alone. He had no role here. Besides that, the carousel aroused some smoky, indistinct feeling, an entire set of unwelcome feelings in him. The carousel was creepier than the stalled Ferris wheel. Carousels had always spooked him, hadn't they? Painted midget horses, frozen into place with their teeth bared and steel poles rammed through their guts. Sadistic kitsch. Walk away, Jack told himself. Your girlfriend dumped you when you were in a rotten mood. And as for carousels, the abrupt descent of a mental lead curtain ended the debate about carousels. Feeling as though pushed from within, Jack stepped onto the pier and began moving through the crowd. He was half-conscious of taking the most unprofessional action of his career. When he had pushed his way to the front of the crowd, he ducked under the tape and flashed his badge at a baby-faced cop who tried to order him back. Somewhere nearby, a guitarist began playing a blues melody Jack could almost identify. The title swam to the surface of his mind, then dove out of sight. The infant cop gave him a puzzled look and walked away to consult one of the detectives standing over a long shape Jack did not quite feel like looking at just then. The music annoyed him. It annoyed him a lot. In fact, it bugged the hell out of him. His irritation was out of proportion to its cause, but what kind of idiot thought homicides needed a soundtrack? A painted horse reared, frozen in the garish light. Jack's stomach tightened, and deep in his chest something fierce and insistent, something at all costs not to be named, flexed itself and threw out its arms, or extended its wings. The terrible something wished to break free and make itself known. Briefly, Jack feared he would have to throw up. The passing of this sensation bought him a moment of uncomfortable clarity. Voluntarily, idly, he had walked into craziness, and now he was crazy. You could put it no other way. Marching toward him, with an expression nicely combining disbelief and fury, was a detective named Angelo Leone, before his expedient transfer to Santa Monica, a colleague of Jack's, distinguished by his gross appetites, his capacity for violence and corruption, his contempt for all civilians regardless of color, race, creed, or social status, and, to be fair, his fearlessness and utter loyalty to all police officers who went with the program and did the same things he did, which meant anything they could get away with. Angelo Leone's disdain for Jack Sawyer, who had not gone with the program, had equaled his resentment at the younger man's success. In a few seconds, this brutal caveman would be in his face. Instead of trying to figure out how to explain himself to the caveman, he was obsessing about carousels and guitars, attending to the details of going crazy. He had no way of explaining himself. Explanation was impossible. The internal necessity that had pushed him into this position hummed on, but Jack could hardly speak to Angelo Leone of internal necessities, nor could he offer a rational explanation to his captain if Leone filed a complaint. "Well, you see, it was like someone else was pulling my strings, like another person was doing the driving." The first words out of Angelo Leone's fleshy mouth rescued him from disaster. "Don't tell me you're here for a reason, you ambitious little prick." A piratical career like Leone's inevitably exposed the pirate to the danger of an official investigation. A strategic sidestep to a neighboring force offered little protection from the covert archaeological digs police officials mounted into records and reputations when the press gave them no other choice. Every decade or two, do-gooders, whistleblowers, whiners, snitches, pissed-off civilians, and cops too stupid to accept the time-honored program got together, rammed a cherry bomb up the press's collective anus, and set off an orgy of bloodletting. Leone's essential guilt-inspired paranoia had instantly suggested to him that L.A.'s homicide ace-boy might be gilding his resume. As Jack had known it would, his claim of having been pulled toward the scene like a fire horse to a fire magnified Leone's suspicions. "Okay, you happened to walk into my investigation. Fine, now listen to me. If I happen to hear your name in some connection I don't like any time during the next 6 months, make that ever, you'll be pissing through a tube for the rest of your life. Now get the fuck out of here and let me do my job." "I'm gone, Angelo." Leone's partner started to come forward across the gleaming pier. Leone grimaced and waved him back. Without intending to do so, without thinking about it, Jack let his eyes drift past the detective and down to the corpse in front of the carousel. Far more powerfully than it had the first time, the ferocious creature at the center of his chest flexed itself, unfurled, and extended its wings, its arms, its talons, whatever they were, and by means of a tremendous upward surge attempted to rip free of its moorings. The wings, the arms, the talons crushed Jack's lungs. Hideous claws splayed through his stomach. There is one act a homicide detective, especially a homicide lieutenant, must never commit, and it is this. Confronted with a dead body, he must not puke. Jack struggled to remain on the respectable side of the forbidden. Bile seared the back of his throat, and he closed his eyes. A constellation of glowing dots wavered across his eyelids, the creature, molten and foul, battered against its restraints. Lights reflected in the scalp of a bald black man lying dead beside a carousel. "Not you. No, not you. Knock all you like, but you can't come in." The wings, arms, talons retracted. The creature dwindled to a dozing speck. Having succeeded in avoiding the forbidden act, Jack found himself capable of opening his eyes. He had no idea how much time had passed. Angelo Leone's corrugated forehead, murky eyes, and carnivorous mouth heaved into view, and from a distance of 6 inches occupied all the available space. "What are we doing here, reviewing our situation? I wish that idiot would put his guitar back in its case." And that was one of the oddest turns of the evening. Guitar? I don't hear no guitar. Neither, Jack realized, did he. Wouldn't any rational person attempt to put such an episode out of mind, to throw this garbage overboard? You couldn't do anything with it, you couldn't use it, so why hold on to it? The incident on the pier meant nothing. It connected to nothing beyond itself, and it led to nothing. It was literally inconsequential, for it had had no consequences. After his lover had sandbagged him, Jack had lost his bearings, suffered a momentary aberration, and trespassed upon another jurisdiction's crime scene. It was no more than an embarrassing mistake. 56 days and 11 hours later, the ace boy slipped into his captain's office, laid down his shield and his gun, and announced, much to the captain's astonishment, his immediate retirement. Knowing nothing of the confrontation with Detective Leone on the Santa Monica Pier, the captain did not inquire as to the possible influence upon his lieutenant's decision of a stalled carousel and a dead black man. If he had, Jack would have told him he was being ridiculous. Don't go there, he advises himself, and does an excellent job of not going there. He receives a few involuntary flashes, no more, strobe-lit snapshots of a wooden pony's rearing head, of Angelo Leone's distempered mug, also of one other thing, the object occupying the dead center of the scene in every sense, that which above all must not be witnessed. The instant these imagistic lightning bolts appear, he sends them away. It feels like a magical performance. He is doing magic, good magic. He knows perfectly well that these feats of image banishment represent a form of self-protection, and if the motives behind his need for this protective magic remain unclear, the need is motive enough. When you gotta have an omelet, you gotta whisk eggs, to quote that unimpeachable authority, Duke Wayne. Jack Sawyer has more on his mind than the irrelevancies suggested by a dream voices having uttered the word policeman in baby talk. These matters, too, he wishes he could send away by the execution of a magic trick, but the wretched matters refuse banishment. They zoom about him like a tribe of wasps. All in all, he is not doing so well, our Jack. He is marking time and staring at the eggs, which no longer look quite right, though he could not say why. The eggs resist interpretation. The eggs are the least of it. In the periphery of his vision, the banner across the front page of the La Riviere Herald seems to rise off the sheet of newsprint and float toward him. Fishermen still at large, and nope. That's enough. He turns away with the terrible knowledge of having brought on this fisherman business by himself. How about in Staten Island or in Brooklyn, where the real Albert Fish, a tormented piece of work if there ever was one, found 2 of his victims? This stuff is making him sick. 2 dead kids, the Freneau girl missing and probably dead, body parts eaten, a lunatic who plagiarized from Albert Fish. Dale insisted on assaulting him with information. The details enter his system like a contaminant. The more he learns, and for a man who truly wished to be out of the loop, Jack has learned an amazing amount, the more the poisons swim through his bloodstream, distorting his perceptions. He had come to Norway Valley in flight from a world that had abruptly turned unreliable and rubbery, as if liquefying under thermal pressure. During his last month in Los Angeles, the thermal pressure had become intolerable. Grotesque possibilities leered from darkened windows and the gaps between buildings, threatening to take form. On days off, the sensation of dishwater greasing his lungs made him gasp for breath and fight against nausea, so he worked without stopping, in the process solving more cases than ever before. His diagnosis was that the work was getting to him, but we can hardly blame the captain for his astonishment at the ace boy's resignation. He had escaped to this obscure pocket of the countryside, this shelter, this haven at the edge of a yellow meadow, removed from the world of threat and madness, removed by nearly 20 miles from French Landing, removed a good distance even from Norway Valley Road. However, the layers of removal had failed to do their job. What he was trying to escape riots around him again here in his redoubt. If he let himself succumb to self-centered fantasy, he would have to conclude that what he had fled had spent the last 3 years sniffing his trail and had finally succeeded in tracking him down. In California, the rigors of his task had overwhelmed him. Now the disorders of western Wisconsin must be kept at arm's length. Sometimes, late at night, he awakens to the echo of the little, poisoned voice wailing, "No more coppismen! I won't! Too close! Too close!" What was too close, Jack Sawyer refuses to consider. The echo proves that he must avoid any further contamination. Bad news for Dale, he knows, and he regrets both his inability to join the investigation and to explain his refusal to his friend. Dale's ass is on the line, no two ways about it. He is a good chief of police, more than good enough for French Landing, but he misjudged the politics and let the Stadies set him up. With every appearance of respect for local authority, State Detectives Brown and Black had bowed low, stepped aside, and permitted Dale Gilbertson, who thought they were doing him a favor, to slip a noose around his neck. Too bad, but Dale has just figured out that he is standing on a trap door with a black bag over his face. If the fisherman murders one more kid, well, Jack Sawyer sends his most profound regrets. He can't perform a miracle right now, sorry. Jack has more pressing matters on his mind. Red feathers, for example. Small ones. Little red feathers are much on Jack's mind, and have been despite his efforts to magic them away since a month before the murders started. One morning as he emerged from his bedroom and began to go down to fix breakfast, a single red feather, a plume smaller than a baby's finger, seemed to float out of the slanted ceiling at the top of the stairs. In its wake, 2 or 3 others came drifting toward him. An oval section of plaster 2 inches across seemed to blink and open like an eye, and the eye released a tight, fat column of feathers that zoomed out of the ceiling as if propelled through a straw. A feather explosion, a feather hurricane battered his chest, his raised arms, his head. But this never happened. Something else happened, and it took him a minute or 2 to figure it out. A wayward brain neuron misfired. A mental receptor lapped up the wrong chemical, or lapped up too much of the right chemical. The switches that nightly triggered the image conduits responded to a false signal and produced a waking dream. The waking dream resembled an hallucination, but hallucinations were experienced by wet-brain alcoholics, drug-takers, and crazy people, specifically paranoid schizophrenics, with whom Jack had dealt on many an occasion during his life as a coppisman. Jack fit into none of those categories, including the last. He knew he was not a paranoid schizophrenic or any other variety of madman. If you thought Jack Sawyer was crazy, you were. He has complete, at least 99% complete, faith in his sanity. Since he is not delusional, the feathers must have flown toward him in a waking dream. The only other explanation involves reality, and the feathers had no connection to reality. What kind of world would this be if such things could happen to us? Abruptly, George Rathbun bellows, "It pains me to say this, truly it does, for I love our dear old brew crew, you know I do, but there come times when love must grit its teeth and face a painful reality. For example, take the sorrowful state of our pitch and staff. Bud Selig, oh, Bud, this is Houston calling. Could you please return to Earth immediately? A blind man could throw more strikes than that aggregation of wimps, losers, and airheads." Good old Henry. Henry has George Rathbun down so perfectly you can see the sweat stains under his armpits. But the best of Henry's inventions, in Jack's opinion, has to be that embodiment of hipster cool, the laid-back, authoritative Henry Shake, the chic, the shake, the shook of Araby, who can, if in the mood, tell you the color of the socks worn by Lester Young on the day he recorded Shoeshine Boy and Lady Be Good, and describe the interiors of 24 famous but mostly long-departed jazz clubs. And before we get into the very cool, very beautiful, very simpatico music whispered one Sunday at the Village Vanguard by the Bill Evans Trio, we might pay our respects to the third inner eye, Let us honor the inner eye, the eye of imagination. It is late in a hot July afternoon in Greenwich Village, New York City. On sun-dazzled 7th Avenue South, we stroll into the shade of the Vanguard's marquee, open a white door, and proceed down a long, narrow flight of stairs to a roomy underground cave. The musicians climb onto the stand. Bill Evans slides onto the piano bench and nods at the audience. Scott LaFaro hugs his bass. Paul Motion picks up his brushes. Evans lowers his head way down and drops his hands on the keyboard. For those of us who are privileged to be there, nothing will ever be the same again. My Foolish Heart by the Bill Evans Trio, live at the Village Vanguard, the 25th of June, 1961. I am your host, Henry Shake, the Sheik, the Shake, the Shook of Araby. Smiling, Jack pours the beaten eggs into the frying pan, twice swirls them with a fork, and marginally reduces the gas flame. It occurs to him that he has neglected to make coffee. Nuts to coffee. Coffee is the last thing he needs. He can drink orange juice. A glance at the toaster suggests that he has also neglected to prepare the morning's toast. Does he require toast? Is toast essential? Consider the butter. Consider slabs of cholesterol waiting to corrupt his arteries. The omelet is risky enough. In fact, he has the feeling he cracked way too many eggs. Now Jack cannot remember why he wanted to make an omelet in the first place. He rarely eats omelets. In fact, he tends to buy eggs out of a sense of duty aroused by the 2 rows of egg-sized depressions near the top of his refrigerator door. If people were not supposed to buy eggs, why would refrigerators come with egg holders? He nudges a spatula under the edges of the hardening but still runny eggs, tilts the pan to slide them around, scrapes in the mushrooms and scallions, and folds the result in half. All right. Okay, looks good. A luxurious 40 minutes of freedom stretches out before him. In spite of everything, he seems to be functioning pretty well. Control is not an issue here. Unfolded on the kitchen table, the La Riviere Herald catches Jack's eye. He has forgotten about the newspaper. The newspaper has not forgotten him, however, and demands its proper share of attention. Fishermen still at large in, and so on. Arctic Circle would be nice, but no. He moves nearer to the table and sees that the fisherman remains a stubbornly local problem. From beneath the headline, Wendell Green's name leaps up and lodges in his eye like a pebble. Wendell Green is an all-around comprehensive pest, an ongoing irritant. After reading the first 2 paragraphs of Green's article, Jack groans and clamps a hand over his eyes. I'm a blind man. Make me an umpire. Wendell Green has the confidence of a small-town athletic hero who never left home. Tall, expansive, with a crinkly mat of red-blonde hair and a senatorial waistline, Green swaggers through the bars, the courthouses, the public arenas of La Riviere and its surrounding communities, distributing wised-up charm. Wendell Green is a reporter who knows how to act like one, an old-fashioned print journalist, the Herald's great ornament. At their first encounter, the great ornament struck Jack as a third-rate phony, and he has seen no reason to change his mind since then. He distrusts Wendell Green. In Jack's opinion, the reporter's gregarious facade conceals a limitless capacity for treachery. Green is a blowhard posturing in front of a mirror, but a canny blowhard, and such creatures will do anything to gain their own ends. After Thornburg Kinderling's arrest, Green requested an interview. Jack turned him down as he declined the 3 invitations that followed his removal to Norway Valley Road. His refusals had not deterred the reporter from staging occasional accidental meetings. The day after the discovery of Amy St. Pierre's body, Jack emerged from a Chase Street dry cleaner's shop with a box of freshly laundered shirts under his arm, began walking toward his car, and felt a hand close on his elbow. He looked back and beheld, contorted into a leer of spurious delight, the florid public mask of Wendell Green. Hey, Holly, a bad boy smirk. I mean, Lieutenant Sawyer. Hey, I'm glad I ran into you. This where you have your shirts done? They do a good job. If you leave out the part about the buttons. Good one. You're a funny guy, Lieutenant. Let me give you a tip. Reliable on 3rd Street in La Riviere. They live up to their name. No smashy, no breaky. Want your shirts done right? Go to a chink every time. Sam Lee, try him out, Lieutenant. I'm not a lieutenant anymore, Wendell. Call me Jack or Mr. Sawyer. Call me Hollywood. I don't care. And now he walked toward his car, and Wendell Green walked beside him. Any chance of a few words, Lieutenant? Sorry, Jack. Chief Gilbertson is a close friend of yours, I know, and this tragic case, little girl apparently mutilated, terrible things. Can you offer us your expertise? Step in, give us the benefit of your thoughts. You want to know my thoughts? Anything you can tell me, buddy. Pure, irresponsible malice inspired Jack to extend an arm over Green's shoulders and say, Wendell, old buddy, check out a guy named Albert Fish. It was back in the 20s. Fish? F-I-S-H. From an old-line WASP New York family. An amazing case. Look it up. Until that moment, Jack had been barely conscious of remembering the outrages committed by the bizarre Mr. Albert Fish. Butchers more up-to-date, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Jeffrey Dahmer had eclipsed Albert Fish, not to mention exotics like Edmund Emil Kemper III, who after committing 8 murders decapitated his mother, propped her head on his mantle, and used it as a dartboard. By way of explanation, Edmund III said this seemed appropriate. Yet the name of Albert Fish, an obscure back number, had surfaced in Jack's mind, and into Wendell Green's ready ear he had uttered it. What had gotten into him? Well, that was the question, wasn't it? Whoops, the omelet. Jack grabs a plate from the cabinet, silverware from a drawer, jumps to the stove, turns off the burner, and slides the mess in the pan onto his plate. He sits down and opens the Herald to page 5, where he reads about Millie Kuby's nearly winning 3rd place at the big statewide spelling bee, but for the substitution of an I for an A in Apopanax, the kind of thing that is supposed to be in a local paper. How can you expect a kid to spell Apopanax correctly anyhow? Jack takes 2 or 3 bites of his omelet before the peculiar taste in his mouth distracts him from the monstrous unfairness done to Millie Kuby. The funny taste is like half-burned garbage. He spits the food out of his mouth and sees a wad of gray mush and raw, half-chewed vegetables. The uneaten part of his breakfast does not look any more appetizing. He did not cook this omelet, he ruined it. He drops his head and groans. A shudder, like a loose electrical wire, travels here and there through his body, throwing off sparks that singe his throat, his lungs, his suddenly palpitating organs. Apopanax, he thinks. I'm falling apart. Right here and now. Forget I said that. The savage Apopanax has gripped me in its claws, shaken me with the fearful Apopanax of its Apopanax arms, and intends to throw me into the turbulent Apopanax River, where I shall meet my Apopanax. What is happening to me? He says aloud. The shrill sound of his voice scares him. Apopanax tears sting his Apopanax eyes, and he gets groaning up off his Apopanax, dumps the swill into the garbage disposal, rinses the plate, and decides that it is damn well time to start making sense around here. Apopanax me no Apopanaxes. Everybody makes mistakes. Jack examines the door of the refrigerator, trying to remember if he still has an egg or 2 in there. Sure he does, a whole bunch of eggs, about 9 or 10, had nearly filled the entire row of egg-shaped depressions at the top of the door. He could not have squandered all of them, he wasn't that out of it. Jack closes his fingers around the edge of the refrigerator door. Entirely unbidden, the vision of lights reflected in a black man's bald head. Not you. The person being addressed is not present. The person being addressed is scarcely a person at all. No, not you. The door swings open under the pressure of his fingers. The refrigerator light illuminates the laden shelves. Jack Sawyer regards the egg holders. They appear to be empty. A closer look reveals, nested within the rounded depression at the end of the first row, the presence of a small egg-shaped object colored a pale and delicate shade of blue. A nostalgic, tender blue, quite possibly the half-remembered blue of a summer sky observed in early afternoon by a small boy lying face-up on the quarter-acre of grass located behind a nice residential property on Roxbury Drive in Beverly Hills, California. Whoever owns this residential property, boy, you can put your money on one thing. They're in the entertainment business. Jack knows the name of this precise shade of blue due to an extended consideration of color samples undertaken in the company of Claire Evinrude, M.D., an oncologist of lovely and brisk dispatch, during the period when they were planning to repaint their then-shared bungalow in the Hollywood Hills. Claire, Dr. Evinrude, had marked this color for the master bedroom. He, recently returned from a big-deal, absurdly selective VICAP course of instruction at Quantico, Virginia, and newly promoted to the rank of lieutenant, had dismissed it as, maybe a little cold. "Jack, have you ever seen an actual robin's egg?" Dr. Evinrude inquired. "Do you have any idea how beautiful they are?" Dr. Evinrude's gray eyes enlarged as she grasped her mental scalpel. Jack inserts 2 fingers into the egg receptacle and lifts from it the small, egg-shaped object the color of a robin's egg. "What do you know? This is a robin's egg." An actual, in the words of Dr. Claire Evinrude, robin's egg, hatched from the body of a robin, sometimes called a robin redbreast. He deposits the egg in the palm of his left hand. There it sits, this pale blue oblate, the size of a pecan. The capacity for thought seems to have left him. What the hell did he do, buy a robin's egg? "Sorry, no, this relationship isn't working. The Apopanax is out of whack. Roy's store doesn't sell robin's eggs. I'm gone." Slowly, stiffly, awkward as a zombie, Jack progresses across the kitchen floor and reaches the sink. He extends his left hand over the maw at the sink's center and releases the robin's egg. Down into the garbage disposal it drops irretrievably. His right hand switches the machine into action with the usual noisy results. Growl, grind, snarl. A monster is enjoying a nice little snack. Grrr. The live electrical wire shudders within him, shedding sparks as it twitches, but he has become zombified and barely registers the internal shocks. All in all, taking everything into consideration, what Jack Sawyer feels most like doing at this moment, when the red, for some reason, he has not called his mother in a long, long while. He cannot think why he has not, and it is about time he did. Robin me no red robins. The voice of Lily Kavanaugh Sawyer, the queen of the bees, once his only companion in a rapture-flooded, transcendent, rigorously forgotten New Hampshire hotel room, is precisely the voice Jack needs to hear right about now. Lily Kavanaugh is the one person in the world to whom he can spill the ridiculous mess in which he finds himself. Despite the dim, unwelcome awareness of trespassing beyond the borders of strict rationality, and therefore bringing further into question his own uncertain sanity, he moves down the kitchen counter, picks up his cell phone, and punches in the number of the nice residential property on Roxbury Drive, Beverly Hills, California. The telephone in his old house rings 5 times, 6 times, 7. A man picks up, and in an angry, slightly drunken, sleep-distorted voice says, "Kimberly, whatever the hell this is about, for your sake I hope it's really, really important." Jack hits end and snaps his phone shut. Oh, God, oh, hell, oh, damn. It is just past 5 a.m. in Beverly Hills or Westwood or Hancock Park or wherever that number now reaches. He forgot his mother was dead. Oh, hell. Oh, damn, oh, God. Can you beat that? Jack's grief, which has been sharpening itself underground, once again rises up to stab him, as if for the first time, bang, dead center in the heart. At the same time, the idea that even for a second he could have forgotten that his mother was dead strikes him, God knows why, as hugely and irresistibly funny. How ridiculous can you get? The goofy stick has whapped him on the back of the head, and without knowing if he's going to burst into sobs or shouts of laughter, Jack experiences a brief wave of dizziness and leans heavily against the kitchen counter. "Jive-ass turkey," he remembers his mother saying. Lily had been describing her late husband's recently deceased partner in the days after her suspicious accountants discovered that the partner, Morgan Sloat, had been diverting into his own pockets 3/4 of the income from Sawyer and Sloat's astonishingly vast real estate holdings. Every year since Phil Sawyer's death in a so-called hunting accident, Sloat had stolen millions of dollars, many millions, from his late partner's family. Lily diverted the flow back into the proper channels and sold half the company to its new partners, in the process guaranteeing her son a tremendous financial bonanza, not to mention the annual bonanza that produces the interest Jack's private foundation funnels off to noble causes. Lily had called Sloat things far more colorful than jive-ass turkey, but that is the term her voice utters in his inner ear. Way back in May, Jack tells himself, he probably came across that robin's egg on an absent-minded stroll through the meadow and put it in the refrigerator for safekeeping, to keep it safe. Because, after all, it was of a delicate shade of blue, a beautiful blue, to quote Dr. Evinrude. So long had he kept it safe that he'd forgotten all about it, which he gratefully recognizes is why the waking dream presented him with an explosion of red feathers. Everything happens for a reason, concealed though the reason may be. Loosen up and relax long enough to stop being a jive-ass turkey, and the reason might come out of hiding. Jack bends over the sink, and for the sake of refreshment, internal and external, immerses his face in a double handful of cold water. For the moment, the cleansing shock washes away the ruined breakfast, the ridiculous telephone call, and the corrosive image flashes. It is time to strap on his skates and get going. In 25 minutes, Jack Sawyer's best friend and only confidant will, with his customary aura of rotary perception, emerge through the front door of KDCUAM's cinder block building and, applying his golden lighter's flame to the tip of a cigarette, glide down the walkway to Peninsula Drive. Should rotary perception inform him that Jack Sawyer's pickup awaits, Henry Layden will unerringly locate the handle and climb in. This exhibition of blind man cool is too dazzling to miss. And miss it he does not. For in spite of the morning's difficulties, which from the balanced, mature perspective granted by his journey through the lovely countryside eventually seemed trivial, Jack's pickup pulls up in front of the Peninsula Drive end of KDCUAM's walkway at 7:55, a good 5 minutes before his friend is to stroll out into the sunlight. Henry will be good for him. Just the sight of Henry will be like a dose of soul tonic. Surely Jack cannot be the first man or woman in the history of the world who momentarily lost his or her grip under stress and kind of halfway forgot that his or her mother had shuffled off the old mortal coil and departed for a higher sphere. Stressed-out mortals turned naturally to their mothers for comfort and reassurance. The impulses coded into our DNA. When he hears the story, Henry will chuckle and advise him to tighten his wig. On second thought, why cloud Henry's sky with a story so absurd? The same applies to the robin's egg, especially since Jack has not spoken to Henry about his waking dream of a feather eruption, and he does not feel like getting involved in a lot of pointless backtracking. Live in the present. Let the past stretch out in its grave. Keep your chin high and walk around the mud puddles. Don't look to your friends for therapy. He switches on the radio and hits the button for KWLA-FM, the UW La Riviere station, home to both the Wisconsin Rat and Henry the Sheik the Shake the Shook. What pours glittering from the cab's hidden speakers raises the hairs on his arms. Glenn Gould, inner eye luminously open, blazing through something by Bach. He could not say exactly what, but Glenn Gould, but Bach for sure, one of the partitas maybe. A CD jewel box in one hand, Henry Layden strolls through the humble doorway at the side of the station, enters the sunlight, and without hesitation begins to glide down the flagged walkway, the rubber soles of his Hershey-brown suede loafers striking the center of each successive flagstone. Henry is a vision. Today, Jack observes, Henry comes attired in one of his Malaysian teak forest owner ensembles, a handsome collarless shirt, shimmering braces, and an heirloom straw fedora creased to a fare-thee-well. Had Jack not been so welcomed into Henry's life, he would not have known that his friend's capacity for flawless wardrobe assemblage depended upon the profound organization of his enormous walk-in closet, long ago established by Rhoda Gilbertson Layden, Henry's deceased wife. Rhoda had arranged every article of her husband's clothing by season, style, and color. Item by item, Henry memorized the entire system. Although blind since birth, therefore incapable of distinguishing between matching and mismatching shades, Henry never errs. Henry extracts from his shirt pocket a gold lighter and a yellow pack of American spirits, fires up, exhales a radiant cloud brightened by sunlight to the color of milk, and continues his unwavering progress down the flagstones. The pink, back-slanting capitals of Troy Loves Mary Ann, yes, sprayed across the sign on the bare lawn, suggest that 1, Troy spends a lot of time listening to KDCU-AM, and 2, Mary Ann loves him back. Good for Troy, good for Mary Ann. Jack applauds Love's announcement, even in pink spray paint, and wishes the lovers happiness and good fortune. It occurs to him that if at this present stage of his existence he could be said to love anyone, that person would have to be Henry Layden. Not in the sense that Troy loves Mary Ann, or vice versa, but he loves him all the same, a matter that has never been as clear as it is this moment. Henry traverses the last of the flagstones and approaches the curb. A single stride brings him to the door of the pickup. His hand closes on the recessed metal bar. He opens the door, steps up, and slides in. His head tilts, cocking his right ear to the music. The dark lenses of his aviator glasses shine. "How can you do that?" Jack asked. This time the music helped, but you don't need music. "I can do that because I am totally bitchrod," Henry says. "I learned that lovely word from our pothead intern, Morris Rosen, who kindly applied it to me. Morris thinks I am God, but he must have something on the ball because he figured out that George Rathbun and the Wisconsin Rat are one and the same. I hope the kid keeps his mouth shut." "I do too," Jack says, "but I'm not going to let you change the subject. How can you always open the door right away? How do you find the handle without groping for it?" Henry sighs. "The handle tells me where it is. Obviously, all I have to do is listen to it." "The door handle makes a sound?" "Not like your high-tech radio and the Goldberg variations, no. More like a vibration. The sound of a sound. The sound inside a sound. Isn't Daniel Barenboim a great piano player? Man, listen to that. Every note, a different coloration, makes you want to kiss the lid of his Steinway, baby. Imagine the muscles in his hands." "That's Barenboim?" "Well, who else could it be?" Slowly Henry turns his head to Jack. An irritating smile raises the corners of his mouth. "Ah, I see, yes. Knowing you as I do, you poor schmuck, I see you imagined you were listening to Glenn Gould." "I did not," Jack says. "Please." "Maybe for a minute I wondered if it was Gould, but don't even try. Your voice gives you away. There's a little whiny topspin on every word. It's so pathetic. Are we going to drive back to Norway Valley, or would you like to sit here and keep lying to me? I want to tell you something on the way home." He holds up the CD. "Let's put you out of your misery. The pothead gave this to me, dirty sperm, doing an old Supremes ditty. Me, I loathe that sort of thing, but it might be perfect for the Wisconsin Rat. Cue up track 7. The pianist no longer sounds anything like Glenn Gould, and the music seems to have slowed to half its former velocity. Jack puts himself out of his misery and inserts the CD into the opening beneath the radio. He pushes a button, then another. At an insanely fast tempo, the screeches of madmen subjected to unspeakable tortures comes blasting out of the speakers. Jack rocks backward into the seat, jolted. "My God, Henry," he says, and reaches for the volume control. "Don't dare touch that dial," Henry says. "If this crap doesn't make your ears bleed, it isn't doing its job." Ears, Jack knows, is jazz speak for the capacity to hear what is going on in music as it unfurls across the air. A musician with good ears soon memorizes the songs and arrangements he is asked to play, picks up or already knows the harmonic movement underlying the theme, and follows the transformations and substitutions to that pattern introduced by his fellow musicians. Whether or not he can accurately read notes written on a staff, a musician with great ears learns melodies and arrangements the first time he hears them. grasps harmonic intricacies through flawless intuition, and immediately identifies the notes and key signatures registered by taxi horns, elevator bells, and mewing cats. Such people inhabit a world defined by the particularities of individual sounds, and Henry Layden is one of them. As far as Jack is concerned, Henry's ears are Olympian, in a class by themselves. It was Henry's ears that gave him access to Jack's great secret, the role his mother, Lily Kavanaugh Sawyer, Lily Kavanaugh, had occupied in life, and he is the only person ever to discover it. Shortly after Dale introduced them, Jack and Henry Layden entered into an easy, companionable friendship surprising to both. Each the answer to the other's loneliness, they spent 2 or 3 nights of every week having dinner together, listening to music and talking about whatever came into their well-stocked minds. Either Jack drove down the road to Henry's eccentric house, or he picked Henry up and drove him back to his place. After something like 6 or 7 months, Jack wondered if his friend might enjoy spending an hour or so listening to him read aloud from books agreed upon by both parties. Henry replied, "Ivy-divey, my man, what a beautiful idea. How about starting with some whacked-out crime novels?" They began with Chester Himes and Charles Willeford, changed gear with a batch of contemporary novels, floated through S.J. Perelman and James Thurber, and ventured emboldened into fictional mansions erected by Ford Madox Ford and Vladimir Nabokov. Marcel Proust lies somewhere ahead, they understand, but Proust can wait. At present they are to embark upon Bleak House. One night after Jack had finished the evening's installment of Ford's The Good Soldier, Henry cleared his throat and said, "Dale said you told him your parents were in the entertainment industry, in show business." "That's right. I don't want to pry, but would you mind if I asked you some questions? If you feel like answering, just say yes or no." Already alarmed, Jack said, "What's this about, Henry?" "I want to see if I'm right about something." "Okay, ask." "Thank you. Were your parents in different aspects of the industry?" Was one of them in the business end of things and the other a performer?" Was your mother an actress?" "Aha." "A famous actress, in a way. She never really got the respect she deserved, but she made a ton of movies all through the 50s and into the mid-60s, and at the end of her career she won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress." "Henry," Jack said, "where did you climb up? I intend to relish this moment. Your mother was Lily Kavanaugh. That's wonderful. Lily Kavanaugh was always so much more talented than most people gave her credit for. Every time out she brought those roles she played, those girls, those tough little waitresses and dames with guns in their handbags, up to a new level. Beautiful, smart, gutsy, no pretensions, just lock in and inhabit the part. She was about 100 times better than anyone else around her. Henry, some of those movies had nice soundtracks, too. Lost Summer, Johnny Mandel, out of sight." "Henry, how did you told me? How else could I know? These little things your voice does, that's how. You slide over the tops of your R's, and you hit the rest of your consonants in a kind of cadence, and that cadence runs through your sentences." "A cadence?" "Bet your ass, Junior. An underlying rhythm, like your own personal drummer. All through The Good Soldier, I kept trying to remember where I'd heard it before. Faded in, faded back out. A couple of days ago I nailed it. Lily Kavanaugh. You can't blame me for wanting to see if I was right, can you?" "Blame you?" Jack said. "I'm too stunned to blame anybody, but give me a couple of minutes." "Your secret's safe. When people see you, you don't want their first thought to be, 'Hey, there's Lily Kavanaugh's son.' Makes sense to me." Henry Layden has great ears, all right. As the pickup rolls through French Landing, the din filling the cab makes conversation impossible. Dirty sperm is burning a hole through the marzipan center of Where Did Our Love Go, and in the process committing hideous atrocities upon all those cute little supremes. Henry, who claims to loathe this kind of thing, slouches in his seat, knees up on the dash, hands steepled below his chin, grinning with pleasure. The shops on Chase Street have opened for business, and half a dozen cars jut at an angle from parking spaces. 4 boys astride bicycles swerve off the sidewalk before Schmidt's All Sorts and into the road 20 feet in front of the moving pickup. Jack hits his brakes. The boys come to an abrupt halt and line up side by side, waiting for him to pass. Jack trolls forward. Henry straightens up, checks his mysterious sensors, and drops back into position. All is well with Henry. The boys, however, do not know what to make of the uproar growing ever louder as the pickup approaches. They stare at Jack's windshield in bafflement tinged with distaste, the way their great-grandfathers once stared at the Siamese twins and the alligator man in the freak show at the back of the fairground. Everybody knows that the drivers of pickup trucks listen to only two kinds of music, heavy metal or country, so what's with this creep? As Jack drives past the boys, the first, a scowling heavyweight with the inflamed face of a schoolyard bully, displays an upraised second finger. The next two continue the imitations of their great-grandfathers having a hot night out in 1921 and gape idiotically, mouths slack and open. The fourth boy, whose dark blonde hair beneath a brewer's cap, bright eyes, and general air of innocence make him the nicest looking of the group, gazes directly into Jack's face and gives him a sweet, tentative smile. This is Tyler Marshall out for a spin, though he is completely unaware of it, into no man's land. The boys glide into the background, and Jack glances into the mirror to see them pedaling furiously up the street, Sluggo in front, the smallest, most appealing one in the rear already falling behind. A sidewalk panel of experts has reported in on the dirty sperm, Jack says, 4 kids on bikes. Since he can scarcely make out his words, he does not think Henry will be able to hear them at all. Henry, it seems, has heard him perfectly, and he responds with a question that disappears into the uproar. Having a reasonably good idea of what it must have been, Jack answers it anyhow. 1 firm negative, 2 undecideds tending toward negative, and 1 cautious positive. Henry nods. Violent marzipan destruction crashes and thuds to a conclusion on 11th Street. As if a haze is blown from the cab, as if the windshield has been freshly washed, the air seems clearer, the colors more vibrant. Interesting, Henry says. He reaches unerringly for the eject button, extracts the disc from the holder and slips it into his case. That was very revealing, don't you think? Raw, self-centered hatred should never be dismissed automatically. Morris Rosen was right. It's perfect for the Wisconsin rat. Hey, I think they could be bigger than Glenn Miller. That reminds me, Henry says. You'll never guess what I'm doing later. I have a gig. Chipper Maxton, actually his second-in-command, this Rebecca Vilas woman, who I am sure is as gorgeous as she sounds, hired me to put on a record hop as the slam-bang climax to Maxton's big Strawberry Fest. Well, not me. An old, long-neglected persona of mine, Symphonic Stan, the big band man. Do you need a ride? I do not. The wondrous Miss Vilas has attended to my needs, in the form of a car with a comfy back seat for my turntable, and a trunk spacious enough for the speakers and record cartons, which she will be sending, but thanks anyhow. Symphonic Stan, Jack said. A knocked-out, all-frantic, all-zoot-suit embodiment of the big band era, and a charming, mellifluous gentleman besides, for the residents of Maxton's, an evocation of their salad days, and a joy to behold. Do you actually own a zoot-suit? Magnificently inexpressive, Henry's face swings toward him. Sorry, I don't know what came over me. To change the subject, what you said, what George Rathbun said about the fishermen this morning probably did a lot of good. I was glad to hear that. Henry opens his mouth and summons George Rathbun in all his avuncular glory. The original fisherman, boys and girls, Albert Fish, has been dead and gone for 67 years. It is uncanny hearing the voice of that charged-up fat man leap from Henry Layden's slender throat. In his own voice, Henry says, I hope it did some good. After I read your buddy Wendell Green's nonsense in the paper this morning, I thought George had to say something. Henry Layden enjoys using terms like I read, I was reading, I saw, I was looking at. He knows these phrases disconcert his auditors. And he called Wendell Green your buddy because Henry is the only person to whom Jack has ever admitted that he alerted the reporter to the crimes of Albert Fish. Now Jack wishes he had confessed to no one. Glad-handing Wendell Green is not his buddy. Having been of some assistance to the press, Henry says, you might reasonably be thought in a position to do the same for our boys in blue. Forgive me, Jack, but you opened the door, and I'll only say this once. Dale is my nephew, after all. I don't believe you're doing this to me, Jack says. Doing what? Speaking my mind? Dale is my nephew, remember? He could use your expertise, and he is very much of the opinion that you owe him a favor. Hasn't it occurred to you that you could help him stay in his job? Or that if you love French Landing and Norway Valley as much as you say, you owe these folks a little of your time and talent? Hasn't it occurred to you, Henry, that I'm retired? Jack says through gritted teeth, that investigating homicides is the last thing in the world I want to do? Of course it has, Henry says. And again, I hope you'll forgive me, Jack. Here you are, the person I know you are, with the skills you have, which are certainly far beyond Dale's, and probably well beyond all these other guys, and I can't help wondering what the hell your problem is. I don't have a problem, Jack says. I'm a civilian. You're the boss. We might as well listen to the rest of the Barenboim. Henry runs his fingers over the console and pushes the button for the tuner. For the next 15 minutes, the only voice to be heard in the pickup's cab is that of a Steinway concert grand meditating upon the Goldberg variations in the Teatro Colón, Buenos Aires. A splendid voice it is, too, Jack thinks, and you'd have to be an ignoramus to mistake it for Glenn Gould. A person capable of making that mistake probably couldn't hear the vibration-like inner sound produced by a General Motors door handle. When they turn right off Highway 93 into Norway Valley Road, Henry says, "Stop sulking. I shouldn't have called you a schmuck. And I shouldn't have accused you of having a problem because I'm the one with the problem." You? Jack looks at him, startled. Long experience has immediately suggested that Henry is about to ask for some kind of unofficial investigative help. Henry is facing the windshield, giving nothing away. What kind of problem can you have? Did your socks get out of order? Oh, are you having trouble with one of the stations? That I could deal with. Henry pauses, and the pause stretches into a lengthy silence. What I was going to say is, I feel like I'm losing my mind. I think I'm going sort of crazy. Come on. Jack eases up on the gas pedal and cuts his speed in half. Has Henry witnessed a feather explosion? Of course he hasn't. Henry cannot see anything, and his own feather explosion was merely a waking dream. Henry quivers like a tuning fork. He is still facing the windshield. "Tell me what's going on," Jack says. "I'm starting to worry about you." Henry opens his mouth to a crack that might accommodate a communion wafer, then closes it again. Another tremor runs through him. He says. "This is harder than I thought." Astonishingly, his dry, measured voice, the true voice of Henry Layden, wobbles with a wide, helpless vibrato. Jack slows the pickup to a crawl, begins to say something, and decides to wait. "I hear my wife," Henry says, "at night when I'm lying in bed, around 3-4 in the morning. Rhoda's footsteps are moving around in the kitchen. They're coming up the stairs. I must be losing my mind." "How often does this happen?" "How many times? I don't know exactly. 3 or 4. "Do you get up and look for her? Call out her name?" Henry's voice again sails up and down on the vibrato trampoline. "I've done both those things, because I was sure I heard her, her footsteps, her way of walking, her tread. Rhoda's been gone for 6 years now. Pretty funny, huh? I'd think it was funny if I didn't think I was going bats." "You call out her name," Jack says, "and you get out of bed and go downstairs." "Like a lunatic. Like a madman. 'Rhoda? Is that you, Rhoda?' Last night I went all around the house. 'Rhoda, Rhoda,' you'd think I was expecting her to answer." Henry pays no attention to the tears that leak from beneath his aviator glasses and slip down his cheeks. "And I was. That's the problem." "No one else was in the house," Jack says. "No signs of disturbance, nothing misplaced or missing or anything like that." "Not as far as I saw. Everything was still where it should have been, right where I left it. He raises a hand and wipes his face. The entrance to Jack's looping driveway slides past on the right side of the cab. "I'll tell you what I think," Jack says, picturing Henry wandering through his darkened house. 6 years ago, you went through all the grief business that happens when someone you love dies and leaves you. The denial, the bargaining, the anger, the pain, whatever, acceptance, that whole range of emotions. But afterward, you still missed Rhoda. No one ever says you keep on missing the dead people you loved, but you do. Now that's profound, Henry says, and comforting, too. Don't interrupt. Weirdness happens. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Your mind rebels. It distorts the evidence. It gives false testimony. Who knows why? It just does. In other words, you go batshit, Henry says. I believe that is where we came in. What I mean, Jack says, is that people can have waking dreams. That's what is happening to you. It's nothing to worry about. All right, here's your drive. You're home. He turns into the grassy entrance and rolls up to the white farmhouse in which Henry and Rhoda Layden had spent the 15 lively years between their marriage and the discovery of Rhoda's liver cancer. For nearly 2 years after her death, Henry went wandering through his house every evening, turning on the lights. Waking dreams? Where'd you get that one? Waking dreams aren't uncommon, Jack says, especially in people who never get enough sleep like you. Or like me, he silently adds. I'm not making this up, Henry. I've had 1 or 2 myself. 1, anyhow. Waking dreams, Henry says in a different, considering tone of voice. Ivy-divey. Think about it. We live in a rational world. People do not return from the dead. Everything happens for a reason, and the reasons are always rational. It's a matter of chemistry or coincidence. If they weren't rational, we'd never figure anything out, and we'd never know what was going on. Even a blind man can see that, Henry says. Thanks. Words to live by. He gets out of the cab and closes the door. He moves away, steps back, and leans in through the window. Do you want to start on Bleak House tonight? I should get home about 8:30, something like that. I'll turn up around 9. By way of parting, Henry says, Ding dong. He turns away, walks to his doorstep, and disappears into his house, which is, of course, unlocked. Around here, only parents lock their doors, and even that's a new development. Jack reverses the pickup, swings down the drive, and onto Norway Valley Road. He feels as though he has done a doubly good deed, for by helping Henry, he has also helped himself. It's nice how things turn out sometimes. When he turns into his own long driveway, a peculiar rattle comes from the ashtray beneath his dashboard. He hears it again at the last curve, just before his house comes into view. The sound is not so much a rattle as a small, dull clunk. A button, a coin, something like that. He rolls to a stop at the side of his house, turns off the engine, and opens his door. On an afterthought, he reaches over and pulls out the ashtray. What Jack finds, nestled in the grooves at the bottom of the sliding tray, a tiny robin's egg, a robin's egg the size of an almond M&M, expels all the air from his body. The little egg is so blue, a blind man could see it. Jack's trembling fingers pluck the egg from the ashtray. Staring at it, he leaves the cab and closes the door. Still staring at the egg, he finally remembers to breathe. His hand revolves on his wrist and releases the egg, which falls in a straight line to the grass. Deliberately, he lifts his foot and smashes it down onto the obscene blue speck. Without looking back, he pockets his keys and moves toward the dubious safety of his house. Part 2. The Taking of Tyler Marshall. Chapter 5. We glimpsed a janitor on our whirlwind early morning tour of Maxton Elder Care. Do you happen to remember him? Baggy overalls a wee bit thick in the gut, dangling cigarette in spite of the no-smoking lungs-at-work signs that have been posted every 20 feet or so along the patient corridors, a mop that looks like a clot of dead spiders. No, don't apologize. It's easy enough to overlook Pete Wexler, a one-time nondescript youth, final grade average at French Landing High School 79, who passed through a nondescript young manhood and has now reached the edge of what he expects to be a nondescript middle age. His only hobby is administering the occasional secret savage pinch to the moldy oldies that fill his days with their grunts, nonsensical questions, and smells of gas and piss. The Alzheimer's assholes are the worst. He has been known to stub out the occasional cigarette on their scrawny backs or buttocks. He likes their strangled cries when the heat hits and the pain cores in. This small and ugly torture has a double-barreled effect. It wakes them up a little and satisfies something in him. Brightens his days, somehow, refreshes the old outlook. Besides, who are they going to tell? And, oh God, there goes the worst of them now, shuffling slowly down the corridor of Daisy. Charles Burnside's mouth is agape, as is the back of his Johnny. Pete has a better view of Burnside's scrawny, shit-smeared buttocks than he ever wanted. The chocolate stains go all the way down to the backs of his knees, by God. He's headed for the bathroom, but it's just a little bit late. A certain brown horse, call him Morning Thunder, has already bolted from its stall and no doubt galloped across Bernie's sheets. Thank God cleaning him up isn't my job, Pete thinks, and smirks around his cigarette. Over to you, Butch. But the desk up there by the little boys' and girls' rooms is, for the time being, unattended. Butch Yerxa is going to miss the charming sight of Bernie's dirty ass sailing by. Butch has apparently stepped out for a smoke, although Pete has told the idiot 100 times that all those no-smoking signs mean nothing. Chipper Maxton could care less about who smoked where, or where the smokes were butted out, for that matter. The signs are just there to keep good old Drooler Manor in compliance with certain tiresome state laws. Pete's smirk widens, and at that moment he looks a good deal like his son Ebby, Tyler Marshall's sometime friend. It was Ebby Wexler, in fact, who just gave Jack and Henry the finger. Pete is wondering whether he should go out and tell Butch he's got a little cleanup job in D18, plus D18's occupant, of course, or if he should just let Butch discover Bernie's latest mess on his own. Perhaps Bernie will go back to his room and do a little finger painting, kind of spread the joy around. That would be good, but it would also be good to see Butch's face fall when Pete told him. Pete? Oh no, sandbagged by the bitch. She's a fine-looking bitch, but a bitch is still a bitch. Pete stands where he is for a moment, thinking that maybe if he ignores her, she'll go away. Vain hope. Pete. He turns. There is Rebecca Vilas, current squeeze of the big cheese. Today she is wearing a light red dress, perhaps in honor of Strawberry Fest, and black high-heeled pumps, probably in honor of her own fine gams. Pete briefly imagines those fine gams wrapped around him, those high heels crossed at the small of his back and pointing like clock hands, then sees the cardboard box she's holding in her arms. Work for him, no doubt. Pete also notes the glinting ring on her finger, some sort of gemstone the size of a goddamn robin's egg, although considerably paler. He wonders, not for the first time, just what a woman does to earn a ring like that. She stands there, tapping her foot, letting him have his look. Behind him, Charles Burnside continues his slow, tottery progress toward the men's. You'd think, looking at that old wreck with his scrawny legs and fly-away milkweed hair, that his running days were long behind him. But you'd be wrong. Terribly wrong. Miss Vilas? Pete says at last. Common room, Pete, on the double. And how many times have you been told not to smoke in the patient wings? Before he can reply, she turns with a sexy little flirt of the skirt and starts off toward the Maxton common room, where that afternoon's Strawberry Fest dance will be held. Sighing, Pete props his broom against the wall and follows her. Charles Burnside is now alone at the head of the Daisy corridor. The vacancy leaves his eyes and is replaced with a brilliant and feral gleam of intelligence. All at once, he looks younger. All at once, Bernie the human shit machine is gone. In his place is Carl Beerstone, who reaped the young in Chicago with such savage efficiency. Carl, and something else, something not human. It grins. On the unattended desk is a pile of paper weighed down with a round stone the size of a coffee cup. Written on the stone in small black letters is Butch's Pet Rock. Bernie picks up Butch Yerksa's pet rock and walks briskly toward the men's room, still grinning. In the common room, the tables have been arranged around the walls and covered with red paper cloths. Later, Pete will add small red lights, battery-powered, no candles for the droolers, gosh no. On the walls, great big cardboard strawberries have been taped up everywhere, some looking rather battered. They have been put up and taken down every July since Herbert Maxton opened this place at the end of the swingin' 60s. The linoleum floor is open and bare. This afternoon and early evening, the moldy oldies who are still ambulatory and of a mind to do so will shuffle around out there to the big band sounds of the 30s and 40s, clinging to each other during the slow numbers and probably dampening their depends with excitement at the end of the jitterbugs. 3 years ago, a moldy oldie named Irving Christie had a minor heart attack after doing a particularly strenuous Lindy Hop to Don't Sit Under the Apple Tree with Anyone Else But Me. Oh, yes, the Strawberry Fest hop is always exciting. Rebecca has, all by herself, pushed together 3 wooden flats and covered them with a white cloth, creating the basis for Symphonic Stan's podium. In the corner stands a brilliantly chromed microphone with a large, round head, a genuine antique from the 30s that saw service at the Cotton Club. It is one of Henry Layden's prized possessions. Beside it is the tall, narrow carton in which it arrived yesterday. On the podium, beneath a beam decorated with red and white crepe and more cardboard strawberries, is a stepladder. Seeing it, Pete feels a moment's possessive jealousy. Rebecca Vilas has been in his closet. Trespassing bitch. If she stole any of his weed, by God. Rebecca sets her carton down on the podium with an audible grunt, then straightens up. She brushes a lock of silky chestnut hair off one flushed cheek. It's only mid-morning, but the day is going to be a genuine coolie country scorcher. Air condition your underwear and double up on the deodorant, folks, as George Rathbun has been known to bellow. I thought you'd never come, me fine bucko, Rebecca says. Well, I'm here, Pete says sullenly. Looks like you're doing fine without me. He pauses, then adds, fine. For Pete, this is quite a witticism. He walks forward and peers into the carton, which, like the one by the mic, is stamped property of Henry Layden. Inside the box is a small spotlight with an electrical cord wrapped around it and a circular pink gel that is meant to turn the light the color of candy canes and sugar strawberries. What's this shit? Pete asks. Rebecca gives him a brilliant, dangerous smile. Even to a relatively dull fellow like Pete, the message of that smile is clear. You're on the edge of the gator pool, buddy. How many more steps do you want to take? Light, she says, L-I-G-H-T. Hangs up there on that hook, H-O-O-K. It's something the DJ insists on, says it gets him in the mood. M-O-O, what happened to Weenie Erickson? Pete grumbles. There was none of this shit with Weenie. He played the goddamn records for 2 hours, had a few out of his hip flask, then shut it down. He moved, Rebecca says indifferently. Racine, I think. Well, Pete is looking up, studying the beam with its intertwined fluffs of red and white crepe. I don't see no hook, Miss Vilas. Christ on a bicycle, she says, and mounts the stepladder. Here, are you blind? Pete, most definitely not blind, has rarely been so grateful for his sighted state. From his position below her, he's got a clear view of her thighs, the red lace froth of her panties, and the twin curves of her buttocks, now nicely tensed as she stands on the 5th step of the ladder. She looks down at him, sees the stunned look on his face, notes the direction of his sightline. Her expression softens a bit. As her dear mither so wisely observed, some men are just fools for a flash o' panty. Pete, earth to Pete. Ah? He looks up at her, mouth hanging agape, a dot of spittle on his lower lip. There is no hook of any kind on my underwear. I'm sure of that as of few things in life. But if you will direct your gaze upward to my hand instead of my ass. He looks up, face still dazed, and sees one red-tipped nail. Rebecca is a through-and-through vision in strawberry red today, no doubt about it, tapping a hook that just gleams out of the crepe, like a fisherman's hook gleaming murderously out of a gaudy lure. Hook, she says. Attach gel to light, attach light to hook. Light becomes warm pink spotlight as per DJ's explicit instructions. You get a message, Kimosabe? Yeah. Then, if I may coin a phrase, will you please get it up? She comes down the ladder, deciding Pete Wexler has gotten the biggest free show he can reasonably expect for one lousy chore. And Pete, who has already achieved one erection, pulls Symphonic Stand's pink pin spot out of its box and prepares to achieve another. As he mounts the stepladder, his crotch rises past Rebecca's face. She notes the bulge there and gnaws the inside of one cheek to suppress a smile. Men are fools, all right. Lovable fools, some of them, but fools all the same. It's just that some fools can afford rings and trips and midnight suppers at Milwaukee night spots, and some fools cannot. With some fools, the best you can get them to do is put up a lousy light. "Wait up, you guys," Time Marshal calls. "Ebby, Ronnie, TJ, wait up!" Over his shoulder, Ebby Wexler, who really does look like Nancy's not-too-bright boyfriend Sluggo, calls back, "Catch us, slowpoke!" "Yeah," Ronnie Metzger yells, "Catch us, po-sloke!" Ronnie, a kid with a lot of hours in the speech therapy room ahead of him, looks back over his own shoulder, almost crashes his bike into a parking meter, and just manages to swerve around it. Then they are fleeing, the three of them filling the sidewalk with their bikes. God help the pedestrian headed the other way, their racing shadows fleeing beside them. Tyler considers a final catch-up dash, then decides his legs are just too tired. His mother and father say that he will catch up in time, that he's just small for his age, but brother Ty has his doubts. And he has had increasing doubts about Ebby, Ronnie, and TJ, too. Are they really worth keeping up with? If Judy Marshall knew of these doubts, she would stand and applaud. She has wondered for the last 2 years when her bright and thoughtful son will finally tire of hanging out with such a bunch of losers, what she calls low-raters. "Suck an elf," Ty says disconsolately. He has picked up this harmless vulgarity from Sci-Fi Channel reruns of a miniseries called The 10th Kingdom, and dismounts his bike. There's no real reason to speed after them anyway. He knows where he'll find them, in the parking lot of the 7-Eleven, drinking Slurpees and trading magic cards. This is another problem Tyler is having with his friends. These days, he'd much rather trade baseball cards. Ebby, Ronnie, and TJ could care less about the Cardinals, the Indians, the Red Sox, and the Brew Crew. Ebby has gone so far as to say that baseball is gay, a comment Ty considers stupid, almost pitiable, rather than outrageous. He walks his bike slowly up the sidewalk, catching his breath. Here is the intersection of Chase and Queen Streets. Ebby calls Queen Street Queer Street. Of course, no surprise there. And isn't that a big part of the problem? Tyler is a boy who likes surprises. Ebby Wexler is a boy who doesn't, which makes their opposite reactions to the music pouring out of the pickup a little earlier that morning perfectly predictable. Tyler pauses at the corner, looking down Queen Street. There are shaggy hedges on both sides. Above those on the right rise a number of interconnected red roofs. The old folks' home. Beside the main gate, some sort of sign has been placed. Curious, Tyler remounts his bike and rides slowly down the sidewalk for a look. The longest branches of the hedge beside him whisper against the handlebar of his bike. The sign turns out to be a great big strawberry. Strawberry Fest today is written below it. What, Time Marshal wonders, is a Strawberry Fest? A party, something strictly for old folks? It's a question, but not a very interesting one. After mulling it over for a few seconds, he turns his bike and prepares to ride back down to Chase Street. Charles Burnside enters the men's room at the head of the Daisy corridor, still grinning and clutching Butch's pet rock. To his right is a line of sinks with a mirror over each one. They are the sort of metal mirrors one finds in the toilets of the lower-class bars and saloons. In one of these, Bernie sees his own grinning reflection. In another, the one closest the window, he sees a small boy in a Milwaukee Brewers t-shirt. The boy is standing astride his bike, just outside the gate, reading the Strawberry Fest sign. Bernie begins to drool. There is nothing discreet about it either. Bernie drools like a wolf in a fairy tale, white curds of foamy spit leaking from the corners of his mouth and flowing over the slack, liver-colored roll of his lower lip. The drool runs down his chin like a stream of soapsuds. He wipes at it absently with the back of one gnarled hand and shakes it to the floor in a splatter, never taking his eyes from the mirror. The boy in the mirror is not one of this creature's poor lost babies. Time Marshal has lived in French Landing his whole life and knows exactly where he is. But he could be. He could very easily become lost and wind up in a certain room, a certain cell, or trudging toward a strange horizon on burning, bleeding footsies. Especially if Bernie has his way. He will have to move fast. But as we have already noted, Charles Burnside can, with the proper motivation, move very fast indeed. "Gorg," he says to the mirror. He speaks this nonsense word in a perfectly clear, perfectly flat Midwestern accent. "Come, Gorg." And without waiting to see what comes next, he knows what comes next, Bernie turns and walks toward the line of 4 toilet stalls. He steps into the second from the left and closes the door. Tyler has just remounted his bike when the hedge rustles 10 feet from the Strawberry Fest sign. A large black crow shrugs its way out of the greenery and onto the Queen Street sidewalk. It regards the boy with a lively, intelligent eye. It stands with its black legs spread, opens its beak, and speaks. "Gorg." Tyler looks at it, beginning to smile. Not sure he heard this, but ready to be delighted. At 10, he's always ready to be delighted, always primed to believe the unbelievable. "What? Did you say something?" The crow flutters its glossy wings and cocks its head in a way that renders the ugly almost charming. "Gorg. Ty." The boy laughs. It said his name. The crow said his name. He dismounts his bike, puts it on the kickstand, and takes a couple of steps toward the crow. Thoughts of Amy St. Pierre and Johnny Erkenham are, unfortunately, the furthest things from his mind. He thinks the crow will surely fly away when he steps toward it, but it only flutters its wings a little and takes a slide step toward the bushy darkness of the hedge. "Did you say my name?" "Gorg, Ty, Abala." For a moment Ty's smile falters. That last word is almost familiar to him, and the associations, although faint, are not exactly pleasant. It makes him think of his mother for some reason. Then the crow says his name again. Surely it is saying Ty. Tyler takes another step away from Queen Street and toward the blackbird. The crow takes a corresponding step, sidling closer still to the bulk of the hedge. There is no one on the street. This part of French Landing is dreaming in the morning sunshine. Ty takes another step toward his doom, and all the worlds tremble. Abby, Ronnie, and TJ come swaggering out of the 7-Eleven, where the raghead behind the counter has just served them blueberry Slurpees. Raghead is just one of many pejorative terms Abby has picked up from his dad. They also have fresh packs of magic cards, 2 packs each. Abby, his lips already smeared blue, turns to TJ. "Go on down street and get the slowpoke." TJ looks injured. "Why me?" "Because Ronnie bought the cards, dumbwit. Go on, hurry up." "Why do we need 'em, Abby?" Ronnie asks. He leans against the bike rack, noshing on the cold, sweet chips of ice. "Because I say so," Abby replies loftily. The fact is, Tyler Marshall usually has money on Fridays. In fact, Tyler has money almost every day. His parents are loaded. Abby, who is being raised, if you can call it that, by a single father who has a crappy janitor's job, has already conceived a vague hate for Tyler on this account. The first humiliations aren't far away, and the first beatings will follow soon after. But now all he wants are more magic cards, a 3rd pack for each of them. The fact that Tyler doesn't even like magic that much will only make getting him to pony up that much sweeter. But first they have to get the little slowpoke up here, or the little po-sloke, as mush-mouthed Ronnie calls him. Abby likes that and thinks he'll start using it. Po-sloke, a good word. Makes fun of Ty and Ronnie at the same time. 2 for the price of 1. "Go on, TJ, unless you want an Indian burn." TJ doesn't. Abby Wexler's Indian burns hurt like a mad bastard. He gives a theatrical sigh, backs his bike out of the rack, mounts it, and rides back down the mild slope of the hill, holding a handlebar in one hand and his Slurpee in the other. He expects to see Ty right away, probably walking his bike because he's just so tired. But Ty doesn't seem to be on Chase Street at all. What's up with that? TJ pedals a little faster. In the men's room, we are now looking at the line of toilet stalls. The door of the one second from the left is closed. The other 3 stand ajar on their chrome hinges. Beneath the closed door, we see a pair of gnarled, veiny ankles rising from a pair of filthy slippers. A voice cries out with surprising strength. It is a young man's voice, hoarse, hungry, and angry. It echoes flatly back from the tile walls. "Abala, abala doon, munshangorg." Suddenly the toilets flush. Not just the one in the closed cubicle, but all of them. Across the room, the urinals also flush, their chromed handles dipping in perfect synchronicity. Water runs down their curved porcelain surfaces. When we look back from the urinals to the toilets, we see that the dirty slippers and the feet that were in them are gone. And for the first time, we have actually heard the sound of slippage. A kind of hot exhale, the sort of sound one hears escaping one's lungs when waking from a nightmare at 2 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Burnside has left the building. The crow has backed right up against the hedge now. Still it regards Tyler with its bright, eerie eyes. Tyler steps forward toward it, feeling hypnotized. "Say my name again," he breathes. "Say my name again and you can go." "Ty," the crow croaks obligingly, then gives its wings a little shake and slips into the hedge. For a moment, Tyler can still see it, a mixture of shiny black and the shiny green, and then it's gone. "Holy crow!" Tyler says. He realizes what he said and gives a small, shaky laugh. Did it happen? It did, didn't it? He leans closer to where the crow re-entered the hedge, thinking if it shed a feather he will take it for a souvenir, and when he does, a scrawny white arm shoots out through the green and seizes him unerringly by the neck. Tyler has time to give a single terrified squawk, and then he is dragged through the hedge. One of his sneakers is pulled off by the short, stiff branches. From the far side there is a single, guttural, greedy cry. It might have been, "Boy!" And then a thud, the sound of a pet rock coming down on a small boy's head, perhaps. Then there's nothing but the distant drone of a lawnmower and the closer drone of a bee. The bee is bumbling around the flowers on the far side of the hedge, the Maxton side. There is nothing else to be seen over there but green grass, and closer to the building, the tables where the elderly inhabitants will, at noon, sit down to the Strawberry Fest picnic. Tyler Marshall is gone. T.J. Renneker coasts to a stop at the corner of Chase and Queen. His Slurpee is dripping dark blue juice over his wrist, but he barely notices. Halfway down Queen Street he sees Ty's bike, leaning neatly over on its kickstand, but no Ty. Moving slowly, he has a bad feeling about this somehow. T.J. rides over to the bike. At some point he becomes aware that what was a Slurpee has now dissolved into a soggy cup of melting goop. He tosses it into the gutter. It's Ty's ride, all right. No mistaking that red 20-inch Schwinn with the ape-hanger handlebars and the green Milwaukee Bucks decal on the side. The bike and, lying on its side, by the hedge that creates a border between the world of the old folks and the world of regular people, the real people, T.J. sees a single Reebok sneaker lying on its side. Scattered around it are a number of shiny green leaves. One feather protrudes from the sneaker. The boy stares at this sneaker with wide eyes. T.J. may not be as smart as Tyler, but he's a few watts brighter than Ebby Wexler, and it's easy enough for him to imagine Tyler being dragged through the hedge, leaving his bike behind and one sneaker, one lonely, overturned sneaker. "Ty?" he calls. "Are you joking around? Because if you are, you better stop. I'll tell Ebby to give you the biggest Indian burn you ever had." No answer. Ty isn't joking around. T.J. somehow knows it. Thoughts of Amy St. Pierre and Johnny Erkenham suddenly explode in T.J.'s mind. He hears, or imagines he hears, stealthy footsteps behind the hedge. The fisherman, having secured dinner, has come back for dessert. T.J. tries to scream and cannot. His throat has shrunk down to a pinhole. Instead of screaming, he whirls himself onto the seat of his bike and begins pedaling. He swerves off the sidewalk and into the street, wanting to get away from the dark bulk of that hedge just as fast as he can. When he leaves the curb, the front tire of his huffy bike squashes through the remains of his Slurpee. As he pedals toward Chase Street, bent over his handlebars like a Grand Prix racer, he leaves a dark and shiny track on the pavement. It looks like blood. Somewhere nearby, a crow caws. It sounds like laughter. 16 Robin Hood Lane. We've been here before, as the chorus girl said to the Archbishop. Peek through the kitchen window and we see Judy Marshall asleep in the rocking chair in the corner. There's a book in her lap, the John Grisham novel we last saw on her bedside table. Sitting beside her on the floor is half a cup of cold coffee. Judy managed to read 10 pages before dozing off. We shouldn't blame Mr. Grisham's narrative skills. Judy had a hard night last night, and it's not the first. It's been over 2 months since she last got more than 2 hours of sleep in one stretch. Fred knows something is wrong with his wife, but has no idea how deep it runs. If he did, he would be a lot more frightened. Soon, God help him, he's going to have a better picture of her mental state. Now she begins to moan thickly and to turn her head from side to side. Those nonsense words begin to issue from her again. Most of them are too sleep-fuzzy to understand, but we catch Abala and Gorg. Her eyes suddenly flash open. They are a brilliant royal blue in the morning light, which fills the kitchen with summer's dusty gold. "Ty!" she gasps, and her feet give a convulsive, waking jerk. She looks at the clock over the stove. It is 12 minutes past 9, and everything seems twisted, as it so often does when we sleep deeply but not well or long. She has sucked some miserable, not-quite-a-nightmare dream after her, like mucousy strings of afterbirth. Men with fedora hats pulled down so as to shadow their faces, walking on long R-crumb legs that ended in big, round-toed R-crumb shoes. Sinister keep-on-truckin' Sharpies who move too fast against a city background, Milwaukee, Chicago, and in front of a baleful orange sky. The dream's soundtrack was the Benny Goodman Band playing King Porter Stomp, the one her father had always played when he was getting a little shot, and the feeling of the dream had been a terrible Darkwood mix of terror and grief. Awful things had happened, but the worst was waiting. There's none of the relief people usually feel upon waking from bad dreams, the relief she herself had felt when she had been younger and sane, she says in a croaky, just-woke-up voice. King Porter Stomp. Think of that. To her it had always sounded like the music you heard in the old cartoons, the ones where mice in white gloves ran in and out of rat holes with dizzying, feverish speed. Once, when her father was dancing her around to that one, she had felt something hard poking against her, something in his pants. After that, when he put on his dance music, she tried to be somewhere else. "Quit it," she says in the same croaky voice. It's a crow's voice, and it occurs to her that there was a crow in her dream. Sure, you bet. The crow Gorg. "Gorg means death," she says, and licks her dry upper lip without realizing it. Her tongue comes out even farther, and on the return swipe the tip licks across her nostrils, warm and wet and somehow comforting. "Over there, Gorg means death. Over there in the—" Far away is the word she doesn't say. Before she can, she sees something on the kitchen table that wasn't there before. It's a wicker box. A sound is coming from it, some low, sleepy sound. Distress worms into her lower belly, making her bowels feel loose and watery. She knows what a box like that is called, a creel. It's a fisherman's creel. There is a fisherman in French Landing these days. A bad fisherman. "Ty?" she calls, but of course there is no answer. The house is empty except for her. Dale is at work, and Ty will be out playing, you bet. It's 1/2 July, the heart of summer vacation, and Ty will be rolling around the town doing all the Ray Bradbury August Derleth things boys do when they've got the whole endless summer day to do them in. But he won't be alone. Dale has talked with him about buddying up until the fisherman is caught, at least until then, and so has she. Judy has no great liking for the Wexler kid, the Metzger or Renneker kids either, but there's safety in numbers. Ty probably isn't having any great cultural awakenings this summer, but at least he's safe, she says in her croaky, crow-gorg voice. Yet the box that has appeared on the kitchen table during her nap seems to deny that, to negate the whole concept of safety. Where did it come from? And what is the white thing on top of it? "A note," she says, and gets up. She crosses the short length of floor between the rocker and the table like someone still in a dream. The note is a piece of paper folded over. Written across the half she can see is Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. In college, just before meeting Dale, she had a boyfriend who used to call her that. She asked him to stop. It was annoying, sappy, and when he kept forgetting, on purpose, she suspected, she dropped him like a rock. Now here it is again, that stupid nickname, mocking her. Judy turns on the sink tap without taking her eyes from the note, fills her cupped hand with cold water, and drinks. A few drops fall on Sweet Judy Blue Eyes, and the name smears at once. Written in fountain pen ink? How antique. Who writes with a fountain pen these days? She reaches for the note, then draws back. The sound from inside the box is louder now. It's a humming sound. It's flies, she says. Her throat has been refreshed by the water, and her voice isn't so croaky, but to herself Judy still sounds like the crow Gorg. You know the sound of flies. Get the note. Don't want to. Yes, but you need to. Now get it. What happened to your guts, you little chicken shit? Good question. Fucking good question. Judy's tongue comes out, slathers her upper lip and philtrum. Then she takes the note and unfolds it. Sorry there is only one kidney. The other I fried and ate. It was very good. The fisherman. The nerves in Judy Marshall's fingers, palms, wrists, and forearms suddenly shut down. The color drops so completely from her face that the blue veins in her cheeks become visible. It's surely a miracle that she doesn't pass out. The note drops from her fingers and goes seesawing to the floor. Shrieking her son's name over and over again, she throws back the lid of the fisherman's creel. Inside are shiny red coils of intestine crawling with flies. There are the wrinkled sacs of lungs and the fist-sized pump that was a child's heart. There is the thick purple pad of a liver and one kidney. This mess of guts is crawling with flies, and all the world is Gorg, is Gorg, is Gorg. In the sunny stillness of her kitchen, Judy Marshall now begins to howl, and it is the sound of madness finally broken free of its flimsy cage. Madness unbound. Butch Yerxa intended to go in after a single smoke. There's always a lot to do on Strawberry Fest days, although kind-hearted Butch doesn't hate the little artificial holiday the way Pete Wexler does. Then Petra English, an orderly from Asphodel, wandered over, and they started talking motorcycles, and before you know it, 20 minutes have passed. He tells Petra he has to go, she tells him to keep the shiny side up and the rubber side down, and Butch slips back in through the door, to an unpleasant surprise. There is Charles Burnside, Starkers, standing beside the desk with his hand on the rock Butch uses as a paperweight. His son made it in camp last year, painted the words on it anyway, and Butch thinks it's cute as hell. Butch has nothing against the residents. Certainly he would give Pete Wexler a pasting if he knew about the thing with the cigarettes, never mind just reporting him. But he doesn't like them touching his things. Especially this guy, who is fairly nasty when he has his few wits about him. Which he does now. Butch can see it in his eyes. The real Charles Burnside has come up for air, perhaps in honor of Strawberry Fest. And speaking of strawberries, Bernie has apparently been into them already. There are traces of red on his lips and tucked into the deep folds at the corners of his mouth. Butch barely looks at this, though. There are other stains on Bernie, brown ones. Want to take your hand off that, Charles? He asks. Off what? Bernie asks, then adds, ass wipe. Butch doesn't want to say off my pet rock, that sounds stupid. Off my paperweight? Bernie looks down at the rock, which he has just replaced. There was a little blood and hair on it when he emerged from the toilet stall, but clean-up is what bathroom sinks are for. He drops his hand from it and just stands there. Clean me up, bozo, I shit myself. So I see. But first tell me if you've gone and spread your crap around the kitchen, and I know you've been down there, so don't lie. Washed my hands first, Bernie says, and shows them. They are gnarled, but pink and clean for all that. Even the nails are clean. He certainly has washed them. He then adds, jack off. Come on down to the bathroom with me, Butch says. The jack-off asswipe will get you cleaned up. Bernie snorts, but comes willingly enough. You ready for the dance this afternoon? Butch asks him, just to be saying something. "Got your dancing shoes all polished, big boy?" Bernie, who can surprise you sometimes when he's actually home, smiles, showing a few yellow teeth. Like his lips, they are stained with red. "Yowza, I'm ready to rock," he says. Although Ebby's face doesn't show it, he listens with growing unease to TJ's story about Tyler Marshall's abandoned bike and sneaker. Ronnie's face, on the other hand, shows plenty of unease. "So what are we going to do, Ebby?" TJ asks when he's done. He's finally getting his breath back from his rapid pedal up the hill. "What do you mean, what are we going to do?" Ebby says. "Same things we were going to do anyway. Go down street, see what we can find for returnable bottles. Go down the park and trade magics." But what if—" "Shut your yap," Ebby says. He knows what 2 words TJ is about to say, and he doesn't want to hear them. His dad says it's bad luck to toss a hat on the bed, and Ebby never does it. If that's bad luck, mentioning some freako killer's name has got to be twice as bad. But then that idiot Ronnie Metzger goes and says it anyway, sort of. "But Ebby, what if it's the Mischerfun? What if Ty got grabbed by the—" "Shut the fuck up," Ebby says, and draws back his fist as if to hit the damn mushmouth. At that moment, the raghead clerk pops out of the 7-Eleven like a turbaned jack out of his box. "I am wanting none of that talk here," he cries. "You go now, do your filthy talk another place, or I am calling police." Ebby starts to pedal slowly away, in a direction that will take him farther from Queer Street. Under his breath he mutters "Dune Coon," another charming term he has learned from his father, and the other 2 boys follow him. When they've put a block between them and the 7-Eleven, Ebby stops and faces the other 2, both his gut and his jaw jutting. "He rode off on his own half an hour ago," he says. "Huh?" says TJ. "Who did what?" says Ronnie. "Ty Marshall. If anyone asks, he rode off on his own half an hour ago, when we were, Ebby cast his mind back, something that's hard for him because he has had so little practice. In ordinary circumstances, the present is all Ebby Wexler needs. "When we were looking in the window of the all sorts?" TJ asks timidly, hoping he isn't buying himself one of Ebby's ferocious Indian burns. Ebby looks at him blankly for a moment, then smiles. TJ relaxes. Ronnie Metzger only goes on looking bewildered. With a baseball bat in his hands or a pair of hockey skates on his feet, Ronnie is prince of all he surveys. The rest of the time, he's pretty much at sea. "That's right," Ebby says. "Yeah, we was looking in the window of Schmidt's, then that truck came along, the one playing the punk-ass music, and then Ty said he had a split." "Where'd he have to go?" TJ asks. Ebby isn't bright, but he is possessed of what might be termed low cunning. He knows instinctively that the best story is a short story. The less there is, the smaller the chance that someone will trip you up with an inconsistency. "He didn't tell us that. He just said he had to go." "He didn't go anywhere," Ronnie says. "He just got behind because he's a—" He pauses, arranging the word, and this time it comes out right. "Slowpoke." "You never mind that," Ebby says. What if that guy got him, you dummocks? You want people saying it was because he couldn't keep up? That he got killed or something because we left him behind? You want people saying it was our fault?" "Gee," Ronnie says, "you don't really think the fisherman got Ty, do you?" "I don't know and I don't care," Ebby says. "But I don't mind it that he's gone. He was starting to piss me off." "Oh." Ronnie contrives to look both vacant and satisfied. What a dummocks he is, Ebby marvels. What a total and complete dummocks. And if you didn't believe it, just think of how Ronnie, who's as strong as a horse, allows Ebby to give him Indian burn after Indian burn. A day will probably come when Ronnie realizes he doesn't have to put up with that anymore, and on that day he may well pound Ebby into the ground like a human tent peg. But Ebby doesn't worry about such things. He's even worse at casting his mind forward than he is at casting it back. "Ronnie," Ebby says. What? Where were we when Tyler took off? Schmidt's All Sorts? Right. And where'd he go? Didn't say. Ebby sees that for Ronnie this is already becoming the truth, and is satisfied. He turns to TJ. You got it? I got it. Then let's go. They pedal off. The Dummocks pulls a little ahead of Ebby and TJ as they roll along the tree-lined street, and Ebby allows this. He swings his bike a little closer to TJ's and says, You see anything else back there? Anybody, like a guy? TJ shakes his head. Just his bike and his sneaker. He pauses, remembering as hard as he can. There were some leaves scattered around from the hedge, and I think there might have been a feather, like a crow feather. Ebby dismisses this. He is grappling with the question of whether or not the fisherman has actually come close to him this morning, close enough to snatch one of his buddies. There is a bloodthirsty part of him that likes the idea, that relishes the thought of some shadowy, no-face monster killing the increasingly annoying time marshal and eating him for lunch. There is also a childish part of him that is terrified of the boogeyman. This part will be in charge tonight as he lies awake in his room, looking at shadows that seem to take form and slink ever closer around his bed. And there is the older-than-his-years part of him, which has taken instinctive and immediate measures to avoid the eye of authority should Tyler's disappearance turn into what Ebby's father calls a fuck-a-row. But mostly, as with Dale Gilbertson and Ty's father Fred, there is a continent of fundamental disbelief inside of Ebby Wexler. He simply cannot believe that anything final has happened to Tyler. Not even after Amy St. Pierre and Johnny Erkenham, who was carved into pieces and hung up in an old henhouse. These are kids of whom Ebby has heard on the evening news, fictions from the land of TV. He didn't know Amy or Johnny, so they could have died, just as make-believe people were always dying in the movies and on TV. Ty is different. Ty was just here. He talked to Ebby. Ebby talked to him. In Ebby's mind, this equals immortality. Or should. If Ty could be snatched by the fisherman, any kid could be snatched, including him. Hence, like Dale and Fred, he just doesn't believe it. His most secret and fundamental heart, the part of him that assures the rest of him that everything is fine on planet Ebby, denies the fisherman and all his works. TJ says, Ebby, do you think— Nah, Ebby says, he'll turn up. Come on, let's go to the park. We can look for cans and bottles later. Fred Marshall has left his sport coat in his office, rolled up his sleeves, and is helping Rod Tisbury unpack a new Hyler rototiller. It's the first of the new Hyler line, and it's a beaut. I've been waiting for a gadget like this 20 years or more, Rod says. He expertly inserts the wide end of his crowbar at the top of the big crate, and one of the wooden sides falls to the concrete floor of the maintenance garage with a flat clap. Rod is Goltz's chief mechanic, and out here in maintenance, he is king. It's going to work for the small farmer. It's going to work for the town gardener as well. If you can't sell a dozen of these by fall, you're not doing your job. I'll sell 20 by the end of August, Fred says with perfect confidence. All his worries have been temporarily swept away by this splendid little green machine, which can do a hell of a lot more than rototill. There are a number of sexy attachments that snap in and out as easily as the lining in a fall jacket. He wants to start it up, listen to it run. That 2-cylinder engine looks pretty sweet. Fred? He looks around impatiently. It's Ina Gateskill, Ted Goltz's secretary and the dealership receptionist. What? You've got a call on line 1. She points across the floor, alive with clanging machinery and the noisy whir of pneumatic screwdrivers loosening bolts on an old case tractor, to the phone on the wall where several lights are blinking. Can you take a message, Ina? I was going to help Rod get a battery in this little beast, and then I think you should take the call. It's a woman named Enid Purvis, a neighbor of yours? For a moment Fred blanks, and then his salesman's mind, which stores up names compulsively, comes to his rescue. Enid Purvis, wife of Deke, corner of Robin Hood and Maid Marian. He saw Deke just this morning. They waved to each other. At the same time, he becomes aware that Ina's eyes are too big and her normally generous mouth is too small. She looks worried. "What is it?" Fred asks. "Ina, what is it?" "I don't know." Then, reluctantly, "Something about your wife." "Better take it, Hoss," Rod says, but Fred is already crossing the oil-stained concrete floor to the phone. He arrives home 10 minutes after leaving Goltz's, peeling out of the employees' parking lot and laying rubber like a teenager. The worst part had been Enid Purvis's calm and careful delivery, how hard she'd been trying not to sound frightened. She had been walking Potsy past the Marshall house, she said, when she heard Judy scream. Not once, but twice. Of course, Enid had done what any good neighbor would, God bless her, gone up to the door, rapped, then pushed open the letter slot and called through it. If there had been no answer, she told Fred, she probably would have phoned the police. She wouldn't even have gone back home to do it. She would have crossed the street to the Plotskys' house and called from there. But, "I'm all right," Judy had called back, and then she had laughed. The laugh was shrill, ending in a tittery gasp. Enid had found this laugh somehow even more upsetting than the screams. "It was all a dream. Even Ty was a dream." "Did you cut yourself, dear?" Enid had called through the letter slot. "Did you fall down?" "There was no creel," Judy had called back. She might have said keel, but Enid was quite sure it was creel. "I dreamed that, too." Then Enid reluctantly told Fred Judy Marshall had begun crying. It had been very upsetting, listening to that sound come to her through the letter slot. It had even made the dog whine. Enid had called through one more time, asking if she could come in and make sure Judy wasn't hurt. "Go away," Judy had called back. In the midst of her crying, she'd laughed again, an angry, distracted laugh. "You're a dream, too. This whole world is a dream." Then there had been the sound of shattering glass, as if she had struck a coffee mug or water tumbler and knocked it to the floor, or thrown it at the wall. "I didn't call the police because she sounded all right," Enid told Fred. Fred standing with the phone jammed up against one ear and his hand plastered over the other to cut out all the yammering mechanical sounds, which he ordinarily enjoys, and which at that moment seemed to go into his head like chrome spikes. "Physically, all right, anyway, but Fred, I think you ought to go home and check on her." All of Judy's recent oddities went through his mind in a whirl. So did Pat Scarta's words. Mental dysfunction. We hear people say so-and-so snapped, but there are usually signs. And he has seen the signs, hasn't he? Seen them and done nothing. Fred parks his car, a sensible Ford Explorer, in the driveway and hurries up the steps, already calling his wife's name. There is no answer. Even when he has stepped through the front door, he pushes it open so hard the brass letter slot gives a nonsensical little clack. There is no answer. The air-conditioned interior of the house feels too cold on his skin, and he realizes he's sweating. "Judy? Jude?" Still no answer. He hurries down the hall to the kitchen, where he is most apt to find her if he comes home for something in the middle of the day. The kitchen is sun-washed and empty. The table and the counter are clean. The appliances gleam. 2 coffee cups have been placed in the dish strainer, winking sun from their freshly washed surfaces. More sun winks from a heap of broken glass in the corner. Fred sees a flower decal on one piece and realizes it was the vase on the windowsill. "Judy?" he calls again. He can feel the blood hammering in his throat and at his temples. She doesn't answer him, but he hears her upstairs, beginning to sing. I'd like to thank the guy who wrote the song that made my baby fall in love with me." Fred recognizes it, and instead of feeling relieved at the sound of her voice, his flesh goes even colder. It's a nonsense rock and roll song called "Who Put the Bump?" She used to sing it to Tyler when their son was little. "Ty's Lullaby," she called it. Fred hasn't heard that particular ditty come out of her mouth in years. He goes back down the hall to the stairs, now seeing what he missed on his first trip. The Andrew Wyeth print, Christina's World, has been taken down and set against the baseboard heater. The wallpaper below the picture hook has been scraped away in several places, revealing the plasterboard beneath. Fred, colder than ever, knows that Judy did this. It isn't intuition, exactly, not deduction either. Call it the telepathy of the long married. Floating down from above, beautiful and on-key, yet at the same time perfectly empty, who put the bump in the bump-a-bump-a-bump? Who put the ram in the ram-a-lam-a-ding-dong? Who put the dip in the dip-da-dip-da-dip? Who put the shoe in the boogity-boogity shoe? Fred is up the stairs, two at a time, calling her name. The upper hall is a scary mess. This is where they have hung the gallery of their past. Fred and Judy outside Madison's Shoes, a blues club they sometimes went to when there was nothing interesting going on at the Chocolate Watch Band. Fred and Judy dancing the first dance at their wedding reception while their folks happily looked on. Judy in a hospital bed, exhausted but smiling, holding the wrapped bundle that was Ty. The photo of the Marshall family farm that she always sniffed at, more. Most of these framed photographs have been taken down. Some, like the one of the farm, have been thrown down. Glass litters the hall in sparkling sprays, and she has been at the wallpaper behind half a dozen. In the spot where the picture of Judy and Ty in the hospital had hung, the paper has been torn almost completely away, and he can see where she scraped at the wallboard beneath. Some of the scratches are dappled with drying spots of blood. "Judy! Judy!" Tyler's door stands open. Fred sprints the length of the upstairs hall with glass crunching under his loafers. "Who was that man? I'd like to shake his hand. He made my baby fall in love with me." "Judy! He stands in the door, all words temporarily knocked out of him. Ty's room looks like the aftermath of a rough search in a detective movie. The drawers have been yanked out of his bureau and lie everywhere, most overturned. The bureau itself has been pulled away from the wall. Summer clothes are spread hell to breakfast, jeans and t-shirts and underwear and white athletic socks. The closet door is open, and more clothes have been struck from the hangers. That same spousal telepathy tells him she tore Ty's slacks and button-up shirts down so she could make sure nothing was behind them. The coat of Tyler's only suit hangs askew from the closet's doorknob. His posters have been pulled from the walls. Mark McGuire has been torn in half. In every case but one, she has left the wallpaper behind the posters alone, but the one exception is a beaut. Behind the rectangle where the poster of the castle hung, come back to the old sod, the wallpaper has been almost entirely stripped away. There are more streaks of blood on the wallboard beneath. Judy Marshall sits on the bare mattress of her son's bed. The sheets are heaped in the corner along with the pillow. The bed itself has been yanked away from the wall. Judy's head is down. He can't see her face. Her hair is screening it. But she's wearing shorts, and he can see dapples and streaks of blood on her tanned thighs. Her hands are clasped below her knees, out of sight, and Fred is glad. He doesn't want to see how badly she has hurt herself until he has to. His heart is hammering in his chest, his nervous system is redlining with adrenaline overload, and his mouth tastes like a burnt fuse. She begins to sing the chorus of Ty's lullaby again, and he can't stand it. "Judy, no!" he says, going to her through the strewn minefield that was, only last night when he came in to give Ty a goodnight kiss, a reasonably neat little boy's room. "Stop, honey. It's okay." For a wonder, she does stop. She raises her head, and when he sees the terrified look in her eyes, he loses what little breath he has left. It's more than terror. It's emptiness, as if something inside her has slipped aside and exposed a black hole. "Ty's gone," she says simply. "I looked behind all the pictures I could. I was sure he'd be behind that one. If he was anywhere, he'd be behind that one." She points toward the place where the Ireland travel poster hung, and he sees that 4 of the nails on her left hand have been ripped partly or completely away. His stomach does a flip-flop. Her fingers look as if they have been dipped in red ink. If only it was ink, Fred thinks, if only. But of course, it's just a picture. They're all just pictures. I see that now. She pauses, then cries, "Abala! Munshun, Abala Gorg, Abala Doon." Her tongue comes out to an impossible, cartoonish length, and swipes spittishly across her nose. Fred sees it but cannot believe it. This is like coming into a horror movie, halfway through the show, discovering it's real and not knowing what to do. What is he supposed to do? When you discover that the woman you love has gone mad, had a break with reality at the very least, what are you supposed to do? How the hell do you deal with it? But he loves her. Has loved her from the first week he knew her, helplessly and completely and without the slightest regret ever after, and now love guides him. He sits down next to her on the bed, puts his arm around her, and simply holds her. He can feel her trembling from the inside out. Her body thrums like a wire. "I love you," he says, surprised at his voice. It's amazing that seeming calmness can issue from such a crazy cauldron of confusion and fear. "I love you, and everything is going to be all right." She looks up at him, and something comes back into her eyes. Fred cannot call it sanity, no matter how much he would like to, but it is at least some sort of marginal awareness. She knows where she is and who is with her. For a moment he sees gratitude in her eyes. Then her face cramps in a fresh agony of grief, and she begins to weep. It is an exhausted, lost sound that wrenches at him. Nerves, heart, and mind. It wrenches at him. "Ty's gone," Judy says. "Gorg fascinated him, and the Abala took him. Abala Doon." The tears course down her cheeks. When she raises her hands to wipe them away, her fingers leave appalling streaks of blood. Even though he's sure Tyler is fine, certainly Fred has had no premonitions today, unless we count his rosy sales prediction about the new Hyla Roto, he feels a shudder course through him at the sight of those streaks, and it is not Judy's condition that causes it, but what she's just said. Ty's gone. Ty is with his friends. He told Fred just last night that he, Ronnie, TJ, and the less-than-pleasant Wexler boy intended to spend the day goofing off. If the other 3 boys go somewhere Ty doesn't want to be, he has promised to come directly home. All the bases seem to be covered, yet is there not such a thing as mother's intuition? Well, he thinks maybe on the Fox network. He picks Judy up in his arms and is appalled all over again, this time by how light she is. She's lost maybe 20 pounds since the last time I picked her up like this, he thinks. At least 10. How could I not have noticed? But he knows. Preoccupation with work was part of it. A stubborn refusal to let go of the idea that things were basically all right was the rest of it. Well, he thinks, carrying her out the door, her arms have crept tiredly up and locked themselves around his neck, I'm over that little misconception. And he actually believes this, in spite of his continued blind confidence in his son's safety. Judy hasn't toured their bedroom during her rampage, and to Fred it looks like a cool oasis of sanity. Judy apparently feels the same way. She gives a tired sigh, and her arms drop away from her husband's neck. Her tongue comes out, but this time it gives only a feeble little lick at her upper lip. Fred bends and puts her down on the bed. She holds up her hands, looks at them. "I cut myself. Scraped myself." "Yes," he says. "I'm going to get something for them." "How?" He sits beside her for a moment. Her head has sunk into the soft, double thickness of her pillows, and her eyelids are drooping. He thinks that beyond the puzzlement in them, he can still see that terrifying blankness. He hopes he is wrong. "Don't you remember?" he asks her gently. "No. Did I fall down?" Fred chooses not to answer. He is starting to think again. Not much, he's not capable of much just yet, but a little. "Honey, what's a gorg? What's an abala? Is it a person?" "Don't know. Ty's fine," he says. "No." "Yes," he insists. Perhaps he's insisting to both of the people in this pretty, tastefully decorated bedroom. "Honey Bunch, you just lie there. I want to get a couple of things." Her eyes drift closed. He thinks she will sleep, but her lids struggle slowly back up to half-mast. "Lie right there," he says. "No getting up and wandering around. There's been enough of that. You scared poor Enid Purvis out of a year's life. You promise?" "Promise." Her eyelids drift back down. Fred goes into the adjoining bathroom, ears alert for any movement behind him. He has never seen anyone in his life who looks more bolt-shot than Judy does right now. But mad people are clever, and despite his prodigious capacity for denial in some areas, Fred can no longer fool himself about his wife's current mental state. Mad? Actually stark, raving mad? Probably not. But off the rails, certainly. Temporarily off the rails, he amends, as he opens the medicine cabinet. He takes the bottle of mercurochrome, then scans the prescription bottles on the shelf above. There aren't many. He grabs the one on the far left. Sonata, French Landing Pharmacy, 1 capsule at bedtime, do not use more than 4 nights in a row, prescribing physician Patrick J. Scarda, M.D. Fred can't see the entire bed in the medicine cabinet mirror, but he can see the foot of it and one of Judy's feet as well, still on the bed. Good. He shakes out one of the Sonatas, then dumps their toothbrushes out of the glass. He has no intention of going all the way downstairs for a clean glass, does not want to leave her alone that long. He fills the glass, then goes back into the bedroom with the water, the pill, and the bottle of mercurochrome. Her eyes are shut. She is breathing so slowly that he has to put one hand on her chest to make sure she's breathing at all. He looks at the sleeping pill, debates, then gives her a shake. "Judy? Jude? Wake up a little, hon, just long enough to take a pill, okay?" She doesn't even mutter, and Fred sets the Sonata aside. It won't be necessary after all. He feels some faint optimism at how fast she's fallen asleep and how deep she has gone. It's as if some vile sac has popped, discharged its poison, left her weak and tired, but possibly okay again. Could that be? Fred doesn't know, but he's positive that she isn't just shamming sleep. All of Judy's current woes began with insomnia, and the insomnia has been the one constant throughout. Although she's only been exhibiting distressing symptoms for a couple of months, talking to herself and doing that odd and rather disgusting thing with her tongue, to mention only a couple of items, she hasn't been sleeping well since January. Hence the Sonata. Now it seems that she has finally tipped over. And is it too much to hope that when she wakes from a normal sleep she'll be her old normal self again? That her worries about her son's safety during the summer of the fishermen have forced her to some sort of climax? Maybe, maybe not. But at least it has given Fred some time to think about what he should do next, and he had better use it well. One thing seems to him beyond argument. If Ty is here when his mother wakes up, Ty is going to have a much happier mother. The immediate question is how to locate Tyler as soon as possible. His first thought is to call the homes of Ty's friends. It would be easy. Those numbers are posted on the fridge, printed in Judy's neat, back-slanting hand, along with the numbers of the fire department, the police department, including Dale Gilbertson's private number, he's an old friend, and French Landing Rescue. But it takes Fred only a moment to realize what a bad idea this is. Abby's mother is dead, and his father is an unpleasant moron. Fred met him just once, and once is more than enough. Fred doesn't much like his wife labeling some people low-raters. "Who do you think you are?" he asked her once, "queen of the doggone realm?" But in the case of Pete Wexler, the shoe fits. He won't have any idea of where the boys are today, and won't care. Mrs. Metzger and Ellen Renneker might, but having once been a boy on summer vacation himself, the whole world laid at your feet, and at least 2,000 places to go, Fred doubts it like hell. There's a chance the boys might be eating lunch, it's getting to be that time, at the Metzgers or Rennekers. But is that slight chance worth scaring the hell out of two women? Because the killer will be the first thing they think of, just as sure as God made little fishes. And fishermen to catch 'em. Once more sitting on the bed beside his wife, Fred feels his first real tingle of apprehension on his son's behalf, and dismisses it brusquely. This is no time to give in to the heebie-jeebies. He has to remember that his wife's mental problems and his son's safety are not linked, except in her mind. His job is to present Ty front and center and all squared away, thus proving her fears groundless. Fred looks at the clock on his side of the bed and sees that it's 11:15. How the time flies when you're having fun, he thinks. Beside him, Judy utters a single, gaspy snore. It's a small sound, really quite ladylike, but Fred jumps anyway. How she scared him when he first saw her in Ty's room. He's still scared. Ty and his friends may come here for lunch. Judy says they often do because the Metzgers don't have much to eat, and Mrs. Renneker usually serves what the boys call goop, a mystery dish consisting of noodles and some gray meat. Judy makes them Campbell's soup and bologna sandwiches, stuff they like. But Ty has money enough to treat them all to McDonald's out by the little mall on the north side, or they could go into Sonny's Cruisin' Restaurant, a cheap diner with a cheesy 50s ambiance. And Ty isn't adverse to treating. He's a generous boy. "I'll wait until lunch," he murmurs, completely unaware that he is talking as well as thinking. Certainly he doesn't disturb Judy. She has gone deep. Then what? He doesn't know exactly. He goes downstairs, kicks the Mr. Coffee back into gear, and calls work. He asks Ina to tell Ted Goltz he'll be out the rest of the day. Judy's sick. The flu, he tells her, throwing up and everything. He runs down a list of people he was expecting to see that day and tells her to speak to Otto Eisman about handling them. Otto will be on that like white on rice. An idea occurs to him while he's talking to her, and when he's done, he calls the Metzgers and Rennekers after all. At the Metzgers, he gets an answering machine and hangs up without leaving a message. Ellen Renneker, however, picks up on the second ring. Sounding casual and cheerful, it comes naturally, he's a hell of a salesman, he asks her to have Ty call home if the boys show up there for lunch. Fred says he has something to tell his son, making it sound like something good. Ellen says she will, but adds that TJ had $4 or $5 burning a hole in his jeans when he left the house that morning, and she doesn't expect to see him until supper time. Fred goes back upstairs and checks on Judy. She hasn't moved so much as a finger, and he supposes that's good. No, there's nothing good about any of this. Instead of receding, now that the situation is stabilized, sort of, his fear seems to be intensifying. Telling himself that Ty is with his friends no longer seems to help. The sunny, silent house is creeping him out. He realizes he no longer wants Ty front and center simply for his wife's sake. Where would the boys go? Is there any one place? Of course there is. Where they can get magic cards, that stupid, incomprehensible game they play. Fred Marshall hurries back downstairs, grabs the phone book, hunts through the yellow pages, and calls the 7-Eleven. Like most of French Landing, Fred is in the 7-Eleven 4 or 5 times a week, a can of soda here, a carton of orange juice there, and he recognizes the lilt of the Indian day clerk's voice. He comes up with the man's name at once, Rajan Patel. It's that old salesman's trick of keeping as many names as possible in the active file. It sure helps here. When Fred calls the man Mr. Patel, the day clerk immediately becomes friendly, perfectly willing to help. Unfortunately, there isn't much help he can give. Lots of boys in. They are buying magic cards, also Pokemon and baseball cards. Some are trading these cards outside. He does recall 3 that came in that morning on bikes, he says. They bought Slurpees as well as cards and then argued about something outside. Rajan Patel doesn't mention the cursing, although this is chiefly why he remembers these boys. After a little while, he says they went on their way. Fred is drinking coffee without even remembering when he poured it. Fresh threads of unease are spinning spider silky webs in his head. 3 boys. 3. It means nothing, you know that, don't you? He tells himself. He does know it. And at the same time, he doesn't know it. He can't even believe he's caught a little of Judy's freakiness, like a cold germ. This is just, well, freakiness for freakiness' sake. He asks Patel to describe the kids, and isn't too surprised when Patel can't. He thinks one of them was a bit of a fat boy, but he's not even sure of that. "Sorry, but I am seeing so many," he says. Fred tells him he understands. He does, too, only all the understanding in the world won't ease his mind. 3 boys. Not 4, but 3. Lunchtime has come, but Fred is not the least bit hungry. The spooky, sunny silence maintains itself. The spider webs continue to spin. Not 4, but 3. If it was Ty's bunch that Mr. Patel saw, the fattish boy was certainly Abby Wexler. The question is, who were the other 2? And which one was missing? Which one had been stupid enough to go off on his own? Ty's gone. Gorg fascinated him, and the Abala took him. Crazy talk, no doubt about it. But Fred's arms nevertheless break out in a lush of goosebumps. He puts his coffee mug down with a bang. He'll clean up the broken glass, that's what he'll do. That's the next step, no doubt about it. The actual next step, the logical next step, whispers through his mind as he climbs the stairs, and he immediately pushes it away. He's sure the cops are just lately overwhelmed with queries from hysterical parents who have lost track of their kids for an hour or so. The last time he saw Dale Gilbertson, the poor guy looked careworn and grim. Fred doesn't want to be marked down as part of the problem instead of part of the solution. Still, not 4, but 3. He gets the dustpan and broom out of the little utility closet next to the laundry room and begins sweeping up broken glass. When he's done, he checks on Judy, sees she's still sleeping, more deeply than ever from the look of her, and goes down to Ty's room. If Ty saw it like this, he'd be upset. He'd think his mom was a lot more than a Coke short of a Happy Meal. "You don't have to worry about that," his mind whispers. He won't be seeing his room, not tonight, not ever. Gorg fascinated him, and the Abala took him. "Stop it," Fred tells himself. "Stop being an old woman." But the house is too empty, too silent, and Fred Marshall is afraid. Setting Tyler's room to rights takes longer than Fred ever would have expected. His wife went through it like a whirlwind. How can such a little woman have such strength in her? Is it the strength of the mad? Perhaps, but Judy doesn't need the strength of the mad. When she sets her mind to something, she is a formidable engine. By the time he's finished cleaning up, almost 2 hours have passed, and the only obvious scar is the scratched-out rectangle of wallpaper where the Irish travel poster hung. Sitting on Ty's remade bed, Fred finds that the longer he looks at that spot, the less he can stand the white wallboard peering through as brazenly as a broken bone through outraged skin. He has washed away the streaks of blood, but can do nothing about the scratch mark she made with her nails. Yes, I can, he thinks. Yes, I can, too. Ty's dresser is mahogany, a piece of furniture that came to them from the estate of some distant relative on Judy's side. Moving it really isn't a one-man job, and under the circumstances that suits Fred just fine. He slides a rug remnant under it to keep from marking up the floor, then slides it across the room. Once it's been placed against the far wall, it covers most of the scratched area. With the bald spot out of sight, Fred feels better, saner. Ty hasn't come home for lunch, but Fred didn't really expect he would. He'll be home by 4 at the latest, home for supper. Take it to the bank. Fred strolls back to the master bedroom, massaging the small of his back as he walks. Judy still hasn't moved, and once again he puts an anxious hand on her chest. Her breathing is slow but steady as she goes. That's all right. He lies down beside her on the bed, goes to loosen his tie, and laughs when he feels his open collar. Coat and tie, both back at Goltz's. Well, it's been a crazy day. For the time being, it's just good to lie here in the air-conditioned cool, easing his aching back. Moving that dresser was a bitch, but he's glad he did it. Certainly there's no chance he'll drop off. He's far too upset. Besides, napping in the middle of the day has never been his thing. So thinking, Fred falls asleep. Beside him, in her own sleep, Judy begins to whisper. Gorg, Abala, the Crimson King, and a woman's name. The name is Sophie. Chapter 6. In the ready room of the French Landing PD, the phone on the desk rings. Bobby Dulac has been mining for nose gold. Now he squashes his latest treasure on the sole of his shoe and picks up the phone. Hello, Police Department, Officer Dulac speaking. How can I help you? Hey, Bobby, it's Danny Cheetah. Bobby feels a prick of unease. Danny Cheetah, last name pronounced Cheetah, is one of French Landing's 14 full-time RMP cops. He's currently on duty, and ordinary procedure dictates that duty cops radio in. That's what the R in RMP stands for, after all. The only exception to the rule has to do with the fishermen. Dale has mandated that patrol officers call in on a landline if they think they have a situation involving the killer. Too many people have their ears on out there, doubtless including Wendell Pisshead Green. Danny, what's up? Maybe nothing. Maybe something not so good. I got a bike and a sneaker in the trunk of my car. I found them over on Queen Street near Maxton Eldercare. Bobby draws a pad toward him and begins to jot. The tickle of unease has become a sinking feeling. Nothing wrong with the bike, Danny continues, just sitting there on its kickstand, but combined with the sneaker... Yeah, I see your point, Danny, but you never should have fooled with what could be evidence of a crime. Please, God, don't let it be evidence of a crime, Bobby Dulac is thinking. Please, God, don't let it be another one. Irma Freneau's mother has just been in to see Dale, and while there was no screaming or shouting, she came out with tears on her cheeks and looking like death on the half-shell. They can't still be sure the little girl has become the fisherman's third victim, but Bobby, I had to, Danny is saying. I'm riding solo. I didn't want to put this out on the air. I had to find a phone. If I'd left the bike there, someone else could have monkeyed with it. Hell, stolen it. This is a good bike, Schwinn 3-speed, better than the one my kids got, tell you that. What's your 20? 7-Eleven up the hill on 35? What I did was mark the location of the bike and the sneaker with chalk X's on the sidewalk. I handled them with gloves and put the sneaker in an evidence bag. Danny is sounding more and more anxious. Bobby knows how he must feel, sympathizes with the choices Danny had to make. Riding solo is a bitch, but French Landing is already supporting as many cops, full-time and part-time, as the budget will bear. Unless, of course, this fisherman business gets totally out of control. In that case, the town fathers will no doubt discover a bit more elastic in the budget. Maybe it's already out of control, Bobby thinks. Okay, Danny, okay, see your point. Whether or not Dale sees it is a whole nother thing, Bobby thinks. Danny lowers his voice. No one needs to know I broke the chain of evidence, do they? I mean, if the subject ever came up, in court or something. I guess that's up to Dale. Oh, God, Bobby thinks. A new problem has just occurred to him. All calls that come in on this phone are automatically taped. Bobby decides the taping machinery is about to have a malfunction, retroactive to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And you want to know the other thing? Danny is asking. The big thing? I didn't want people to see it. A bike standing all by itself that way, you don't have to be Sherlock fucking Holmes to draw a certain conclusion. And folks are getting close to the panic line, especially after that goddamned irresponsible story in the paper this morning. I didn't want to call from Maxton's for the same reason. I'm going to put you on hold. You better talk to Dale. In a vastly unhappy voice, Danny says, Oh, boy. In Dale Gilbertson's office, there is a bulletin board dominated by enlarged photographs of Amy St. Pierre and Johnny Erkenham. A third photo will be added soon, he fears, that of Irma Freneau. Beneath the 2 current photos, Dale sits at his desk, smoking a Marlboro 100. He's got the fan on. It will, he hopes, blow the smoke away. Sarah would just about kill him if she knew he was smoking again, but dear Jesus Christ, he needs something. His interview with Tansy Freneau had been short and nothing short of purgatorial. Tansy is a juicer, a regular patron of the Sand Bar, and during their interview the smell of coffee brandy was so strong it almost seemed to be coming out of her pores, another excuse for the fan. Half drunk she had been, and Dale was glad. It kept her calm, at least. It didn't put any sparkle in her dead eyes. Coffee brandy was no good for that, but she had been calm. Hideously, she had even said, "Thank you for helping me, sir," before leaving. Tansy's ex, Irma's father, lives across the state in Green Bay. Green Bay is the devil's town, Dale's father used to say, God knows why, where he works in a garage, and according to Tansy, supports several bars with names like the End Zone and the 50-Yard Line. Until today, there has been some reason to believe, at least to hope, that Richard Cubby Freneau snatched his daughter. An email from the Green Bay Police Department has put paid to that little idea. Cubby Freneau is living with a woman who has 2 kids of her own, and he was in jail, D&D, the day Irma disappeared. There is still no body, and Tansy hasn't received a letter from the fisherman, but the door opens. Bobby Dulac sticks his head in. Dale mashes his cigarette out on the inside lip of the wastebasket, burning the back of his hand with sparks in the process. "Gosh and fishes, Bobby, do you know how to knock?" "Sorry, Chief." Bobby looks at the smoke, ribboning up from the wastebasket with neither surprise nor interest. "Danny Cheetah's on the phone. I think you better take it." What's it about? But he knows. Why else would it be the phone? Bobby only repeats, not without sympathy, "I think you better take it." The car sent by Rebecca Vilas delivers Henry to Maxton Elder Care at 3:30, 90 minutes before the Strawberry Fest dance is scheduled to begin. The idea is for the old folks to work up an appetite on the floor, then troop down to the calf, suitably decorated for the occasion, for a glamorously late, 7:30 is quite late for Maxton's dinner, with wine for those who drink it. A resentful Pete Wexler has been drafted by Rebecca Vilas to bring in the DJ shit. Pete thinks of Henry as the blind record hopper. Said shit consists of 2 speakers, very large, 1 turntable, light but awkward as a motherfucker to carry, 1 preamp, very heavy, assorted wires all tangled up, but that's the blind record hopper's problem, and 4 boxes of actual records, which went out of style about 100 years ago. Pete guesses that the blind record hopper never heard a CD in his whole life. The last item is a suit bag on a hanger. Pete has peeked in and ascertained that the suit is white. "Hang it in there, please," Henry says, pointing with unerring accuracy toward the supply closet, which has been designated his dressing room. "Okay," Pete says. "What exactly is it, if you don't mind me asking?" Henry smiles. He knows perfectly well that Pete has already had a peep. He heard the plastic bag rattling and the zipper chinking in a duet that only occurs when someone pulls the bag away from the hanger at the neck. Inside that bag, my friend, Symphonic Stan, the big band man, is just waiting for me to put him on and bring him to life." "Oh, Pete says, not knowing if he has been answered or not. All he's really sure of is that those records were almost as heavy as the preamp. Someone should really give the blind record hopper some information about CDs, the next great leap forward." "You asked me one. May I ask you one? Be my guest," Pete says. "There appears to have been a police presence at Maxton Elder Care this afternoon," the blind record hopper says. "They're gone now, but they were here when I arrived. What's that about? There hasn't been a robbery or an assault among the geriatrics, I hope." Pete stops in his tracks beneath a large cardboard strawberry, holding the suit bag and looking at the blind record hopper with an amazement Henry can almost touch. "How'd you know the cops were here?" Henry puts a finger to the side of his nose and tips his head to one side. He replies in a hoarse, conspiratorial whisper, "Smelled something blue." Pete looks puzzled, debates whether or not to inquire further, and decides not to. Resuming his march toward the supply closet dressing room, he says, "They're playing it cagey, but I think they're looking for another lost kid." The look of amused curiosity fades from Henry's face. "Good Christ," he says. "They came and went in a hurry. No kids here, Mr. Layden?" "Layden," Henry confirms. "A kid in this place would stand out like a rose in a patch of poison ivy, if you know what I mean." Henry doesn't consider old folks in any way analogous to poison ivy, but he does indeed get Mr. Wexler's drift. "What made them think someone found something on the sidewalk?" Pete says. He points out the window, then realizes the blind guy can't see him pointing. "Duh," as Evie would say. He lowers his hand. "If a kid got snatched, someone probably came along in a car and snatched him. No kidnappers in here, I can tell you that much." Pete laughs at the very idea of a Maxton moldy oldie snatching any kid big enough to ride a bike. The kid would probably break the guy over his knee like a dry stick. "No," Henry says soberly. "That hardly seems likely, does it?" "But I guess the cops gotta dot all the T's and cross all the I's." He pauses. "That's just a little joke of mine." Henry smiles politely, thinking that with some people, Alzheimer's disease might be an actual improvement. "When you hang my suit up, Mr. Wexler, would you be so good as to give it a gentle shake, just to banish any incipient wrinkles?" "Okay. Want me to take it out of the bag for you?" "Thanks, that won't be necessary." Pete goes into the supply closet, hangs up the suit bag, and gives it a little shake. Incipient. Just what the hell does that mean? There's a rudiment of a library here at Maxton's. Maybe he'll look it up in the dictionary. It pays to increase your word power, as it says in the Reader's Digest, although Pete doubts it will pay him much in this job. When he goes back out to the common room, the blind record hopper, Mr. Layden, Symphonic Stan, whoever the hell he is, has begun unraveling wires and plugging them in with a speed and accuracy Pete finds a trifle unnerving. Poor old Fred Marshall is having a terrible dream. Knowing it's a dream should make it less horrible, but somehow doesn't. He's in a rowboat with Judy out on a lake. Judy is sitting in the bow. They are fishing. He is, at least. Judy is just holding her pole. Her face is an expressionless blank. Her skin is waxy. Her eyes have a stunned, hammered look. He labors with increasing desperation to make contact with her, trying one conversational gambit after another. None work. To make what is, under the circumstances, a fairly apt metaphor, she spits every lure. He sees that her empty eyes appear fixed on the creel sitting between them in the bottom of the boat. Blood is oozing through the wickerwork in fat, red dribbles. "It's nothing, just fish blood," he tries to assure her, but she makes no reply. In fact, Fred isn't so sure himself. He's thinking he ought to take a look inside the creel just to be sure, when his pole gives a tremendous jerk. If not for quick reflexes, he would have lost it over the side. He's hooked a big one. Fred reels it in, the fish on the other end of the line fighting him for every foot. Then, when he finally gets it near the boat, he realizes he has no net. Hell with it, he thinks. Go for broke. He whips the pole backward, just daring the line to snap, and the fish, biggest goddamned lake trout you'd ever hope to see, flies out of the water and through the air in a gleaming, fin-flipping arc. It lands in the bottom of the boat, beside the oozing creel, in fact, and begins thrashing. It also begins to make gruesome choking noises. Fred has never heard a fish make noises like that. He bends forward and is horrified to see that the trout has Tyler's face. His son has somehow become a were-trout, and now he's dying in the bottom of the boat, strangling. Fred grabs at it, wanting to remove the hook and throw it back while there's still time, but the terrible, choking thing keeps slipping through his fingers, leaving only a shiny slime of scales behind. It would be tough to get the hook out in any case. The Thai fish has swallowed it whole, and the barbed tip is actually protruding from one of the gills, just below the point where the human face melts away. Thai's choking becomes louder, harsher, infinitely more horrible. Fred sits up with a low cry, feeling as if he's choking himself. For a moment he's completely adrift as to place and time, lost in the slippage, we might say. And then he realizes he's in his own bedroom, sitting up on his side of the bed he shares with Judy. He notices that the light in here is much dimmer, because the sun has moved to the other side of the house. My God, he thinks, how long have I been asleep? How could I— Oh, but here is another thing. That hideous choking sound has followed him out of his dream. It's louder than ever. It will wake Judy, scare her. Judy is no longer on the bed, though. Jude? Judy? She's sitting in the corner. Her eyes are wide and blank, just as they were in his dream. A corsage of crumpled paper is protruding from her mouth. Her throat is grotesquely swelled, looks to Fred like a sausage that has been grilled until the casing is ready to pop. More paper, he thinks. Christ, she's choking on it. Fred rolls himself across the bed, falls off, and lands on his knees like a gymnast doing a trick. He reaches for her. She makes no move to evade him. There's that at least. And although she's choking, he still sees no expression in her eyes. They are dusty zeros. Fred yanks the corsage of paper from her mouth. There's another behind it. Fred reaches between her teeth, tweezes this second ball of paper between the first two fingers of his right hand, thinking, please don't bite me, Judy, please don't, and pulls it out too. There's a third ball of paper behind this one, way at the back of her mouth. He gets hold of this one as well and extracts it. Although it's crumpled, he can see the printed words, great idea, and knows what she's swallowed, sheets of paper from the notepad Ty gave her for her birthday. She's still choking. Her skin is turning slate. Fred grabs her by her upper arms and pulls her up. She comes easily, but when he relaxes his hold, her knees bend, and she starts to go back down. She's turned into Raggedy Ann. The choking sound continues. Her sausage throat— Help me, Judy! Help me, you bitch! Unaware of what he is saying. He yanks her hard as he yanked the fishing pole in his dream, and spins her around like a ballerina when she comes up on her toes. Then he seizes her in a bear hug, his wrists brushing the undersides of her breasts, her bottom tight against his crotch, the kind of position he would find extremely sexy if his wife didn't happen to be choking to death. He pops his thumb up between her breasts like a hitchhiker, then says the magic word as he pulls sharply upward and backward. The magic word is Heimlich, and it works. 2 more wads of paper fly from Judy's mouth, propelled by a jet of vomit that is little more than bile. Her intake of food over the last 12 hours amounts to 3 cups of coffee and a cranberry muffin. She gives a gasp, coughs twice, then begins to breathe more or less normally. He puts her on the bed, drops her on the bed. His lower back is spasming wildly, and it's really no wonder. First Ty's dresser, now this. "Well, what did you think you were doing?" he asked her loudly. "What in the name of Christ did you think you were doing?" He realizes that he has raised one hand over Judy's upturned face as if to strike her. Part of him wants to strike her. He loves her, but at this moment he also hates her. He has imagined plenty of bad things over the years they've been married. Judy getting cancer, Judy paralyzed in an accident, Judy first taking a lover and then demanding a divorce. But he's never imagined Judy going chicken shit on him, and isn't that what this amounts to? "What did you think you were doing?" She looks at him without fear, but without anything else either. Her eyes are dead. Her husband lowers his hand, thinking, "I'd cut it off before I hit you. I might be pissed at you, I am pissed at you, but I'd cut it off before I did that." Judy rolls over, face down on the coverlet, her hair spread around her head in a corona. Judy? Nothing. She just lies there. Fred looks at her for a moment, then uncrumples one of the slimy balls of paper with which she has tried to strangle herself. It is covered with tangles of scribbled words. Gorg, Abala, Ilili, Munshun, Bas, Lum, Apopanax. These mean nothing to him. Others, Drudge, Asswipe, Black, Red, Chicago, and Tie, are actual words but have no context. Printed up one side of the sheet is "Who put the ram in the Ramalama Ding Dong?" Up the other, like a teletype stuck in repeat mode, is this: "Black House, Crimson King, Black House, Crimson King, Black." If you waste time looking for sense in this, you're as crazy as she is, Fred thinks. You can't waste time. He looks at the clock on his side of the bed and cannot believe its news. 4:17 p.m. Is that possible? He looks at his watch and sees that it is. Knowing it's foolish, knowing he would have heard his son come in even if in a deep sleep, Fred strides to the door on big, nerveless legs. "Ty?" he yells. "Hey, Ty! Tyler!" Waiting for an answer that will not come, Fred realizes that everything in his life has changed, quite possibly forever. People tell you this can happen in the blink of an eye, they say, before you know it, they say. But you don't believe it. Then a wind comes. Go down to Ty's room, check, be sure. Ty isn't there, Fred knows this. But he does it just the same. The room is empty as he knew it would be. And it looks oddly distorted, almost sinister, with the dresser now on the other side. "Judy, you left her alone, you idiot. She'll be chewing paper again by now. They're clever. Mad people are clever." Fred dashes back down to the master bedroom and exhales a sigh of relief when he sees Judy lying just as he left her, face down, hair spread around her head. He discovers that his worries about his mad wife are now secondary to his worries about his missing son. He'll be home by 4 at the latest, take it to the bank, so he had thought. But 4 has come and gone. A strong wind has arisen and blown the bank away. Fred walks to his side of the bed and sits down beside his wife's splayed right leg. He picks up the phone and punches in a number. It's an easy number, only 3 digits. "Hello, Police Department, Officer Dulac speaking. You've dialed 911. Do you have an emergency?" "Officer Dulac, this is Fred Marshall. I'd like to speak to Dale if he's still there." Fred is pretty sure Dale is. He works late most nights, especially since... He pushes the rest away. But inside his head the wind blows harder, louder. "Gee, Mr. Marshall, he's here, but he's in a meeting and I don't think I can get him." "Mr. Marshall, you're not hearing me. He's in with 2 guys from the WSP and 1 from the FBI. If you could just tell me..." Fred closes his eyes. It's interesting, isn't it? Something interesting here. He called in on the 911 line, but the idiot on the other end seems to have forgotten that. Why? Because it's someone he knows. It's good old Fred Marshall. Bought a Deere lawn tractor from him just the year before last. Must have dialed 911 because it was easier than looking up the regular number, because no one Bobby knows can actually have an emergency. Fred remembers having a similar idea himself that morning, a different Fred Marshall, one who believed that the fisherman could never touch his son, not his son. Ties gone, Gorg fascinated him, and the Abala took him. "Hello? Mr. Marshall? Fred? Are you still— Listen to me," Fred says, his eyes still closed. Down at Goltz's, he would be calling the man on the other end Bobby by now, but Goltz's has never seemed so far away. Goltz's is in the star system Apopanax on planet Abala. "Listen to me carefully. Write it down if you have to. My wife has gone mad and my son is missing. Do you understand those things? Wife mad, son missing. Now put me through to the chief." But Bobby Dulac doesn't. Not right away. He has made a deduction. A more diplomatic police officer, Jack Sawyer as he was in his salad days, for instance, would have kept said deduction to himself. But Bobby can't do that. Bobby has hooked a big one. "Mr. Marshall? Fred? Your son doesn't own a Schwinn, does he? 3-speed Schwinn, red, got a novelty license plate that reads, Big Mac?" Fred cannot answer. For several long and terrible moments, he cannot even draw a breath. Between his ears, the wind blows both louder and harder. Now it's a hurricane. Gorg fascinated him, the Abala took him. At last, just when it seems he will begin to strangle himself, his chest unlocks and he takes in a huge, tearing breath. "Put Chief Gilbertson on! Do it now, you motherfucker!" Although he shrieks this at the top of his lungs, the woman lying face down on the coverlet beside him never moves. There is a click. He's on hold. Not for long, but it's long enough for him to see the scratched, bald place on his missing son's bedroom wall, the swelled column of his mad wife's throat, and blood dribbling through the creel in his dream. His back spasms cruelly, and Fred welcomes the pain. It's like getting a telegram from the real world. Then Dale is on the phone. Dale is asking him what's wrong, and Fred Marshall begins to cry. Chapter 7. God may know where Henry Layden found that astounding suit, but we certainly do not. A costume shop? No, it is too elegant to be a costume. This is the real thing, not an imitation. But what sort of real thing is it? The wide lapels sweep down to an inch below the waist, and the twin flaps of the swallowtail reach nearly to the ankles of the billowing pleated trousers, which seem, beneath the snow-field expanse of the double-breasted waistcoat, to ride nearly at the level of the sternum. On Henry's feet, white, high-button spats adorn white patent leather shoes. About his neck, a stiff, high collar turns its pointed peaks over a wide, flowing white satin bow tie perfectly knotted. The total effect is of old-fashioned diplomatic finery harmoniously wedded to a zoot suit. The raffishness of the ensemble outweighs its formality, but the dignity of the swallowtail and the waistcoat contribute to the whole a regal quality of a specific kind, the regality often seen in African-American entertainers and musicians. Escorting Henry to the common room while surly Pete Wexler comes along behind, pushing a handcart loaded with boxes of records, Rebecca Vilas dimly remembers having seen Duke Ellington wearing a white cutaway like this in a clip from some old film. Or was it Cab Calloway? She recalls an upraised eyebrow, a glittering smile, a seductive face, an upright figure posed before a band, but little more. If alive, either Mr. Ellington or Mr. Calloway could have informed Rebecca that Henry's outfit, including the high drape pants with a reet pleat, terms not in her vocabulary, had undoubtedly been handmade by one of 4 specific tailors located in the black neighborhoods of New York, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, or Los Angeles. Masters of their trade during the 30s and 40s, underground tailors, men now, alas, as dead as their celebrated clients. Henry Layden knows exactly who tailored his outfit, where it came from, and how it fell into his hands. But when it comes to persons such as Rebecca Vilas, Henry imparts no more information than is already likely to be known. In the corridor leading to the common room, the white cutaway appears to shine from within, an impression only increased by Henry's oversized, daddy-cool dark glasses with bamboo frames, in which what may be tiny sapphires wink at the corners of the bows. Is there maybe some shop that sells spiffy clothes of great 1930s band leaders? Does some museum inherit this stuff and auction it off? Rebecca cannot contain her curiosity a moment longer. "Mr. Layden, where did you get that beautiful outfit?" From the rear, and taking care to sound as though he is muttering to himself, Pete Wexler opines that obtaining an outfit like that probably requires chasing a person of an ethnicity beginning with the letter N for at least a couple of miles. Henry ignores Pete and smiles. It's all a matter of knowing where to look. "Guess you never heard of CDs," Pete says. "They're like this big new breakthrough." "Shut up and tote them bales, me bucko," says Miss Vilas. "We're almost there." "Rebecca, my dear, if I may," Henry says. "Mr. Wexler has every right to grouse. After all, there's no way he could know that I own about 3,000 CDs, is there? And if the man who originally owned these clothes can be called a nigger, I'd be proud to call myself one, too. That would be an incredible honor. I wish I could claim it." Henry has come to a halt, each in a different way shocked by his use of the forbidden word. Pete and Rebecca have also stopped moving. "And," Henry says, "we owe respect to those who assist us in the performance of our duties. I asked Mr. Wexler to shake out my suit when he hung it up, and he very kindly obliged me." "Yeah," Pete says. "Plus I also hung up your light and put your turntable and speakers and shit right where you want 'em." "Thank you very much, Mr. Wexler," Henry says. "I appreciate your efforts in my behalf." "Well, shit," Pete says. "I was only doing my job, you know. About anything you want after you're done, I'll give you a hand." Without benefit of a flash of panties or a glimpse of ass, Pete Wexler has been completely disarmed. Rebecca finds this amazing. All in all, sightless or not, Henry Layden, it comes to her, is far and away the coolest human being she has ever been privileged to encounter in her entire 26 years on the face of the earth. Never mind his clothes. Where did guys like this come from? "Do you really think some little boy vanished from the sidewalk out in front of here this afternoon?" Henry asks. "What?" Rebecca asks. "Seems like it to me," Pete says. "What?" Rebecca asks again, this time to Pete Wexler, not Henry. "What are you saying?" "Well, he asked me and I told him," Pete says. "That's all." Simmering dangerously, Rebecca takes a stride toward him. "This happened on our sidewalk? Another kid in front of our building? And you didn't say anything to me or Mr. Maxton?" "There wasn't nothing to say," Pete offers in self-defense. "Maybe you could tell us what actually happened," Henry says. "Sure. What happened was I went outside for a smoke, see?" This is less than strictly truthful. Faced with the choice of walking 10 yards to the Daisy Corridor men's room to flush his cigarette down a toilet, or walking 10 feet to the entrance and pitching it into the parking lot, Pete had sensibly elected outdoor disposal. "So I get outside, and that's when I saw it. This police car parked right out there. So I walked up to the hedge, and there's this cop, a young guy, I think his name is Cheetah or something like that, and he's loading this bike, like a kid's bike, into his trunk. And something else too, only I couldn't see what it was, except it was small. And after he did that, he got a piece of chalk out of his glove compartment, and he came back and made like X marks on the sidewalk." "Did you talk to him?" Rebecca asks. "Did you ask him what he was doing?" "Miss Vilas, I don't talk to cops unless it's like you got no other choice, know what I mean? Cheetah, he never even saw me. The guy wouldn't have said nothing anyhow. He had this expression on his face. It was like, geez, I hope I get to the crapper before I drop a load in my pants, that kind of expression." "Then he just drove away." "Just like that. 20 minutes later, 2 other cops showed up." Rebecca raises both hands. hands, closes her eyes, and presses her fingertips to her forehead, giving Pete Wexler an excellent opportunity, of which he does not fail to take full advantage, to admire the shape of her breasts underneath her blouse. It may not be as great as the view from the bottom of the ladder, but it'll do, all right? Yes, it will. As far as Abby's dad is concerned, a sight like Rebecca Vilas's Hottentots pushing out against her blouse is like a good fire on a cold night. They're bigger than you'd expect on a slender little thing like her, and you know what? When the arms go up, the Hottentots go up too. Hey, if he had known she was going to put on a show like this, he would have told her about Cheetah and the bicycle as soon as it happened. "All right, okay," she says, still flattening the tips of her fingers against her head. She lifts her chin, raising her arms another few inches, and frowns in concentration, for a moment looking like a figure on a plinth. Hooray and hallelujah, Pete thinks. There's a bright side to everything. If another little snot-nose gets grabbed off the sidewalk tomorrow morning, it won't be soon enough for me. Rebecca says, Okay, opens her eyes and lowers her arms. Pete Wexler is staring firmly at a point over her shoulder, his face blank with a false innocence she immediately comprehends. Good God, what a caveman. It's not as bad as I thought. In the first place, all you saw was a policeman picking up a bike. Maybe it was stolen. Maybe some other kid borrowed the bike, dumped it, and ran away. The cop could have been looking for it. Or the kid who owned the bike could have been hit by a car or something. And even if the worst did happen, I don't see any way that it could hurt us. Maxton's isn't responsible for whatever goes on outside the grounds. She turns to Henry, who looks as though he wishes he were 100 miles away. Sorry. I know that sounded awfully cold. I'm as distressed about this fisherman business as everyone else. What with those 2 poor kids and the missing girl. We're all so upset we can hardly think straight. But I'd hate to see us dragged into the mess, don't you see? I see perfectly, Henry says, being one of those blind men George Rathbun is always yelling about. Ha! Pete Wexler barks. And you agree with me, don't you? I'm a gentleman. I agree with everybody, Henry says. I agree with Pete that another child may well have been abducted by our local monster. Officer Cheetah, or whatever his name is, sounded too anxious to be just picking up a lost bicycle. And I agree with you that Maxton's cannot be blamed for anything that happened. Good, Rebecca says. Unless, of course, someone here is involved in the murders of these children. But that's impossible, Rebecca says. Most of our male clients can't even remember their own names. A 10-year-old girl could take most of these Phoebes, Pete says. Even the ones who don't have old-timer's disease walk around covered in their own, you know. You're forgetting about the staff, Henry says. Oh, now, Rebecca says, momentarily rendered nearly wordless. Come on, that's a totally irresponsible thing to say. True, it is. But if this goes on, nobody will be above suspicion. That's my point. Pete Wexler feels a sudden chill. If the town clowns start grilling Maxton's residents, his private amusements might come to light. And wouldn't Wendell Green have a field day with that stuff? A gleaming new idea comes to him, and he brings it forth, hoping to impress Miss Vilas. You know what? The cops should talk to that California guy, the big-time detective who nailed that Kinderling asshole 2-3 years ago. He lives around here somewhere, don't he? Someone like that, he's the guy we need on this. The cops here, they're way out of their depth. That guy, he's like a, a goddamn resource. Odd you should say that, Henry says. I couldn't agree with you more. It is about time Jack Sawyer did his thing. I'll work on him again. You know him? Rebecca asks. Oh, yes, Henry says, that I do. But isn't it about time for me to do my own thing? Soon, they're all still outside. Rebecca leads him down the rest of the corridor and into the common room, where all 3 of them move across to the big platform. Henry's microphone stands beside a table mounted with his speakers and turntable. With unnerving accuracy, Henry says, "A lot of space in here." You can tell that? She asks. Piece of cake, Henry says. We must be getting close now." "It's right in front of you. Do you need any help?" Henry extends one foot and taps the side of the flat. He glides a hand down the edge of the table, locates the mic stand, says, "Not at the moment, darlin'," and steps neatly up onto the platform. Guided by touch, he moves to the back of the table and locates the turntable. "All is copacetic," he says. "Pete, would you please put the record boxes on the table? The one on top goes here, and the other one right next to it." "What's he like, your friend Jack?" Rebecca asks. "An orphan of the storm, a pussycat, but an extremely difficult pussycat. I have to say he can be a real pain in the bunghole." Crowd noises, a buzz of conversation interlaced with children's voices, and songs thumped out on an old upright piano, have been audible through the window since they entered the room. And when Pete has placed the record boxes on the table, he says, "I'd better get out there, 'cause Chipper's probably looking for me. Gonna be a shitload of cleanup once they come inside." Pete shambles out, rolling the handcart before him. Rebecca asks if there is anything more Henry would like her to do for him. "The overhead lights are on, aren't they? Please turn them off and wait for the first wave to come in. Then switch on the pink spot and prepare to jitterbug your heart out." "You want me to turn off the lights?" "You'll see." Rebecca moves back across to the door, turns off the overhead lights, and does see, just as Henry had promised. A soft, dim illumination from the rank of windows hovers in the air, replacing the former brightness and harshness with a vague, mellow haze, as if the room lay behind a scrim. That pink spotlight is going to look pretty good in here, Rebecca thinks. Outside on the lawn, the pre-dance party wingding is winding down. Lots of old men and women are busily polishing off their strawberry shortcakes and soda pop at the picnic tables, and the piano-playing gent in the Straub boater and red sleeve garters comes to the end of Heart and Soul, ba-bump, ba-bump, ba-ba-bump, bump, bump, no finesse, but plenty of volume, closes the lid of the upright, and stands up to a scattering of applause. Grandchildren who had earlier complained about having to come to the great fest dodge through the tables and wheelchairs, evading their parents' glances and hoping to wheedle a last balloon from the balloon lady in the clown suit and frizzy red wig. Oh, joy unbounded. Alice Weathers applauds the piano player, as well she might. 40 years ago he reluctantly absorbed the rudiments of pianism at her hands, just well enough to pick up a few bucks at occasions like this, when not obliged to perform his usual function, that of selling sweatshirts and baseball caps on Chase Street. Charles Burnside, who, having been scrubbed clean by good-hearted Butch Yerxa, decked himself out in an old white shirt and a pair of loose, filthy trousers, stands slightly apart from the throng in the shade of a large oak, not applauding but sneering. The unbuttoned collar of the shirt droops around his ropey neck. Now and then he wipes his mouth or picks his teeth with a ragged thumbnail, but mainly he does not move at all. He looks as though someone plunked him down by the side of a road and drove off. Whenever the careering grandkids swerve near Bernie, they instantly veer away, as if repelled by a force field. Between Alice and Bernie, 3/4 of the residents of Maxton's belly up to the tables, stump around on their walkers, sit beneath the trees, occupy their wheelchairs, hobble here and there, yakking, dozing, chuckling, farting, dabbing at fresh strawberry-colored stains on their clothing, staring at their relatives, staring at their trembling hands, staring at nothing. Half a dozen of the most vacant among them wear conical party hats of hard flat red and hard flat blue, the shades of enforced gaiety. The women from the kitchen have begun to circulate through the tables with big black garbage bags, for soon they must retire to their domain to prepare the evening's great feast of potato salad, mashed potatoes, creamed potatoes, baked beans, jello salad, marshmallow salad, and whipped cream salad, plus, of course, the mighty strawberry shortcake. The undisputed and hereditary sovereign of this realm, Chipper Maxton, whose disposition generally resembles that of a skunk trapped in a muddy hole, has spent the previous 90 minutes ambling about, smiling and shaking hands, and he has had enough. "Pete," he growls, "what the hell took you so long? Start racking up the folding chairs, okay? And help shift these people into the common room. Let's get a goddamn move on here. Wagons west." Pete scurries off, and Chipper claps his hands twice, loudly, then raises his outstretched arms. "Hey, everybody!" he bellows. "Can you truly believe what a gall-darn gorgeous day the good Lord gave us for this beautiful event? Isn't this something?" Half a dozen feeble voices rise in agreement. "Come on, people, you can do better than that. I want to hear it for this wonderful day, this wonderful time we're all having, and for all the wonderful help and assistance given us by our volunteers and staff." A slightly more exuberant clamor rewards his efforts. "All right! Hey, you know what? As George Rathbun would say, even a blind man could see what a great time we're all having. I know I am, and we're not done yet. We got the greatest DJ you ever heard, a fella called Symphonic Stan, the big band man, waiting to put on a great, great show in the Commons Room. Music and dancing right up to the big Strawberry Fest dinner, and we got him cheap, too, but don't tell him I said that. So, friends and family, it's time to say your goodbyes and let your loved ones cut a rug to the golden oldies just like them. Ha ha! Golden oldies, one and all, that's all of us here at Maxton's. Even I'm not as young as I used to be, so I might take a spin across the floor with some lucky lady. Seriously, folks, it's time for us to put on our dancing shoes. Please kiss Dad or Mom, Granddad or Grandma goodbye, and on your way out you may wish to leave a contribution toward our expenses in the basket on top of Ragtime Willie's piano right over here. $10, $5, anything you can spare helps us cover the costs of giving your mom, your dad a bright, bright day. We do it out of love, but half of that love is your love. And in what may seem to us a surprisingly short amount of time, but does not to Chipper Maxton, who understands that very few people wish to linger in an elder care facility any longer than they must, the relatives bestow their final hugs and kisses, round up the exhausted kiddies, and file down the paths and over the grass into the parking lot, along the way a good number depositing bills in the basket atop Ragtime Willie's upright piano. No sooner does this exodus begin than Pete Wexler and Chipper Maxton set about persuading with all the art available to them the oldsters back into the building. Chipper says things like, "Now don't you know how much we all want to see you trip the light fantastic, Mrs. Syverson?" While Pete takes the more direct approach of, "Move along, bud, time to stir your stumps." But both men employ the techniques of subtle and not-so-subtle nudges, pushes, elbow grasping, and wheelchair rolling to get their doddering charges through the door. At her post, Rebecca Vilas watches the residents enter the hazy common room, some of them traveling at a rate a touch too brisk for their own good. Henry Layden stands motionless behind his boxes of LPs. His suit shimmers, his head is merely a dark silhouette before the windows. For once too busy to ogle Rebecca's chest, Pete Wexler moves past with one hand on the elbow of Elmer Jesperson, deposits him 8 feet inside the room, and whirls around to locate Torvald Torvaldsen, Elmer's dearest enemy and fellow inhabitant of D12. Alice Weathers wafts in under her own guidance and folds her hands beneath her chin, waiting for the music to begin. Tall, scrawny, hollow-cheeked, at the center of an empty space that is his alone, Charles Burnside slides through the door and quickly moves a good distance off to the side. When his dead eyes indifferently meet hers, Rebecca shivers. The next pair of eyes to meet hers belong to Chipper, who pushes Flora Flostad's wheelchair as if it held a crate of oranges, and gives her an impatient glare completely at odds with the easy smile on his face. Time is money, you bet, but money is money too. Let's get this show on the road, pronto. The first wave, Henry had told her. Is that what they have here, the first wave? She glances across the room, wondering how to ask, and sees that the question has already been answered, for as soon as she looks up, Henry flashes her the OK sign. Rebecca flips the switch for the pink spot, and nearly everybody in the room, including a number of old parties who had appeared well beyond response of any kind, utters a soft, "Ah." His suit, his shirt, his spats blazing in the cone of light, a transformed Henry Layden glides and dips toward the microphone as a 12-inch LP, seemingly magicked out of the air, twirls like a top on the palm of his right hand. His teeth shine, his sleek hair gleams, the sapphires wink from the bows of his enchanted sunglasses. Henry seems almost to be dancing himself with his sweet, clever, sidestepping glide. Only he is no longer Henry Layden. No way Renee, as George Rathbun likes to roar. The suit, the spats, the slicked-back hair, the shades, even the wondrously effective pink spot are mere stage dressing. The real magic here is Henry, that uniquely malleable creature. When he is George Rathbun, he is all George. Ditto the Wisconsin Rat. Ditto Henry Shake. It has been 18 months since he took Symphonic Stan from the closet and fit into him like a hand into a glove to dazzle the crowd at a Madison VFW record hop. But the clothes still fit. Oh, yes, they fit, and he fits within them, a hipster reborn whole into a past he never saw firsthand. On his extended palm, the spinning LP resembles a solid, unmoving black beach ball. Whenever Symphonic Stan puts on a hop, he always begins with "In the Mood." Although he does not detest Glenn Miller, as some jazz aficionados do, over the years he has grown tired of this number. But it always does the job. Even if the customers have no choice but to dance with one foot in the grave and the other on the proverbial banana peel, they do dance. Besides, he knows that after Miller was drafted, he told the arranger Billy May of his plan to come out of this war as some kind of hero, and hell, he was as good as his word, wasn't he? Henry reaches the mic and slips the revolving record onto the platter with a negligent gesture of his right hand. The crowd applauds him with an exhaled "ooh." "Welcome, welcome, all you hep cats and hep kitties," Henry says. The words emerge from the speakers, wrapped in the smooth, slightly above-it-all voice of a true broadcaster in 1938 or 1939, one of the men who did live remotes from dance halls and nightclubs located from Boston to Catalina. Honey poured through their throats, these muses of the night, and they never missed a beat. "Say, tell me this, you Gates and Gators, can you think of a better way to kick off a swingin' soiree than with Glenn Miller? Come on, brothers and sisters, gimme yeah." From the residents of Maxton's, some of whom are already out on the floor, others wheelchair-bound on its edges in various postures of confusion or vacuity, comes a whispery response, less a party cry than the rustle of an autumn wind through bare branches. Symphonic Stan grins like a shark and holds up his hands as if to still a hopped-up multitude, then twirls and spins like a Savoy ballroom dancer inspired by Chick Webb. His coattails spread like wings, his sparkling feet fly and land and fly again. The moment evaporates, and two black beach balls appear on the DJ's palms, one of them spinning back into its sleeve, the other down to meet the needle. "All reedy, all righty, all Rudy, you hoppin' hens and boppin' bunnies, here comes the sentimental gentleman, Mr. Tommy Dorsey. So get off your money and grab your honey while vocalist Dick Hames, the pride of Buenos Aires, Argentina, asks the musical question, how am I to know you? Frank Sinatra hasn't entered the building yet, brethren and sistren, but life is still fine as wine." Rebecca Vilas cannot believe what she is seeing. The guy is getting just about everyone out onto the floor, even some of the wheelchair cases, who are dipping and swirling with the best of them. Dolled up in his exotic, astonishing outfit, Symphonic Stan, Henry Layden, she reminds herself, is corny and breathtaking, absurd and convincing all at once. He's like some kind of time capsule, locked into both his role and what these old people want to hear. He has charmed them back into life, back into whatever youth they had left in them. Unbelievable. No other word will do. People she had written off as shuffling basket cases are blooming right in front of her. As for Symphonic Stan, he's carrying on like an elegant dervish, making her think of words like suave, polished, urbane, unhinged, sexy, graceful, words that do not connect except in him. And that thing he does with the records, how is that possible? She does not realize that she is tapping her foot and swaying in time to the music until Henry puts on Artie Shaw's Begin the Begin, when she literally begins her own begin by starting to dance by herself. Henry's hap-cat jive dance, the sight of so many white-haired, blue-haired, and bald-headed people gliding around the floor, Alice Weathers beaming happily in the arms of none other than gloomy Torvald Torvaldsen, Ada Meyerhoff and Tom Betcher twirling around each other in their wheelchairs, the sweeping pulse of the music driving everything beneath the molten radiance of Artie Shaw's clarinet. All of these things abruptly, magically coalesce into a vision of earthly beauty that brings tears stinging to her eyes. Smiling, she raises her arms, spins, and finds herself expertly grasped by Tom-Tom's twin brother, 86-year-old Hermie Betcher, the retired geography teacher in A17, formerly considered something of a stick, who without a word foxtrots her right out to the middle of the floor. "Shame to see a pretty girl dancing all on her lonesome," Hermie says. "Hermie, I'd follow you anywhere," she tells him. "Let's us get closer to the bandstand," he says. "I want a better look at that hotshot in the fancy suit. They say he's blind as a bat, but I don't believe it." His hand planted firmly at the base of her spine, his hips swerving in time to Artie Shaw, Hermie guides her to within a foot of the platform, where the symphonic one is already doing his trick with a new record as he waits for the last bar of the present one. Rebecca could swear that Stan/Henry not only senses her presence before him, but actually winks at her. But that is truly impossible, isn't it? The symphonic one twirls the Shaw record into its sleeve, the new one onto the platter, and says, "Can you say vout? Can you say solid? Now that we're all limbered up, let's get jumpin' and jivin' with Woody Herman and Wildroot. This tune is dedicated to all you beautiful ladies, especially the lady wearing calyx." Rebecca laughs and says, "Oh, dear." He could smell her perfume. He recognized it. Undaunted by the steamy tempo of Wildroot, Hermie Betcher slides into a backstep, extends his arm, and spins Rebecca around. On the first beat of the next bar, he catches her in his arms and reverses direction, spinning them both toward the far end of the platform, where Alice Weathers stands next to Mr. Torvaldsen, gazing up at Symphonic Stan. "The special lady must be you," Hermie says, "because that perfume of yours is worth a dedication." Rebecca asks, "Where'd you learn to dance like this?" "My brother and I, we were town boys, learned how to dance in front of the jukebox and Alouettes over by Arden." Rebecca knows Alouettes on Arden's Main Street, but what was once a soda fountain is now a lunch counter, and the jukebox disappeared around the time Johnny Mathis dropped off the charts. "You want a good dancer, you find yourself a town boy. Tom, now, he was always the slickest dancer around, and you can plunk him in that chair, but you can't take away his rhythm." "Mr. Stan? You who, Mr. Stan?" Alice Weathers has tilted her head and cupped her hands around her mouth. "Do you take requests?" A voice as flat and hard as the sound of two stones grinding together says, "I was here first, old woman." This implacable rudeness brings Rebecca to a halt. Hermie's right foot comes gently down atop her left, then swiftly moves off, doing her no more injury than a kiss. Towering over Alice, Charles Burnside glares at Torvald Torvaldsen. Torvaldsen steps back and tugs at Alice's hand. "Certainly, my dear," says Stan, bending down. Tell me your name and what you'd like to hear." "I am Alice Weathers, and I was here first," Bernie loudly repeats. Rebecca glances at Hermie, who shakes his head and makes a sour face. Town boy or not, he is as intimidated as Mr. Torvaldsen. "Moonglow, please, by Benny Goodman." "It's my turn, you jackass. I want that Woody Herman number called Lady McGowan's Nightmare. That one's good." Hermie leans toward Rebecca's ear. "Nobody likes that fella, but he gets his own way." "Not this time," Rebecca says. "Mr. Burnside, I want you to symphonic stand," silences her with a wave of his hand. He turns to face the owner of the remarkably unpleasant voice. "No can do, mister. The song is called Lady McGowan's Dream, and I didn't bring that snappy little item with me this afternoon. Sorry." "Okay, bud, how about I Can't Get Started, the one Bunny Berrigan did?" "Oh, I love that," Alice says. "Yes, play I Can't Get Started." "Happy to oblige," Stan says in Henry Layden's normal voice. Without bothering to jive around or spin the records on his hands, he simply exchanges the LP on the turntable for one from the first box. He seems oddly wilted as he steps to the mic and says, "I've flown around the world on a plane. I settled revolutions in Spain. Can't Get Started. Dedicated to the lovely Alice Bluegown and the one who walks by night." "You're no better'n a monkey on a stick," says Bernie. The music begins. Rebecca taps Hermie on the arm and moves up alongside Charles Burnside, for whom she has never felt anything but mild revulsion. Now that she has him in focus, her outrage and disgust cause her to say, "Mr. Burnside, you are going to apologize to Alice and to our guest here. You're a crude, obnoxious bully, and after you apologize, I want you to get back into your room where you belong." Her words have no effect. Burnside's shoulders have slumped. He has a wide, sloppy grin on his face, and he is staring empty-eyed at nothing in particular. He looks too far gone to remember his own name, much less Bunny Berrigan's. In any case, Alice Weathers has danced away, and Symphonic Stan, back at the far end of the platform and out of the pink spot, appears to be deep in thought. The elderly couples sway back and forth on the dance floor. Off to the side, Hermie Betcher pantomimes dancing and quizzes her with a look. "I'm sorry about that," she says to Stan/Henry. "No need to apologize. I Can't Get Started was my wife's favorite record. I've been thinking about her a lot the past few days. Sort of took me by surprise." He runs a hand over his sleek hair and shakes out his arms, visibly getting back into his role. Rebecca decides to leave him alone. In fact, she wants to leave everyone alone for a little while. Signaling regret and the press of duty to Hermie, she makes her way through the crowd and exits the common room. Somehow old Bernie has beaten her to the corridor. He shuffles absently toward Daisy Wing, head drooping, feet scuffing the floor. "Mr. Burnside," she says, "your act may fool everyone else, but I want you to know that it doesn't fool me." Moving by increments, the old man turns around. First one foot shifts, then a knee, the spavined waist, the second foot, finally the cadaverous trunk. The ugly bloom of Bernie's head droops on its thin stalk, offering Rebecca a view of his mottled scalp. His long nose protrudes like a warped rudder. With the same dreadful slowness, his head lifts to reveal muddy eyes and a slack mouth. A flash of sheer vindictiveness rises into the dull eyes, and the dead lips writhe. Frightened, Rebecca takes an instinctive step backward. Bernie's mouth has moved all the way into a horrible grin. Rebecca wants to escape, but anger at having been humiliated by this miserable jerk lets her hold her ground. "Lady McGowan had a bad nightmare," Bernie informs her. He sounds drugged or half asleep. "And Lady Sophie had a nightmare. Only hers was worse. He giggles. The king was in his counting house, counting out his honeys. That's what Sophie saw when she fell asleep. His giggling rises in pitch, and he says something that might be Mr. Munching. His lips flap, revealing yellow, irregular teeth, and his sunken face undergoes a subtle change. A new kind of intelligence seems to sharpen his features. Does you know Mr. Munchon? Mr. Munchon and his little friend Gorg. Does you know what happened in Chicago? Stop this right now, Mr. Burnside. Does you know of Fritz Harman, him who was so lovely? They called him the vamp of Hanover. Yes, they did. Everybody has God's nightmares all the time, ha. Oh. Stop talking like that, Rebecca shouts. You're not fooling me. For a moment the new intelligence flares within Bernie's dim eyes. It almost instantly retreats. He licks his lips and says, "Wake up, burn." Whatever, Rebecca says. Dinner is downstairs at 7 if you want it. Go take a nap or something, will you? Bernie gives her a peeved, murky look and plops a foot down on the floor, beginning the tedious process that will turn him around again. You could write it down. Fritz Harman in Hanover. His mouth twists into a smile of unsettling slyness. When the king comes here, maybe we can dance together. No thanks. Rebecca turns her back on the old horror and clacks down the hallway on her high heels, uncomfortably aware of his eyes following her. Rebecca's nice little Coach handbag lies flat on her desk in the windowless vestibule to Chipper's office. Before going in, she pauses to rip off a sheet of notepaper, write down Fritz Harman, Hanover, and slip the paper into the bag's central compartment. It might be nothing, it probably is, but who knows? She is furious that she let Burnside frighten her, and if she can find a way to use his nonsense against him, she will do her best to expel him from Maxton's. "Kiddo, is that you?" Chipper calls out. No, it's Lady McGowan and her freaking nightmare. She strides into Chipper's office and finds him behind his desk, happily counting out the bills contributed that afternoon by the sons and daughters of his clientele. "My little Becky looks all ticked off," he says. "What happened? One of our zombies stomp on your foot?" "Don't call me Becky." Hey, cheer up. You won't believe how much your silver-tongued boyfriend conned out of the relatives today. 126 smackers, free money. Okay, what went wrong anyhow? Charles Burnside spooked me, that's what. He ought to be in a mental hospital. Are you kidding? That particular zombie is worth his weight in gold. As long as Charles Burnside can draw breath into his body, he will always have a place in my heart. Grinning, he brandishes a handful of bills. And if you have a place in my heart, honey baby, you'll always have a place at Maxton's. The memory of Burnside saying the king was in his counting house, counting out his honeys, makes her feel unclean. If Chipper were not grinning in that exultant, loose-lipped way, Rebecca supposes he would not remind her so unpleasantly of his favorite resident. Everybody has God's nightmares all the dime. That wasn't a bad description of the fisherman's French landing. Funny, you wouldn't think old Bernie would take more notice of those murders than Chipper. Rebecca had never heard him mention the fisherman's crimes, apart from the time he groused that he would not be able to tell anyone he was going fishing until Dale Gilbertson finally got off his big fat butt, and what kind of crappy deal was that?